Welcome to the USTA National Campus, continuing in final day coverage of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's finals day here on center court. On court number 2, we'll have some additional matches for playoffs in the positions of 3 and 4. I'm Paul Walker. I'm joined by USTA Manager of Wheelchair Tennis, National Manager of Wheelchair Tennis, Jason Harnett. He'll be along with our coverage this morning for the men's 3-4 playoff in the quad division, and then probably joining us additionally for the finals on center court between Dylan Alcott and Andy Lapthorne of Great Britain as they compete for the NEC Masters title in the quad division. Jason, it's good to have you again on the broadcast.
Great to be here. Yeah, we got, again, as Paul said, in Greenwich Mean Time, we have starting today the quad single final with Dylan Alcott out of Australia and Andy Lapthorne in Great Britain. Those two are going to battle. There's no doubt about that. Followed by arguably the best match of the tournament with Shingo Kunieda and Joe Girard. Followed by the ladies at the end with Dita DeGroot and Yui Kimiji. So a great day of finals ahead of us. Great tennis today.
Yeah, you see the flags waving there in the breeze, and now we shift our coverage to court number 2 as we prepare to see a couple of lefties continue to battle it out in the quad division. It's Lucas Satoli sitting there with the chair umpire, waiting for the coin toss. He'll be competing today against Koji Sugino, who has made a really fantastic debut here this year at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. First time for him competing at this prestigious event. So we'll be ready for action here momentarily. We hope you join us. We expect some just outstanding tennis today, as we would expect from all of these world-class athletes. It's been a fantastic week. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage. We know that we've enjoyed bringing it to you. It's been a lot of hours spent, but it's been something that we've loved to do, and so we're happy that you've joined us from wherever you are around the world. Customary fist bump, and the two players head to the baseline to commence their 5-minute warm-up. What do you know about these guys, Jason? You're very familiar with all of these players. Give us a little insight.
Guys, Koji's kind of new to the scene, like you said. I think he's been around a couple years. May have been playing a little longer. I think he's in his mid-30s, but definitely has risen the ranks very, very quickly. Not a surprise looking at his quality of play and skill set. And Lucas Satoli, we've known for the better part of a decade now, out of South Africa. A wonderful guy, and just a tremendous athlete who, just leaves it all on the court every time he's out there. So it's just wonderful to have these guys starting out the day here.
Yeah, both of them ran into some buzzsaws yesterday in the two finalists. It was Sugino up against Andy Lapthorne, and it was just too much experience by Andy Lapthorne, and Koji just really seemed to struggle all day yesterday. We were talking about that match, and he just never really got it going from the start. And so here he is in this 3-4 match, but really, as I mentioned, a really fine performance by him in his first NEC Wheelchair Masters.
Yeah, he's had a great run. And again, you run into a veteran player like Andy, who's been in so many big matches in his career. And Andy wants this final bad, and has obviously gotten through. But Andy's a pretty volatile guy, an emotional player, and he really kept it together yesterday. And Koji's back was up against it, so hopefully Koji can bring a little higher quality today versus Lucas.
And both of the players will be dealing with the conditions again. It's been consistent, if it's been anything. The wind is blowing once again, so it's going to be players having to deal with that. And on court 2 today, we have 3 great matches, all in the playoffs for the 3-4 spots. We've talked about this match. It's Gustavo Fernandez and Stefan Olsen. That will be a slugfest, and it's going to be Anique Van Koot and Julia Capocci, another first-time participant here at the NEC Masters. So join us for continuing on all-day coverage. So starting at 3:30 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, it's going to be the quad final, followed by the men, and then ultimately finishing up the day with the women's final as world number 1 and world number 2 compete for that women's title, Dita DeGroot and Yui Kimiji. We're getting a good look at the campus. A lot of activity still here with the Florida sectional finishing up today, or actually I think they finish up tomorrow, but continuing their competition over on the clay court side. And you can see down at the bottom of your screen we have a color guard here from the University of Central Florida, Army ROTC. So they'll be presenting the colors on center court a little bit later today, coming up prior to the quad final there. And so we're just moments away from kicking off this match between Koji Sugino and Lucas Satoli.
I must say, when we look at this campus, early in the morning as 2 events are going at the same time. Again, just looking at the monitor here and looking across the campus, it's just a bundle of energy here. Just tons of tennis everywhere, multiple surfaces. We say it every time we come on. We're like, campus is just such a fabulous place. If you're a tennis nut, this is your place.
Yeah. Well, we don't know if somebody's new to the coverage. For those that have been listening regularly, you've kind of heard us repeat this time and time again. But if you're just joining us, that's why we continue to talk about the campus. And there is about as spectacular a view of the campus as you're going to get. Some of our drone footage that gives you the scope and magnitude of this wonderful tennis facility as it flies over the headquarters building where Jason works on a regular basis, and eases on over to the Collegiate Center where the University of Central Florida calls their tennis home, and then out on into Lake Nona. Is that you out on the boat there, Jason? Was that you the day they were filming?
I made sure that I was out there waving at the
Nemours Family Center, which is constantly full of activity
free for people,
and fun activities, free to the public.
Free to the public to use. So if you wanted to bring your kids out here anytime, and the courts are available, no programming.
Great shot of the clay court facility, as we mentioned, being utilized today by over 500 players from across the state of Florida. So if you love tennis, this is your spot. And I think the players have just about finished up their warm-up.
See how Koji's health is today. We saw some issues with his elbow yesterday, and I saw him getting some treatment on it. So we'll see how he starts out.
Before we get into the coverage and we get excited about all the tennis today, I really want to take a second here, Jason, to thank some people that have been responsible for this massive production that's gone on over the course of 5 days. The video production team, starting at the USTA and their team, Nick Shukla, technical director and production manager, Michelle Provenzano, replay operator and production coordinator. We've had a bunch of great replays throughout the tournament as some of the spectacular tennis and individual shots. Brian Beglane is the producer and director. We thank all those people from the USTA, but it's not just them. We have our camera operators that have just put in some long and arduous hours. Brian DeSerb, Jose Diaz, Colin McManus, Nick Sikar, and then, of course, our production assistants, Abigail Morrison, Paul Tewold, Nathaniel Rivas, Lisa Hoymian, Matt Highland. And we just want to give a shout out to all those people, and thanks to the Broadcast Services Group of Orlando for their assistance in this production. Just a phenomenal job, and I've really been honored to be welcomed in by that team and coached up by them in so many facets of the production. So thanks to all for that. And it's Lucas Satoli who will be ready to serve. That just timed out just about right, didn't it, Jason?
Just about spot. I think you worked on that before we came out here. Spot on.
But as I'm learning, doing a little bit more of this, and I'm no master at this, but there is just so much that goes on behind the scenes as the first point gets put into play. We talked yesterday about the unique serving style with Lucas, with it being a triple amputee. As you can get a good look there, he has the need to toss and hit with his one good arm, the left arm there. I call it the good arm, but it's just his functional racket hand. He's got another good arm over there on the right side that he uses to push the chair, and really is amazing at doing it.
Yeah, I think what we talked about yesterday with Koji and Andy playing each other, lefty versus lefty, it's not the most common thing. Whether it's able-bodied tennis, just tennis in general, to have two lefties playing. So as much as right-handed players, I'm not going to say get annoyed, but I think having spins and things coming from maybe the opposite direction you're used to, it's just as strange for a lefty to play a lefty. So we'll see early if that plays a part in how things start off here.
Kind of cancel each other out
a little bit. That forehand to forehand cross court, typically working over a right-hander's backhand here, is now a forehand. So it's sometimes easy to forget, I think, as a player.
Look at that little ball kid scampering across there, quickly scooping up that error by Lucas Satoli. And it's a quick couple break points for Koji. The ball kids have been a nice addition to our weekend of coverage, the semifinals and finals. You see them scattered about the court in their pink shirts.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice finishing touch on an event to have the ball kids out there with their pink UNIQLO shirts going on and their white caps and their black shorts. It's just a good professional look.
And a big thanks, as you look back in the background there, to NEC, the company that is the title sponsor for this event. And of course, Jason mentioned UNIQLO, which is, of course, the tour sponsor, the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour that is worldwide. And so we're very thankful to both of those great companies for their contributions to continuing to grow this sport.
Yeah, NEC, I believe, has been over 20 years now. So it's just been a great partner with the sport of wheelchair tennis. We're very thankful for them to continually renew and sponsor this wonderful event, this very important event.
Koji Sugino, first service game. Early break, up, looking to hold.
Love 15.
You know, at this stage of the tournament, there's still a lot to be played for. Of course, there's a lot of pride here going for that third spot. You could call that a bronze medal. And certainly in about a year and a half, all of these competitors, or at least the vast majority of them, will probably be competing over in Tokyo at the 2020 Paralympic Games. And medals will be on the line then, so you kind of got to get into these modes of having to come back from some tough semifinal losses and then still be ready to compete the next day, having kind of been let down by not getting to the final.
Yeah, all these matches are starting to count now. We always say about 18 months, 2 years to 18 months out is about when there's a mental flip, where athletes are starting to kind of dial in their games a little bit, and the note taking on every competitor they have in their division. Good shot by Lucas there, going back behind Koji.
Yep, and so it's the struggles with the serve holds early on, which is often the case, and so it's 3 break chances now for Satola to get it back even to 1-all.
Holds.
I commented the other day, Jason, about how I find it interesting how much Koji chokes up on the racket. You know, he's not like most players who down on the racket, but he's
it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he generates quite a bit of swing speed, as you can see. But just from a leverage and physics standpoint, we generally like to use the length. He probably feels like he's got a touch more control by doing that. That's just a preferential thing for him. That's his thing. Not too many players on tour do that.
No, not at all.
For sure.
Yep. He's way up there.
Maybe a little wind there on that toss.
Oh.
I would hope.
As it almost blows our headsets off? Yeah, I'd say a little.
Definitely a gusty week here.
It's been mostly steady, but there are occasions when from steady it does gust up, right?
Yeah, and I think as a player you prefer steady, right? Even if it's 30 miles an hour, you pretty much know how each side of the court's going to play, and that was something we saw yesterday with so many of the matches, drop shots coming from one side and lobbing on one side, where the other side drop shots were impossible and lobs were absolutely impossible. And the wind feels like it's going to be a little more like that today, kind of a steady pace. And again, as a player, you probably prefer that because the gustiness makes it really tough what to predict.
Here we are at 1-all, and we'll see which one of these guys can get his first service hold under his belt. It's going to be Lucas Satoli with the first attempt at that, serving at 1-game-all and 15-love.
As you just get back to that Paralympic talk, it is interesting to see that every one of these players in this tournament are all going to be there. Probably not too many new faces, I think. I think we're going to see a lot of the same players in the same positions at the end of the event, vying for medals. And like you said, that third, fourth spot is that bronze medal is coveted. Fourth place gets a big donut. So.
Yeah, and I think it is a real test of mental toughness because, everybody's focusing always on the gold, right? So, if you can make it through the semis, at a minimum, you're gold or silver. And so you feel like, really, I've reached the top of the heap. and then all of a sudden you realize, oh, wait a second, I lost, and yet there's still something really big at stake. You have such a big letdown, I think, when you lose those semifinal matches, but then you gotta do a quick turnaround.
Quick turnaround. Yeah, and it's
mentally,
funny.
most of all.
How many times I've heard silver medalists say, I'd rather have the bronze because I won it versus having lost the gold, kind of that mentality. And I just think to myself, a silver medal is not too bad.
No.
It's a nice, just shows you were there at the end.
I think to follow up on that, at least with winning the bronze, you go away from the event with the last match that you played was a W. As opposed to with the silver.
That's part of the psychology, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. All right, so I go away with that happy feeling. And right now it's Lucas Ottoli.
Lucas was in the bronze medal match, actually, in Rio versus David Wagner. And
with a happy feeling, with an attempt to hold here. Backhand in the net, says we'll go to deuce instead.
So Lucas has been in those types of matches, so let's see if he can tap into a little bit of that experience today here to take third.
Was Rio, was that his first? I don't think that was his first.
Not his first.
He was in London, wasn't
medal. He was in London, but I think this was his first medal contention.
Right.
And played a good match, but just got away from him, and David, with his experience, took it.
Yeah, I have pretty few players with as much experience as David.
I'd say that.
So,
that's a fact.
Yeah. Of course, he was sent home from this tournament with some just incredible play in the pool that he was in with Lucas and Andy Lapthorne. All of those having come out of pool play, having won one match and lost, but it was David who was on just the slightly short end there of the tiebreaker scenarios that exist in the round-robin format. So it was Andy and Lucas who went forward into the semifinal.
Yeah, round robins are interesting, aren't they? You really want to win as many games and sets as possible, just in case those scenarios play out where there are tie breaks and head-to-heads. Those become critical. That you really do try and play your best all the way through.
Yeah, and you don't go into it maybe in your first round. You're up 4-1, 5-2 in a set, first set of the tournament or something like that, and you maybe play a couple loose games. Okay, it's 5-4. All right, tighten it up a little bit, and you win that set, right? But those games, those two critical games there, yeah, it's hard to really keep that type of mentality throughout the entirety of that round robin. Like, I've got to be just on fire for every game, but ultimately that can, as you mentioned, come back to kind of get you in the backside. But it's Lucas right now with the first hold, so congratulations to him, as both players opened up with breaks, and now it's Seguino with a chance to get it even at 2-0 with his second service game.
Yeah, pretty even start here.
Yep.
And no sign of pain from Koji on the elbow. Again, looked like he had quite a bit yesterday and had a lot of work done by our physio staff here. But he looks like he's holding right now.
Good shot at the Japanese hopeful.
Yeah, look at Team Japan going into Tokyo 2020.
Really strong.
Looking really, really strong.
Yep. 2 participants here in the men's division. Of course, world number 1 and Japan phenomenon, Shingo Kuneda, and his teammate, Takashi Sanada, participated in the men's round robin, and Yui Kamiji, no stranger to this event, at number 2 in the world in the women, and now a nice addition, Koji Seguino. Great shot at Koji's wheelchair and setup. Oh, he's got the knees belted in, and the feet tucked in underneath. Got to keep that center of gravity all underneath him there for his ability to turn and maneuver the chair. Amazing to see all the different setups. 15, 20 years ago, they all pretty much looked the same. But now we're starting to see some unique setups in the chairs. You've seen the evolution of those over the years that you've been involved in the sport.
Yeah, material, technology, just the overall engineering. But it does seem like the athletes now really are paying very close attention to the setup of the chair, in respect to their disability. They're really trying to maximize. It's almost gone very able-bodied like, where if you have, say, we call trunk, players will try and sit up as tall as they can. And
nice swing there by Lucas, just misses a little wide on the forehand down the line. And
yeah, that setup's critical. You set up as high as you can, get that big hit. if you've got a little bit of a trunk situation where you don't have quite as much function, you're going to sit down a little bit and push that chair. And there's that down the line return we talked about all week, how effective that return is. It just gets back to the server so quickly.
Yeah. Lucas looked pretty comfortable on that one, just kind of.
Yeah, it's pushed into it.
Yep. Nice, easy shot
Steered
down
it
line.
down the line, that's right.
Game. Satoli.
Goes from line to cross, and both of them effective. No response from Seguino, and it's an early 3-1 lead to Satoli. So as far as these players, Jason, going through the process of figuring out the chair that's right for them to a new player, what would be the length of time that you would maybe see them go through the process from getting in a beginner chair to kind of figuring out what's best for them to ultimately maybe go into a fixed frame chair where there's no adjustability because they've figured that out? How long would you anticipate a process like that would be for an up-and-coming player?
I think, a lot depends upon the athlete. If you've got a really strong athlete who, maybe was athletic before they got injured, and they come in kind of with a foundation, you might expedite that process a little bit. It also depends if they're an adult. If you're full grown and your disability is done, it's not degenerative and it's just kind of in a fixed position, you'll probably find yourself, if you were progressing, moving into a fixed frame maybe a little bit sooner. But the adjustable frames out there are so wonderful because they just allow a place like us that runs a weekly program to have chairs on site that we can actually adjust to someone's disability. And once they spend some time in that chair and we tweak it a little bit, and it could be the better part of a couple years. I mean, it's not, this isn't something you fix in a
another
month.
near miss.
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah, it was very close. No correction by the chair umpire, so call stands. But Lucas getting some good swings in here.
So definitely, the chairs can be, again, it can, there's a couple different factors. Again, age, athleticism, disability drives that. But I think the decision to go to a fixed frame chair, that's a pretty big decision because it's such an expensive investment. If you're, say, not a sponsored athlete, you really got to get it right. And
there's the Satoli cross-court backhand. That's the shot that Lucas.
His shot, huh?
That is his shot, right? If Koji.
He hits it as well as almost anybody in the men's division as well. It's a big backhand.
Yep.
So, the chairs, can't stress it enough. It is such an important piece of all this. It's the obvious thing for those of you who are new to this. You come and you say, hey, the wheelchair. But if you take a closer look at it, they're all so refined, especially at this event, and so dialed into each person, each individual. So, you could throw Lucas in another chair and it just wouldn't work. So they've gone through that process and it's taken years.
Yeah, I can remember when I first started seeing him play, Lucas wasn't playing in a chair that looks like what he's playing in now. He had pieced together one for a few years there on the tour. Really, all the credit to him with the water bottles.
The water, I was just going to say, as a double amputee, very objectively, there's no weight in front. He doesn't have any legs up in front. So the chair can be a bit squirrely if you don't have any weight on those front casters. And so the first time we saw Lucas come in, he had a chair that was clearly used, wasn't one that was designed for him. Correct. And he had 2 water bottles, one on each part of the lower part of the frame, duct taped to the frame, just for that little bit of added weight up front to keep those front casters down. So, players will adapt and do what they need to do to make it work.
Yep. And so, speaking of making it work, it's Koji Seguino who gets the break again, and now another chance for him to serve to get this to 3-all. Guys continuing to struggle a little bit on their serve. We've only had 1 hold so far, so we'll see if that pattern continues. And shortly here on center court, you'll probably be seeing the beginning stages of our quad final between Dylan Alcott and Andy Lapthorne, which we expect to be a very highly competitive match between 2 guys that are no strangers to one another. But right now it's the quad 3-4 match, the match for 3rd and 4th place. And again, there's ranking points that are on the line, prize money, as this is a professionally funded event. These guys are professional wheelchair tennis players, so they're going to put some coin in their pocket as they go home to Orlando, or maybe they drop it here at one of the local attractions. Maybe they're like, all right, pick up a couple coins, and that could get me a hot dog over at Disney.
Disney's expensive.
It is. They do it right, and they're really good, but they don't give it away.
Don't give it away.
They don't. But hey, when you're an iconic institution like Disney, you shouldn't give it away, because the good things in life, sometimes you have to pay for them.
That's right. How many times do we know how many times these gentlemen have played? Koji being, and again, it's interesting that, talking about South Africa and the amount of travel that the players try and do. I know our South African players just, funding is a little bit of an issue in some parts of the world, but it's improved. But these guys are not playing week in and week out everywhere. It's just a reality. So, when we talk about head-to-heads, the reality is I think Koji and Lucas had probably maybe only played a handful of times, if that. So having that lefty-to-lefty again, and having a new guy across the net from you sometimes can be a challenge. It can be exciting because it's a new guy, but at the same time, you don't really know him that well. Where so many of the other players have had so many head-to-heads over the years that they know exactly how to play one another, and it simply comes down to execution and keeping your nerve, as we always talk about. That mental toughness side is so very important.
Well, because of modern technology, Jason,
got it up on your iPhone right
and that little 30-second spiel of yours, I was able to see that these two players have met 3 times this year. And again, Koji being kind of a newcomer to the tour. But surprisingly enough, it's 3 wins for Koji. So he's had the advantage against Lucas, as he's kind of made his way into the quad rankings up to number 4 in the world right now. A spot that Lucas has occupied on many occasions over the years. So we've had 2 3-setters. So that means these guys have competed closely. But in the last meeting, it was in Korea, an area a little closer to Koji's home. Yep. It was 6-0, 6-3. So a pretty straightforward victory for him in their most recent meeting at the Korean Open.
And we've said that before about Lucas. You can be a bit streaky, where you can just play absolutely lights out tennis, and then there are times where, whether it's a timing issue or, again, a little bit of a windy day affects him, and he just has a difficult time being consistent. Again, always the shot maker, we know that, but some balls you just wouldn't believe he would miss. It just the error creeps in, so it just depends upon the day with him. 3-all, so we have evened it back up here, guys, and pretty evenly matched. No one's really showing a propensity for pulling away. There's nothing really jumping off the page here that's saying one guy's going to run away with it. So we'll see how this starts to play out as we get close to the end of the first set here. It's always interesting how you get to mid-set, things start to get a little, not tighter, but just the focus is there. And we've played 6 games, so they're both dialed in, and
a lot more head-to-heads coming up, certainly in our quad final, as Dylan Alcott and Annie Lapthorne will compete from that, with some competition for them dating back to 2014. So
at least 4 years.
About almost 30 head-to-head matchups between those two guys. A lot of experience there, and a lot of familiarity with those two guys.
Again, another lefty with Andy Lapthorne. Interesting, we got 3 lefties.
It doesn't seem like Andy really utilizes his left-handedness that much. I mean, he's not a side spin guy too much. He doesn't really over-exaggerate his lefty. His kind of game is predicated on the wheels and kind of the aggressive forehand. He certainly likes to hit his forehand with a lot of loop, a lot of spin.
Yep. Yeah, he can drive it when he's forward, but he does tend to like that high ball. Trying to either draw an error out of you or draw a short ball. I mean, that's what any of us would use a high ball for, right? Trying to get you to either, create the mistake or give me a ball that I can come forward on. And Andy has shown, as he showed yesterday against Koji, has really good touch up front. So if he's drawn in by a short ball from Dylan today, you should probably see with the wind, see some drop shots coming. So, again, good variety from Andy, and then Dylan on the same fact. Also can show quite a bit of variety. And both players, I would say, are definitely dependent upon their mobility and their speed. That sets up everything for both of them.
Yeah, a lot of speed on the court between those two guys.
Ton of speed.
Yeah, yeah.
So a lot of balls are going to be being chased down.
Well, and there it is, the turnaround from a 3-1 lead for Lucas Ottoli. It's now 4-3 Koji Sugino. So the pattern of him having the advantage over Lucas might be continuing today, as Lucas looked to break it early, but it's now Sugino who's settled in and has now got the lead at 4-3. Everything looking good here on a Sunday morning at the National Campus. I'm sure everybody enjoyed the traffic break that they got on their way into the campus today, because on Sunday mornings, it's easy like a Sunday morning. Ever heard that song before, Jason?
I have.
Commodores? I think it's the Commodores.
I think you're right.
Yeah, okay. You gonna bust?
Sounds right. I'm not gonna say you're wrong.
Are you gonna bust out a little lyric?
No, I'm not gonna do that. I thought about it, but I'm not gonna do that now.
That's why I'm
There's
easy.
a moment I thought maybe I'll take advantage of the microphone, but
I'm easy like a Sunday morning.
yes, that smoky voice of yours.
Get that cup of coffee going, and just sit back and grab the Sunday morning paper. Ease on into the day. And if you're here in America, and then it's football time.
It's football
this time of year.
It's a big day.
It's NFL day. Yesterday being collegiate football day. A lot of big things happen in the world of collegiate football.
University of Central Florida keeping their unbeaten streak alive, beating Memphis last night. Now, I don't know, over 100 points scored.
56-41, I think, or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of points right there without their starting quarterback, which ends up being
Oh,
a really nice win.
what a terrible thing with the injury that he sustained a week ago.
Yeah.
And
He's actually a wonderful kid. So.
but their Cinderella story continues in the world of collegiate football.
Big backhand right
there.
there.
Yeah, it is.
Jeez.
That's one of the nicest ones we've seen Koji hit so far. Evens the score at 15 all.
Koji's putting a little extra effort into this one. He wants to break open this set a little bit. I think he senses he's within striking distance of closing it out. His demeanor and his ball striking is suggesting that.
But it's Lucas not going away without a fight here as he goes a little bit up in this game. Yeah, Sugino, I mean, if he's going to lock this thing down, again, he's going to have to get that serve under control and start to command that with a little bit more consistency.
Yeah, that first serve, as we talked about the other day, that first serve percentage, it's always the percentage you see, in most tournaments that you watch, and coaches emphasize it all the time, get that first one in as much as possible. And it's not only to take the double fault out, but again, as we always say, we don't want to provide that weaker second serve.
Left that one short, and certainly, Lucas had a good look at it.
Good look at that one.
Yeah, he did. Just went a little bit too big. Probably didn't need to do that much with it. Had Koji out of position.
Like we talked about, mid-set, heading into the latter part of the set, look at shot selection, and again, another missed first serve. 30 all 4-3. You want to get that ball in play. Keep the pressure on the returner. This returner typically has a little bit of an advantage with some motion when they hit. They're rolling into it. And not a good time for a double there. Let's see if Lucas plays this a little more aggressively, I think, with a game point. Get it back to 4 all.
Nope, just took that backhand kind of gingerly into the net. Didn't really get a good look at that one. Maybe Koji got a little bit into the body there. Didn't allow Lucas to get extended and place that ball, so we're back to deuce.
Ooh, good wing gust there.
Yeah. We're having to hold the microphones close up here just to not have the wind be a part of the broadcast. Now it's a chance for Seguino to hold. But
back to deuce.
an ineffective forehand from Koji, which is his shot. I'll tell you, the first day of competition when he played Dylan Alcott, I was really impressed with how he navigated through that match.
6-4-7-5.
Yeah,
Tight.
Or flip flop from that, but essentially, two tight sets, and he looked really strong, especially on the forehand side.
Again, these are things we talk about as we head towards the Paralympic Games once again. He's got a year and a half to really dial this stuff in, so he's going to be tough, especially on his home turf.
Yeah, well, the Japanese Federation, who helps fund him, their national governing body, certainly is putting some effort into that because he's played, this is his 23rd tournament of the year. That's a lot of time.
Every other week.
They recognize how critical it is for him to get the match play in and build up that foundation of experience against these players. And there it is. There's the hold from the unforced error off the forehand side by Sitoli. It's a hold by Seguino.
A little gap in the score, right?
First one.
We always call that a two-game swing.
Yep.
So 5-3 up 2 could have been 4-all where there's no lead. So
yeah,
that's a huge deal right there.
Now, Lucas had his early chance with that. He was up 3-1, but didn't take advantage of that good start. And just like that, he's got to serve to stay in this first set.
As we know, the returner has typically the advantage. So Seguino's looking good right now.
And here it is, a couple early points for Seguino to possibly get a look at some break points to finish off this first set. And that forehand, no chance, almost midway down the net from Lucas. And so now 3 break points for Koji to take this first set kind of comfortably now all of a sudden at 6-3. I'm going to say he gets it right here, Jason. Lucas puts this second serve in. Koji's going to get after it.
Ooh, the left cord dribbled over. Yeah, we again, from a coaching perspective, we just watch body language, you watch attitude, tone, and great drop shot right there.
Yeah, he didn't. Yes, that's one of the best. Look at that thing just die right there.
I don't think he had used it once, so
no.
Very effective time to use it at love 40.
He'd been holding that one close to the vest,
That's right,
as they say.
Well, we'll see how Lucas comes out in the second here. That first game is always critical as to the tone of the match from here on out.
He got off to a good start, but wasn't able to kind of capitalize on that, and it was all Koji down the stretch as he reeled off. Oh, wow. Just a boatload of games down the stretch. Got it to 3-all after the 3-1 lead that Sitoli had, and then never looked back. Another reminder of what our center court schedule is for today. We want you to join us for the quad final. Dylan Alcott, Andy Lapthorne coming up at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time and 3:30 Greenwich Mean Time, followed by the men and then followed by the women. So it's going to be finals Sunday here. We had semifinals Saturday, and of course when you make it out of the semifinals, it's all about the final. And
It's always good to be playing on Sunday, Paul.
Oh, that's the saying. Yeah, it is, right?
Doesn't matter what sport, right?
You're right. You're
Playing
right.
on Sunday,
Something good's going on.
You've done something pretty good all week to get there.
Especially in the world of tennis, right?
World of tennis, you're here. It's a big deal.
Yeah, I can remember even back as a young player, kind of coming into the tour and everything like that. It was, even if it was in the consolation rounds, you know, the fact that you were getting extra matches in and you weren't booking your ticket home on Friday, that was always a good thing.
You always look at the draw going, well, I'm out of here. I'll be out of here Saturday morning. But again, like you said, just playing on Sunday, like you said, consolation, it doesn't matter. The fact that in the very last day of the event you're still playing is a good thing. So for these guys, it just means a larger payday.
We're getting ready for some center court activities, but right now we're going to have continued coverage of the quad 3-4 match between Koji Sugino of Japan and Lucas Satoli. It's Koji there on the bottom of your screen, receiving the tennis balls, prepared to open up this second set with a serve, and Lucas on the far end. Nicely backdropped by the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters banner on court number 2. The courts have looked great here at the National Campus. A lot of work that has been put into making these look like professional tournament courts, especially, of course, center court, where we'll be spending the majority of our time today with our final matches.
Yeah, real congratulations to the USTA and Jo Wolin as our tournament director. She's just done a great job. First time running a Masters Series event, and then we know she's the tournament director for the U.S. Open as well. But she's just done a fantastic job coordinating and leading the team here. So it's been a massive effort. You don't realize how many people behind the scenes make it happen, as you alluded to with the production crew. But running an event like this takes so many moving parts to work. And Joe's done a great job all week.
And it's Lucas who continues to struggle. We haven't seen him hit too many good forehands today. Earlier on in the round-robin portion, Lucas had the forehand going pretty well, which, of course, is a nice compliment to his backhand. And there's Lucas taking advantage. Yeah, it was Koji that planted the seed on the drop shot, and Lucas is like, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Thanks for the reminder. So it's him that executes there to get it to 15-all.
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes it takes that, right? You have it done to you, and you go, that worked.
And it didn't feel good.
And if it works against me, it's going to work against him or her.
You know, we saw yesterday in the men's semifinal, one of the men's semifinal in particular, the Joe Girard versus Stefan Olsen match.
Wow, that was
a couple of big hitters, but it was Joe Girard who really showed a nice feel for the conditions yesterday with some just perfectly executed drop shots.
He really came in with a game plan that he didn't stray from, and there was no reason to stray from it, to be honest.
He was executing from the get-go.
I mean, there was, 10 drop shots from that same side. Lucas just did it, and the wind's the same. And then when he comes back on this side, being a good flat ball hitter, he just kind of hit through it. So it really kind of worked out to his advantage yesterday.
Yeah, and
Stefan looked out of sorts a little bit.
He looked out of sorts, and I'll tell you what, he had been playing some phenomenal tennis.
Yeah.
So it's really speaks volumes as to how Joe was able to dismantle a player who was really looking so strong coming into that semifinal. And of course, those two guys, good friends, longtime doubles partners, having just competed in the UNIQLO Doubles Masters several weeks ago, going to the final of that event and then losing a really heartbreaking match to the French team of Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer, having had 2 match points. Joe and Stéphane didn't convert. And they were talking a little bit about that throughout the week here. I think they've let it go for the most part, but sometimes those things stick with you when you have a chance to win a title like that.
Yeah, I think about that round robin. Shingo dropped a match to Stefan, so Stefan came out of that undefeated going into that semi, and that is really...
another great drop shot by Koji there.
Using it well, isn't he?
Yeah.
But again, thinking about, Shingo had a loss, Joe had a loss, and sometimes in a round robin, that isn't the worst thing. If you've won your opening round and you take a loss in the next couple matches, just one, sometimes that snaps you back into focusing up, getting back to work, and finding your form once again, where I think asking Stefan Olsen to go 4 straight matches at the level he was playing is a lot to ask.
Yeah, and it was really, really good competition with Joe in his pool play as he was competing against Takashi Sanada, Stefan Houdet, Gustavo Fernandez. I mean, he had... not that in this competition everybody's not going to have great round-robin matches to kind of get them into condition for the semifinal, but it was Joe who worked through that tough draw and tough bracket to be the number 2 that came out of that bracket behind the undefeated Fernandez. Crossover to play the number 1 Olsen. When's the last time Shingo was a number 2 coming out of the round robin?
Well, again, there he is again. Gustavo winning out like Stefan. So looking at the 2 guys who won out of their pools into the crossover against 2 guys who had a loss and didn't get through. So again, sustaining that level, and Gustavo again had a great week. Sustaining that level of play all the way through is so difficult.
And I'll tell you what, he didn't drop off one bit yesterday in that semifinal match against Shingo Cuneta. I mean, that was as good a tennis as I can recall seeing, period, straight up. Phenomenal. That was worthy of any Paralympic gold medal situation, you name it, Grand Slam, everything. And that was as good of tennis as you could ever hope to watch between those 2 guys. And really, I feel bad for Gustavo having played as well as he played and just coming up short and not able to get into the final. But boy, he brought it, which he does all the time. Yeah. It's something he's known for.
What he does.
It's what he does.
Great lefty serve out wide to Lucas's forehand to hold that first game. That was actually a tough first game there. They're both sensing, early here that the match can get away from Lucas early if he lets it slide and he drops that first game. So
as we inch closer, Jason, to this center court battle between Andy Lapthorne and Dylan Alcott, while we continue to watch the coverage on court 2, I can just feel the energy building here on center court.
Yep, the guys are coming out.
Crowd's coming out. Got some people in the stands.
Come out, and music's popping a little bit. Kind of that festive feel of a final. Color guard getting ready over there. National anthem. She's getting warmed up. So
I see we have one of our players. Can you see on the other side?
Dylan's
out and Andy's out.
At his bench.
All right.
Andy's at his bench as well.
I think they're going to try to keep this production on schedule, which of course all the matches have been throughout the week. They've really done a great job of keeping things moving kind of briskly as they've scheduled the match out really well. Our tournament referee's done a phenomenal job of scheduling the matches.
Yeah, weather's cooperated. That
Thankfully.
really helps. Keep a tournament on schedule. That weather.
I'd reach over there and wrap you in the head if I thought that was knocking on wood.
I'm rubbing your bald head right now, my friend. Yeah, it's so helpful. Weather's perfect right now, no doubt.
Yeah, sun's starting to burn off the clouds, as it often is the case here in Central Florida this time of year, where it opens up with some cloudy days, and then as the sun rises and gets a little hotter, it just starts to make those clouds go away. And speaking of possibly going away, it's Koji Sugino 2-0 up on Lucas Satoli. Don't know what he's just going to get balls up at the net there, so no distractions by Koji. So we don't know if Lucas is going to go away here in this second set or if he's going to put up a fight and look to get back in this match.
Koji's playing at a little different pace today than he did against Andy yesterday. And obviously less bothered by pretty much everything today. Yesterday he was all over the place, but today definitely more dialed in. Lucas has got to settle down quick, or this is going to be over quick.
Well, you talked about it's not often the case that Lucas needs to settle. Sometimes it's that Lucas needs to get fired up and get on one of those streaks that he's capable of implementing into a match. And he just really hasn't had a hot streak yet today, which is typically something he's known for.
Yep. Yeah, with a lot of the players, when they start getting animated and emotional, and you saw Lucas drop his head back and look up at the sky there, it's just... There's a bit of a concession that, let's just ride this out and get over with it, get the match over with. But
third game of the second set with Koji Sugino between Lucas Satoli, playing for this coveted fourth position here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's all Sugino right now, as he's up a set and on the verge of going up a set 3-love here to possibly storm out and just kind of roll this quad 3-4 match.
I think Lucas has got to stall. got to do something. he's got to slow this down a little bit.
You know what?
Unless he doesn't want to slow it down. That's
no,
always the best
I
way,
say
but I hope
start
he
swinging, Lucas.
Start hitting.
Hit
Exactly.
it. Get after it. Just
He's
start.
a hitter.
Yeah, he is, and it just really doesn't seem like maybe he's just a little tired. It's been a long week, and you're kind of at the end of it. You got a long trip home coming ahead, and you're kind of like, oh, I got that 15-hour flight back to South Africa, and that's no fun. And so maybe he's just kind of a little bit worn out and distracted, doesn't have the energy that it takes to probably claw your way back into this match.
Yeah. Well, you'd hope you say it's the last match of the tournament. Let's give it everything we got, and we can sleep on the plane.
Isn't that the truth? You've made that
Sleep
trip a couple times. Remember our trip to South Africa? What was it, 2011? It was a memorable trip, wasn't it?
17-and-a-half-hour flight out from Atlanta to Joburg.
Cup.
That was awful.
In Pretoria, South Africa.
What a great trip that was.
It was a great trip. There was a few things that
few great moments,
few
no doubt.
memories from that trip. None that we could probably speak about online. Actually, we could speak about it. It was one of the unique and historical events in the history of wheelchair tennis. Go ahead and tell us about it.
Maybe it's some sort of viral. Some
Stomach
sort of
bug.
virus.
Just call it a stomach bug.
We'll call it a stomach bug. We'll keep away from virus, but a stomach bug that hit our contingent. And if you can imagine, the number of players and coaches, we all got hit. Every one of us got hit. And actually, a couple of our ladies had to leave.
I'm talking the entirety of the tournament, not just Team USA.
Team USA got decimated.
Right.
The women's team was absolutely obliterated. Dana Mathewson and Caitlin Verfurth got just destroyed by this stomach bug. And Caitlin was hospitalized, I think, overnight.
She was.
And both ladies went home. And I've never seen Coach Walker here
as green in the gills.
Such a vulnerable condition as he was. He was wiped out, and I got hit, and again, it wasn't just us. It was honestly, it was probably 50 to 60
plus.
athletes. Now imagine that, basically a hotel becoming a triage unit. And honestly, they had, I want to say, upwards of 30 paramedics.
Wonderful response.
Doctors from everywhere came in. It really was wonderful, but I don't know, you burn that hotel down. I don't know what you do at the end of that.
Bring the hazmat unit in. All right. How much more disinfectant do we need? A lot more.
Lysol sponsors the event now. But it really was. It was brutal. But yeah, so Lucas, he's got that to look forward to, that trip. And
not the stomach bug. He's got the trip.
No, not the stomach bug.
And right now we're going to go to center court for our national anthem ceremony. That's going to be brought to us by the singer today is going to be Alyssa Ragu, as she's going to belt out this historic song that we love so well here in our country. And it's Rob Gordon that's going to do the announcing.
NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters here at the wonderful facilities of the USTA National Campus at Lake Nona, Florida.
Rob, having been a former stand-up comedian, knows how to get a crowd going, doesn't he, Jason?
She does.
Before our first final, for those who are able, please stand for the color guard, followed by the national anthem of the United States of America, which will be sung by American Idol and Lake Nona resident Alyssa Ragu.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that till then. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you.
That song and kind of try to make it their own and give it their own version of that. Program back in the day I would have voted for. Would have texted a vote. There's our center court schedule for today. Coming up right now, Dylan Alcott versus Andy Lapthorne in the quad final, followed by probably the premier match of the day, Shingo Kunita versus Joe Girard. And then finishing it all up, it'll be the ladies, Dita de Groot from the Netherlands and Yui Kamiji in one of their typical battles, number 1, number 2 in the world. So stay with us for this full day of coverage here on center court as we continue to probably go back shortly to the 3-4 match on court 2, but right now it's all about the action on center court, and what a great spectacle that was to witness and listen to. So we're thankful to all those participants that made that opening ceremony right there on center court so spectacular.
And now, please welcome on court our
And as they get finished up with their ceremonial introductions on center court, we're going to resume coverage here on court 2 between Lucas Satoli on the far side and serving Koji Sugino. And we'll get you the score update here in a moment, but I think when we left it was all Sugino. We'll see if Satoli's had any breakthrough at all on this court.
Judging by what we're seeing, even a miss there, though, Koji's dictating and in control of this thing. So, see if he can. He smells the blood. And
well, we left at 3-0 in the second set, so it's a possible 4-0. It's a possible 4-1. It's possible 3-2 if Satoli's gotten things under control here. What's your guess? We haven't seen the score pop up yet.
I'm gonna guess Lucas is still trying to get on the board. That's what I'm feeling.
Okay, you're saying 4-0.
I'm saying 4-love. They switched ends. That's right.
Yeah, with him being more of the newcomer, this match just might mean more to him. I mean, he just might be a little bit hungrier than Lucas is. I mean, again, Lucas, a far more experienced two-time Paralympian, so he's been in a lot of big matches
US
like
Open
this.
Grand champion.
Yep, there you go, Grand Slam champion, and just on cue, it is the 4-love lead. So I think that makes sense to me that Sugino might be. This is an important match for him to get another one under his belt and kind of lock up this head-to-head matchup as he's been undefeated against Lucas in the past.
I think it sends a message to the rest of the division, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Koji has awakened people to him being a member in this division and not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah. He's collected quite a few wins over some of the top players of the past 18 months. And again, when a player does that quickly, it turns everyone's head. So, Lucas not taking much of a change over there, is he?
No, he's ready to
be done.
Either get to Disney World or get to a flight. And here we go as we see Andy Lapthorne approach the chair umpire on center court. It'll be Dylan Alcott joining him there shortly for the coin toss. And again, once again, Andy wearing the very colorful green Fila jersey. Left-hander out of Great Britain. World number 3. And it'll be Dylan Alcott in the brightly colored, looks like orange salmon color, but might look a little pink on the screen to you guys. And ladies watching back home. Nonetheless, both guys coming out with color today, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Two colorful guys.
Two colorful guys, yeah. Certainly in Dylan, really probably maybe one of the most colorful personalities on the tour. But Dandy with that dry British wit, Dylan with that kind of zany Australian flair, right?
Yep. These guys are two of the great characters on the tour.
But really competitive individuals.
Yeah, Andy back in the final here after last year's final against David Wagner in London at the University of Loughborough. And now here we are in Orlando, and he's back in the final again.
Right.
So
Well,
this is kind of a,
very consistent performer.
yeah, no doubt.
There's
But
not-
we know that. We know that with Andy. He's
Not too
always-
many finals he hasn't touched over the
No.
course of his career on the UNIQLO Tour.
Gosh, I think he's been in every one.
Yeah, probably
At some point.
if you look back. But it's Dylan taking a little extra time here, maybe icing Andy out the gate. You never know. Sometimes there's a little bit of gamesmanship that goes on between
No.
these guys. Never.
No gamesmanship in
Never.
the sport of tennis.
Never.
Not in this.
Not in the
not
history.
in wheelchair
Not in
tennis.
the history of tennis.
No, it's everywhere, and especially at this level, these guys.
Every little bit of
Every little
psychological
bit,
edge,
yeah.
right?
A little dig, a little irritation, a little make them wait. You know, that's all part of it. Everybody knows it. It's not too overt, but it's
Subtle.
subtle.
Yeah.
Sometimes not too subtle.
Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, like the Koji bathroom break the other day.
goodness
You know, that
sakes.
one didn't seem too subtle to
No.
me. But
Not too often you come back from a bathroom break and you use the full 10 minutes and then you re-grip a racket and you make everybody continue to wait. So that sort of stuff. Yeah.
And there's
there
the
it is.
completion of match,
Koji
opening
Sugino.
match of the day. It's Koji Sugino who wins 6-0 in the second set, straight set victory, 6-3, 6-0 over Lucas Satoli. So he'll take home the really highly coveted third place finish here at his first ever NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. A great debut tournament for Koji Sugino from Japan. We get a nice aerial shot of the two lads warming up on center court. It was a good luck, mate, and a cheers. Good luck, mate, from Dylan, and a cheers from Andy as they wished each other luck prior to their final here. It's Dylan Alcott, who's the reigning Paralympic champion, having taken home the gold in Rio
Against Andy Lapthorne.
against Andy Lapthorne, the silver
So
medalist.
it's a rematch of our Rio gold medal match.
So, continue to join us here as these gentlemen warm up. It's coming up next. We've talked about it. It's the quad singles.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back here for the quad final here at the NEC Wheelchair Masters here in Orlando between Andy Lapthorne and Dylan Alcott. Andy Lapthorne to serve. First point of the match. Great start for Andy. I think it's going to be very important that Andy stays aggressive today. We kind of know his style. We know he likes to play the high ball. We got a little wind going on, but he can't back off too much. Dylan Alcott is a very strong athlete, great pusher, great scrapper. He's got a great basketball background, two-time Paralympian for Team Australia's basketball team, gold medalist. So he can push, and so I think Andy's going to have to figure out a way to stretch him out a little bit and make him uncomfortable. That's generally how we try and coach. We'll see if he can start out strong and stay on top of Dylan today. Dylan likes to be out in front. And so if you can get him behind, sometimes it affects the way his decision-making changes a little bit. Definitely a swirl today. Getting that ball up in the air is going to make the ball flutter around a little bit. And the way this court's laid out with the cement walls, you get a little bit of a swirl, and the wind is stiff, so maybe a little bit unpredictable for the guys out there. I think as we talked about, both guys are pretty emotional guys, so I think it's going to be important that they keep their heads and try not to be so animated and vocal as they both can be. Good shot right there. Again, high to the backhand or high to the forehand, either side, making players stretch, making them uncomfortable is always a good play in wheelchair tennis. Again, as we all know, you can't move laterally and you can't jump. So take those two things out of the picture, and what do you got? You got someone who's stretched out. It's just a difficult ball. So we'll see how both guys handle this as athletes here.
Well, Jason, we're up and running with our official first final. It's been a long time coming. Tournament takes a while to. The tournament takes a while to just kind of play itself out. But here it is. These guys have earned their spots here today.
No doubt. It's kind of hard to know with both guys. We always say is typically for one player, if a point goes longer, sometimes it favors one player over the other. I don't know if I could say that for each guy. It's pretty even.
Hard to say who it would be between these two in this particular matchup.
They both move so well. They both can hit an effective high ball. So if they're in trouble, they can throw it up and stay in the point. So I don't think it favors either one.
I think if I had to say, I think it would be Andy a little bit, only because I think it's Dylan who will look to probably maybe finish a little quicker.
Yeah, I would agree.
And Dylan's a showman, so if he gets a look at a ball, he's going to try to put on a show sometimes because he's capable of doing such things. And so I think it could be him that tries to pull the trigger a little bit earlier in some of the longer points.
Yep. And kind of like we talked about earlier, looking at going back behind Dylan, back to his backhand 2 or 3 times in a row, where you would say in the matches against Koji, in the match against Lucas, against two lefties, where Andy was, as a lefty himself, was going back to someone's forehand. He's now got an official righty's backhand to work on a little bit here, so that might help him being able to turn Dylan around going back for a backhand.
But certainly that little flicked topspin backhand that Dylan hits is a shot that he likes, very comfortable with. And we'll see a lot of those today.
Yeah.
It looks like he just flicks his wrist and hand.
Yeah, good hands. Good shot there.
Yeah, that's a nice end. You can see the early passion from Andy, so you know that this means something to him, as well you would expect it to. But he gives the fist pump. He's got his British contingent here to support him, his team. And so he looks to them, gives them the fist pump, and goes to work for a potential first hold here.
And both guys, great chair skills, both athletes, both see the court well. There's that flick you were talking about, Paul.
Yes. He can roll that off the court, or he can kind of loop it up.
A more traditional stroke there. I think for you folks at home, it's you'll come and watch wheelchair tennis in one shot. We talk about a lot is that inverted backhand that players use on that backhand side. It's basically using their forehand grip, which in wheelchair tennis is a great grip for pushing the chair. They get a lot of the flat side of the grip of the racket touching the push rim, but instead of changing your grip to more of a traditional, maybe Eastern backhand, the players stay in that semi-Western and just hit heavy topspin, and Dylan definitely is one of those guys. He's a huge backhand.
Just looking at the bios on both of these guys, you know, a battle of 28-year-olds. December 4th, so it's Dylan coming up with a birthday here in 2 days. So he'll be going into potentially a big birthday celebration if he gets this title.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, isn't there?
Yeah, Andy having just celebrated his birthday back in October. So both of these guys right at about the same stage of life. And it's Alcott with the break to take the initial lead. As the players will change sides, not take an official break. Maybe grab a quick sip or something. Good shot of Dylan Alcott coming around the net post there.
Wearing the old Oakley blades.
Oakley blades.
Oakley blades.
Yeah, long time, great
Wrap
great
around
product.
Glasses, yeah, great product.
And good for today because the sun is shining brightly.
Blocks it all out.
It's Andy with the hat on forward today. Typically, a lot of times you'll see Andy with the hat backwards, but because of the sun, some players just don't like to play with sunglasses. Andy might be one of those guys. So Dylan with the backwards hat and the glasses, and it's Andy with the cap forward to give him a little bit of shade today.
It's take an adjustment playing with glasses. You know, it does take a little time to get used to it. Some people just don't like having anything touching their face. It's almost like wearing a watch. They just, they just don't care for it. But it is, you talk about sun protection. And Australia, which we know they have a bit of a sun issue down there, wearing glasses and sunblock is really important.
Not so much for Andy in Great Britain.
No. Clouded over
where they just
358 days a year, and it's 50 degrees and raining. So
yeah, when they see the sun, no knock on Great Britain. We give our brethren some hard times there, but every time I've ever been over there, I've loved every minute of it.
No doubt. Anytime you go to a country where they don't have air conditioning, because they say they don't need it in the hotels.
Yeah.
Here we are in Orlando, where you need 2 air conditioning units. Midsummer here.
Alcott going for the big backhand there, and willing to take a good swing with a comfortable 30-love lead initially here, and now 30-15. Dylan typically almost completely plays his matches in a very carefree, easygoing, almost like fun-loving, likes to entertain the crowd. You'll see him with the ball people and ball kids or the officials. Seems to always have a smile on his face. Kind of just what helps keep him loose during intense moments.
I don't recall watching him just play such a poor match where he was so unhappy out there. He just tends to, like you said, he just keeps it loose. And I think when matches get stressful, that just helps him keep his focus. And Andy's got to be careful here, as we talked about earlier. Dylan likes to be the front runner, and Andy put up a strong fight in that first game and didn't get it. Now Dylan's getting a pretty easy hold going here.
The wind is picking up, Jason.
Yeah,
definitely picking up as our monitor's starting to rock a little bit. That tent above us is shaking a little bit more. So these guys are going to definitely have to deal with these increasing conditions.
You can see the palm trees.
Oof. They weren't moving like that yesterday.
Left corner, look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty stiff. There might be a little protection down low as it skirts overhead, but I think you get that swirl with the cement walls makes it a little tricky.
I'm taking a look at the umbrellas kind of parked over the top of the players' benches, and those things are rippling pretty hard, so you can get a pretty good indication how hard that wind is blowing down on the court. Dylan in trouble here, doesn't guess right. It's Andy who rolls the easy forehand winner into the open court to get it to deuce.
Idea wasn't bad. A little drop shot action there, maybe sneak one in, but didn't execute very well there. A little bit too deep. Easy forehand for Andy. Good serve there.
Right on the line.
There's that.
It's a nice shot.
Behind.
Nice shot announcement by Dylan as he isn't quite able to track that one down. Gives recognition to his opponent. It's Andy with a chance to get the break back. See the fountains in the backdrop off to the top left corner over there. Very pretty fixture here at the National Campus.
Along with the alligators that go along with that pond, Paul.
Yeah. Have you seen some since you've been here on campus?
I think we've had a couple removed, but again, it's not anything unusual
right
here in Orlando.
Oh, of course
to have
not.
Ponds of water with alligators in it, but I think there's a law where if they get to a certain size, and they're not very big, where they remove them. So
True.
there really isn't any issues of safety here. It's just kind of a fun
A
thing.
lot of people taking those home as pets nowadays.
Yeah,
when
I've
they
heard
get
that.
those big ones removed from the ponds, and they always find it's like,
They're cuddly
yeah,
creatures.
oh yes, oh yes.
We've had a couple of our employees go out to their cars in the parking lot and there's an alligator underneath their car. And that's always shocking, I would imagine.
Yeah,
So
that'll
walk
wake you
on
up at the end of the day.
That'll do it.
Yeah,
Going home and you gotta somehow get an alligator out from under your car.
another break chance for Lapthorne here.
Shot there.
Andy that
Pace.
can't come out of that turn quick enough to get the forehand, and Dylan who keeps it in tight. And Andy talking to himself a little bit, kind of trying to pump himself up and give himself some cues as to what he wants to do differently. And in a hotly contested second game of this quad final, it's Lapthorne with the third consecutive break point. Hasn't been able to convert yet. And it's Dylan swinging out from a tough position back deep in the court that gives Andy Lapthorne the break to go to 1-all in the first set.
An important game for Andy. You know, didn't look good there for a moment, and he kind of scrapped it out to get it back even. Again, going down a couple, a break and a hold early, it's not ideal, especially against someone like Dylan, who likes to play in front. So if you can stay with him, it's kind of like if you're racing someone you know might have a little bit more speed than you, the key is, staying with them, not letting them run away with it, and then giving it everything you can as you get close to the finish line. I think that's going to be something Andy needs to keep in the back of his head today. It's not letting Dylan run away with this thing.
A loud clap from the coach of Andy Lapthorne, Mark McCarroll, as he's trying to spurn his guy on here in the final. Done a
Former
nice
excellent
job.
player himself.
Really, really good player, and a good young coach that's been spending some time with a number of athletes over there in Great Britain. To include one of our U.S. players, Dana Mathewson, who's part of our U.S. women's team, currently ranked #1 in our U.S. ladies position, and studying abroad in a master's program over in London. So she's been able to access some coaching from Mark as she doesn't get a chance to get back here for very long segments of time, but wants to continue to be trained up.
Doing what she has to do.
Yeah.
It's the right play.
Right. Quick shout
Great
out to
lob
Dana
right
if she's
there.
listening. Back at her home in London. Temporary home. Hope to get her back to the States.
Yeah, I
she's
think so.
American.
I
Girl.
think
We need
so,
her back.
no doubt. San Diego. Great lob there by Dylan Alcott, playing the wind a little bit, getting that ball to drop in.
There's a good shot of how crystal clear center court is with the full sunlight. Two boys in their colorful shirts contesting this quad final.
Hat backwards again.
Hat backwards again now. Well, yeah, he flipped it from
He flipped it.
maybe for the service game.
Yeah.
maybe for the service game. Interesting to
And
see
this
him.
side with the sun to his back a little bit. You can see the shadow of him extending out. Probably doesn't need it forward on this side.
Yeah, kind of an ill-advised attack there by Dylan as he just kind of pushed one down the center of the court and started rolling forward. And Andy will take that all day.
Yeah, sometimes you get that hesitation and you realize it's too late to turn around and push, so you just go forward.
Yeah.
It's kind of an instinctual thing. It's not always a good play, but sometimes it's the only play.
And every now and again you get away with it.
Yeah,
Opponent just
yeah.
kind of gives one to you, but not the case that time. It was Andy with the response in a 40-30 lead.
Definitely want to have a little intensity if you make that move forward, though. You don't want to float. Again, you can't cover the lateral move, so you want to close in as tight as not as tight as you can, but you want to kind of make the front of the court smaller and force them into a tougher passing shot or a tough lob. Okay, we look at the first serve percentages again. Start really looking at that early. Let's see which guy's going to get more serves in play, put a little more pressure.
Dylan launches that one well long. Launch is the only word that comes to mind on that one. He didn't have much command on that one. He was looking to air it out a little bit, but didn't quite get control of it.
Is that one of the risks of using quite a bit of wrist on that backhand side? If you catch too much ball, you don't get that rotation that you need to get that ball to fall. It's out. It's gone. And with the wind today, it's not going to help you. It's not going to bring it down.
Nice forehand slice by Dylan there. Oh, get a good look at the mobility skills, but
Good pushing skills there, huh?
Dylan hit his hand there against the wall, maybe trying to track that one down. He's shaking it out, not comfortable. Had to run into something there as he was kind of tracking one down. Might have got pinched up against the wall a little bit. He was that deep in the court. So it's Andy Lapthorne looking focused and determined as he goes to the bench. Good shot of him right there, looking over at his coach to get a little bit of fist pump reassurance, probably like, yep, that's it, keep it up, stick with the plan.
He is one of those guys who loves that. He loves that camaraderie with his team. He likes to get the pump. Again, I think if he can ride a wave of Dylan being a little bit erratic for whatever reason, a little flat, I think this is a time that Andy's got to capitalize and try and build a little cushion into that score. And again, it goes the other way with Dylan. If Dylan keeps it close, he tends to get real good towards the end of sets where he gets, it's the most important
And we'll
time.
continue coverage on center court, but we should let you know that there's another match running up on court number 2. And at some point, we'll get you an update on that. It's Aniek van Koot from the Netherlands taking on Giulia Capocci from Italy in the women's 3-4. And there's a quick shot at Capocci up 2-1 over van Koot. And it's Capocci who's making her debut here at the NEC Masters and doing a nice job to having advanced out of pool play into semifinals. But ran into a tough opponent yesterday in Yui Kamiji. So she's fighting now for that 3-4 spot, but back to center court action. Dylan
Great
Alcott.
tournament for her, huh?
Yeah, great tournament for her. Another one kind of like Koji, who we talked about first time at this event, and making a really strong impact.
Yeah,
and I think she's going to be a player that the women are going to have to be very mindful of going forward as we, again, always kind of keep our focus on the Paralympic lead up and build up to 2020 in Tokyo.
Yeah, she's that next slot down. I mean, we got our elite with Dita and Yui and even Aniek and Sabine, and we got the players who've been around for so long that you just know we're going to be tough. But now all of a sudden you throw a younger player in who's kind of hungry and we know has been coming, and here she is. So we'll see in the next 18 months what Giulia produces.
Oh, big, strong driving backhand by Alcott right into the body as Andy's pushing up into the baseline, just can't handle the pace and the spin off that one.
Not a bad play to go right at Andy like that, though. He's trying to go away. He went right at him.
Yep.
Just missed.
Alcott 30-15. Tries to kind of hit a little bit of a cut overhead slice there from the baseline. Got to be good with that one. Got a long way to go between you and the net. Pulls it right to the tape. But did he get a good warm-up stroke in for that next serve, though?
He uses that shot a lot.
Yeah.
Slice forehand just above his shoulder line.
Another loose shot there by Alcott gives Lapthorne a chance to break and go up 3-1. Nice crowd sprinkled about the... There it is. You hear the teammates shouting, "Come on, Lapo," and rooting him on.
For a few years now.
Better part of a decade almost, it seems like. But yeah, that's a common refrain. But it's 3-1 Andy Lapthorne with a really nice start to this quad final here on center court. Opening final match today. This one will be followed by the men's final between Shingo Kunita and Joe Girard. Guys that are both familiar with this finals day at the NEC Wheelchair Masters.
Familiar with each other at this event.
Correct.
They've battled.
Yeah, they have
over the years.
And it's been Joe that's had some really good successes
Great
against
success.
Shingo in the 2 times that he's won this event.
Yeah, a little different scenario, I think, today with those guys. Both playing outstanding tennis coming in. But Joe is known definitely as a fast court player, indoor with his serve, probably arguably the biggest serve on tour. That kind of the old phrase, "as your serve goes, you go." I would say, Joe is that guy. If his serve's rolling, his returns are a little bit more aggressive. It just frees him up to be even, again, more assertive on that return game. So, a la Sampras,
It went yesterday, I'll tell you, in his semifinals match. He came out from ball number 1 and was just on fire.
Yeah, he looked really, really strong yesterday.
He did. And it's going to be a great matchup of styles. Again, you referenced Joe, his explosive serve, but it's Shingo who's just relentless with his attack on both sides, forehand and backhand, and then just superior chair skills. So it'll be an interesting matchup of playing styles as Lapthorne continues his good run here. 30-15, up 3 games to 1 in the opening set.
He's going to need to get as big a lead as possible because I guarantee you, I guess I'm going to try and guarantee.
Is there anything that's guaranteed, Jason?
There's nothing guaranteed. But Dylan's going to be coming.
Yeah,
he's going to surge here, and he's got. And he knows it. He's going to have to try and just. Again.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. Again, not to promise or guarantee, and that's tough to do. But I would be shocked if that didn't come. If you're right, if Dylan didn't get focused up and make a run either to get back in this set or really put forth a massive effort if he loses a set to get the second one and take it to 3. But right now, Lapthorne.
Yeah, he's looking really strong.
Great GoPro view there. The camera, come on. You can hear Andy Lapthorne probably from here as he kind of cheers himself on, knowing that a 4-1 lead is a good position to be in an opening set.
Serve out wide there, drop it back mid-court, and take that lefty forehand back to the ad side. It's just, we've talked about it throughout the week. It is hard to have long streaks of really good tennis. So I think what we're seeing here is Andy really playing as well as he can play, and Dylan maybe a little bit flat, and I think Andy knows that, and Andy's going to ride it as long as he can, and then prepare for, again, Dylan to bring it up a notch. And the challenge is, as a player, is to know that that's coming, and when it does happen, to be able to kind of put a stop block in and really, try and blunt that aggression out, that surge out. That's the hardest part. Because, again, the onus is also on Andy keeping his level up, right? So you got one player surging and another player trying to maintain where he's at. It's very difficult. He's able to maintain now because Dylan is playing the way he's playing. But, again, if Dylan can take it up a notch, it'll definitely change things.
Well, I think if he's going to do it, it would be this game right here. 5-1 would be a tough hole to dig out of even for Dylan Alcott.
Yeah.
But one game here, and he's right back in the mix.
Tough on this side.
Yeah, Andy's ball is really going to run as he's got the wind at his back. But it's Dylan that gets one up over the top of Andy Lapthorne. Yeah,
great
right.
Shot. What a great shot that was.
Yeah, from way back.
Jeez.
You know, and it's something that, you know, able-bodied tennis players are probably not too used to doing, is spending a lot of time that far behind the court hitting shots, but wheelchair tennis players oftentimes are very comfortable being that deep in the court, back up against that wall, and still maintaining some sort of a offensive nature.
Yeah, playing offense or even just a neutral ball, just to buy them some time to get that decent serve there.
2 quick points by Dylan to get off to a good start in this critical game for him.
It's something when we talk to the ball kids, we remind them to stay up against those walls, because unlike able-bodied tennis, these players utilize every inch of the court.
We saw
themselves.
We saw a little collision the other night between Gustavo Fernandez and the center linesman back there, just coming into view or just going out of view. He's actually on the Lapthorne side, but Gustavo was pretty concerned with whether or not he took the gentleman out at the knees.
Oh, goodness.
But he was okay. Just a little bit lackadaisical there by Dylan. I mean, he took his time, of course, trying to wait to see if Andy made a move, but really, you know, you probably almost prefer to see him push in there aggressively to kind of get himself going. Kind of just eased on in and fluffed it into the net. 30 all. Speaking of fluffing it into the net, that's a double fault by Dylan Alcott. You can see a little bit of his disgust on his face. If you're reading that body language we talk a lot about, he's not happy right now.
No, and again, I don't know if he's already starting to look towards the second set, maybe. You know, he's going to run this through. You know, it's one of those things where I like to get myself back into this with minimal effort, then great. If I don't, I'm starting to look at the second set. Again, a miss like that just kind of tells me
he's ready to move on.
He's ready to just kind of let this set go and reset then at the beginning of the second. And this is, again, where I think Andy knows, you know, obviously get this set, get it under your belt, and then pour everything you got into that first game to really try and show, you know, Dylan that, you know, you're here to take it and not just simply hoping that Dylan doesn't make a surge.
Yeah, very unenergetic opening for Dylan Alcott. It's Andy who's had certainly a little bit more focus, a little bit more passion, a little bit better, certainly a lot better energy. And it's Dylan who's just kind of maybe saying, all right, I guess I'm going to...
He was just looking to his coaching box to start clapping, try and get fired up a little bit here.
Yeah, and you might see Dylan just take some swings here in this end of this first set, just to see if he can get kind of a little feel for a couple of strokes, and maybe he's willing to swing out. If it goes in, great. If it doesn't, oh well.
Yeah, there's definitely strategy behind that.
It is. There's a calculation that goes into that when you get to a deficit like this. Not that you expect players, or you ever think players are tanking the set or anything like that. It's not that necessarily. It's just a calculation of energy conservation. Do I want to throw a lot of energy into a comeback at 1-5?
And it's the hottest day of the tournament. You know, it is warm. So, you know, that little bit of a drain energy-wise because of the heat that you haven't really seen all week, that could play into it as well.
And you don't know if these two young guys have been out at the clubs on, you know, it's Friday, Sunday morning. Maybe the guys were out at the club on Saturday night.
And they have the early match, you would hope.
I don't think so.
Being the pros that they are, they weren't doing that.
No,
I doubt that. But
I don't think so either. $15 all. Hearing a little bit more of a outburst on the grunt by Dylan, but there's another errant forehand. Andy keeping the pace rolling. He grabs the ball quickly. It's like, let's get this thing locked down here.
Keeping the pace, isn't he?
Yep.
That's generally how you do it. You know, things are going well for you and kind of got a flow going, you keep it moving.
One of the better balls from Dylan there. Ooh, just out. That was certainly one of the better backhands we've seen Dylan hit in this first set. This set
strike the ball a little bit.
Yeah, if the set comes back to him naturally, he'll take it. If not, he's prepared to.
I think that's well said.
Make adjustments. Oof.
I mean, even little slaps like that, he's starting to feel that out. Exactly.
back to deuce.
Big forehand.
Yeah, one of
angle.
the more aggressive ones we've seen him swing. So it's a quick break opportunity for Alcott. A chance to change over with a long road ahead of him still, even if he gets this game down 5-2.
As we've seen, Dylan, though, he's streaky, meaning he could reel off, not necessarily this set, but if, again, second set, he comes out on fire a little bit, a little more motivated. He can reel off a lot of games really quickly.
Well, and then the possible combination if he gets that little streak going, and then how Andy responds to it. I mean, if Andy just lets him hit it and say, all right, I'm gonna ride this out. But if Andy gets frustrated, then that kind of doubles down the comeback effort by Dylan, and maybe that thing snowballs a little bit.
That's right, speed. Yeah, all of a sudden starts to accelerate.
So we're 5-2. Andy Lapthorne in the opening set of the quad final. And over on court number 2, it's Aniek van Koot versus Julia Capocci, knotted at 3-all with Capocci serving, up 40-15. So we'll keep you abreast of that match there on court 2, as we'll be continually back and forth a little bit today, with our main focus, of course, on center court and the finals, quads, then the men, and then the women. It's a great day to be a wheelchair tennis player at the National Campus.
Beautiful day. A little windy, warm. I know parts of the country are suffering right now.
Yeah, it's the winter time, and some early winters have come to a couple of parts of our nation here, up north and in the Midwest. Have had some real early, heavy, hard winter action already. So flights canceled out of Chicago and Detroit and a couple other areas like that. I'm heading up to Buffalo next week, Buffalo, New York, to get a little of that winter love. Get some home cooking from my mom.
There you go. Can't beat that.
No, you can't. Yeah, can't wait to get home, spend a few days with her and my brother and some friends and family from my original hometown, Buffalo, New York.
It is fun to see some of the players, Stefan Olsson and Gordon Reed, some of these guys who, again, Swedish, Great Britain, they're out here soaking up as much sun as possible, as much vitamin D as they can get before it disappears for the next 6 months.
Get as much in the tank as you can, and then just kind of siphon it out as you need it throughout the long winter. Especially Stefan up there in Sweden.
Yeah. He's about 3.5 hours north of Stockholm, which is closing in on the Arctic Circle.
Get about 4 hours of sun a day if the sun's out.
Excuse me, yeah.
And then you get the flip side in the summer when you can't avoid the light.
Yeah.
You got to lock down the house at night to just get a little darkness so you can get to sleep and keep your patterns regular. A slap at that forehand there by Dylan.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Here we are at 5-2.
And yet I don't feel like it's...
No, it doesn't yet, but again,
feel.
he gets this game. All of a sudden, we're starting to creep back into it here a little bit. And Andy's got to get his energy up here.
Yeah, don't expect Dylan to just give it to you. Andy's got to continue to try to try to earn it and take it, not just throw balls in play and hope that Dylan goes away. Dylan gets that streak going, like you said.
Again, here we are. It's down. We're 30-all, 2-5, but again, he's really going to be just down one break, and we know about breaking serve in wheelchair tennis is something that is happens on a regular basis, so he gets a hold here.
Point away from the hold. Great serve out wide. See if he can capitalize here. Yeah, there it is. That's the 1-2 punch. Serve out wide, and then backhand cross court with a lot of action to run off the court. Just like that, we're 5-3.
Back on serve, almost. Still
you
down
can feel it, can't you? You
can
feel it creeping.
He's not going away.
It's going to be up to Andy to respond to close this thing out. All All on him right now.
From this side, sun in the face, wind in your face. Not easy.
Cap forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dylan knows how to command the spin, so with the wind at his back, he can flip some balls in and get them running.
These guys are just kind of hitting down the middle here.
And that's the first outburst we've heard from Dylan now on the positive side. Andy gives him the freebie from the easy overhead. Just tries to go a little too big.
Yeah, and starts creeping into your head going, yeah, heck, I was up 5-1. Now we're 5-3, and I just missed a fairly routine overhead from a bounce, you know, and that doesn't build confidence. So Andy's got to be careful.
Yeah, that's a little bit more what he needs to be doing there. He gets something he can handle. He needs to get after it. That's a good shot by Andy right there. Good aggressive forehand. He needs to stay in that mode right there. Not looking to loop a ball back in. He needs to get after it a little bit.
Yeah, using the width of the court there.
Shut this door.
Very well. Yeah, he wants out of this set bad.
That shot right there might be the one that loosens him up. Yep, it was Dylan who was kind of starting to feel a little bit, get the momentum a little going his way, but now Andy with a chance to keep things on his terms. Come on, Lapo, great serve.
Good time for a first serve there into the body. Huh?
That's
jammed him up a little bit.
Good positive voice by Andy there to pump himself up, give himself 2 points to close this set out. Guarantee we're going to get audio from either one of these players if they take this game.
Yeah, this is a huge game.
Yeah, somebody's gonna make a pronouncement on court. It's gonna be Lapo or it's gonna be Dylan. It's either a set for Lapo and he'll be talking about it, or it's gonna be Dylan on the changeover, letting everybody know in the stands he's back. We'll see.
There it is.
Indeed, there it is. And it's an opening set victory to Andy Lapthorne. Long way from the match, but it's a good start for Andy. A number 3 in the world up against world number 2. Dylan Alcott, first set in the book, and it's Andy Lapthorne. 6-3. See how that first set is unfolding on court number 2. Last we checked, it was 3 games apiece between Anique Van Koot and Julia Capocci, and now it's Capocci up 5-3 with a nice position for her. Similar opportunity to get a 6-3 first set victory, just like Lapthorne did here on center court. So great job by Julia to open up after having a couple of frustrating matches the last couple of days. May have turned herself around. We're getting a quick little look in here on court number 2. Thank you to our production crew for that. Give you a glimpse of what's going on. And there's the forehand down the line for Julia.
Kind of a traditional pattern there. A little serve out wide, slice return, move forward, take it down the line. Very good.
But of course, we'll focus all energies and everything on center court as the second set is about to begin with Dylan Alcott getting ready to serve. We'll see if he's found a little bit more of a groove, even having given up that first set to Lapthorne.
And he was fortunate that he didn't drop that last game. That all of a sudden gets real tight.
Yeah, I think things could have really turned around there if it went to 5-4. But it didn't.
Quickly.
Credit to Andy.
Yep.
Closed it out, got the good lead, finished it off. Struggles continue a little bit for Alcott.
Yeah, it's really low energy, for a guy who's, an energy guy. So it's a little strange to see him, I'm not going to say moping, but it's just not a whole lot of coming out of a serve or coming out of return. It's not like he's pushing a ton. So we'll see if that picks up. Yeah, that first game, huh? That second set is, or a third set. That first game is so
frustrated outburst by Dylan there. You can hear him kind of almost a grunt of frustration. And he tries to really load up on that first serve. And he needs to mix in a steady diet of consistent, but not back off, not go too passive, stay aggressive to a certain extent. It's a big come on from Andy Lapthorne as he goes up to a nice, comfortable 40-love lead here in the opening game of the second set, up 1-0. We'll see if the pattern of Andy's early leads in a set continues here.
This is the start he wants. Starting this second strong. A little break possibly here. And again, it's not like Andy's. And there's the break. It's just not that Andy's doing anything.
It's Dylan trying to get himself.
Huh?
No, it's Dylan trying to get himself going and not finding the mark, as he certainly swung out aggressive on that forehand, but far from close to being in. Goes over to the far sidelines. Going to make a chair adjustment. It looks like just a slight little shift. Takes off his knee plate, knee guard. Adjusts himself in the chair. Puts that piece back in. Maybe he was just not comfortable, not seated quite right or something.
That's a big deal, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like,
maybe you feel a little bit out of whack.
Having a rock in your shoe. It's like I gotta get that out of there. I gotta adjust myself in the chair a little bit. Maybe I'm not quite as dialed in as I'd like. Now he's fidgeting with his wheel a little bit. Yeah, I think Dylan's going to have to make his move pretty soon. If he has a move in him today,
right,
it's going to have to happen soon. If Andy blows this open a little bit, again, not ideal for Dylan to have to crawl out of another hole.
First point there. Andy Lapthorne's first service game of the second set goes to Alcott.
Some play there. I think Andy's got to get that a lot of that middle third. A lot of middle third hits here. Kind of back and forth here. If you watch here in the replay, we just see again Dylan not really recovering and now pushing forward, and Andy putting the ball right back to him.
Yeah, I think possibly a lot of the conditions have something to do with that. That guys feel like they just really can't
get
afford.
a clean look at it.
Right? Yeah, it's tough every time they feel like they got something going. The wind adjusts and makes it tough for them to be aggressive to more aggressive targets. So stay centered up, stay consistent. It's just a balancing act, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a game Andy wants. He wants to hang in this one and get it. Get that 2-love lead. Otherwise, we're back even again. Another 2-game swing. There's that downline return. Talk about a lot. Ball gets back to the server so quickly. It's just you really don't have much of a play. Even if you know it's coming, it's a very difficult ball to handle. So.
All right, 1-1. Kind of maybe locking in here a little bit. Here the chair umpire announced new balls. 9, 12th game of the match. Change of balls. So it'll be Dylan Alcott serving.
Got a little sip of water in there on a non-changeover. I know he had time because of the ball change, but maybe the heat a little bit. But Dylan, we'll see if he picks up his energy level by getting that
first chance to get a lead here today.
Yeah.
Maybe that could change everything. Just a simple 2-1 lead, change the whole perspective.
It does. Playing from behind is just different. Trying to drive the ball a little bit, even though he missed that.
Just back, good swing. Yeah, it is a good swing, just back.
Yeah, wind to his back. Ball's going to carry a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that either one of these guys looks like they're sharp today. I mean, they've both gotten themselves here to the final. They both have earned their place on center court here on Sunday, but neither one looks to be playing the best tennis that they've played in the tournament so far. It was Andy who played probably his best match against David Wagner in the round-robin portion of the competition. It was Dylan that looked strong against Koji in one of his early round-robin matches, despite the fact that Koji was playing very good that day. And so both of them just a little bit flat, a little bit unsure of their games. And that's a great example of it right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a ball Dylan would normally take out of the middle third and tag it. And he's just floating it up there. Maybe, maybe he's trying to utilize the wind a little bit, like you said.
But then Andy Andy dumps the easy volley.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just neither one of them's sharp. And it's frustrating. We talked, I think in one of the broadcasts, we talked about our guy, Alistair McCaw, sports performance expert, and how he explains they have a number of how often these athletes are in their A game zone versus their B game and C game. And I don't know that I would call either one of these guys, certainly not in their A game zones, neither one of them.
That's for sure.
And both struggling probably to even call it B games. And so it might just be a little bit of ugly tennis today, which is what it takes sometimes.
Alistair just came out with his new book, his third book.
Yeah, he's impressive.
Yep.
He just cranks those things out. He is a dedicated
first one dedicated
learner and teacher.
No doubt. He presents well. He's dedicated that first book to coaching, second book to being champion-minded, and this book being a good team player, team member, and what that is. So yeah, he's been great.
And
great
it's Alcott who does get the 2-1 lead, and first look at him on top today. So maybe that'll change the fortunes here for him in the second set.
Playing from behind for the first time. We'll see how he handles that. He's got the wind to his back and sun to his back for a couple games, so that might help.
And as we go to the changeover, I'm sure we've got a set in the books over there on court number 2, or at least the last time we looked, it was Julia Capocci, and there it is, 6-4. Great opening set for her. 1-love in the second to Aniek van Koot as those ladies battle on court number 2. Live look in there. There's Aniek van Koot, the left-hander from former world number 1. Long-time great player on the tour versus the newcomer, Julia Capocci from Italy. First time here at the NEC Masters. You see some of the players in the you mentioned earlier soaking up the vitamin D. Stefan Olsen to the right, Heath Davidson in the middle, and Lucas Satoli clapping on these guys in center court, out supporting some of their fellow tour members.
Left to right, South African, Australian, and a Swede.
Half man, half Viking.
Exactly.
He takes a
Looks
sip
like
of water.
Man, have
He's a great guy. All those guys.
One of guys.
People.
They all talk about that, playing outdoors at the end of November and beginning part of December, and being able to be outside in the sun playing versus maybe being in an indoor facility somewhere.
No maybes.
No maybes. Yeah, pretty much.
I talked to one of the Dutch coaches earlier this morning at breakfast, and she said, the coach of Dita de Groot said, they haven't been inside. They've been inside since the U.S. Open, which of course is September over there. And what a difference! You get those pristine conditions indoors. Everything's perfect. Everything's quiet. Everything's no sun, no wind, no conditions, and then you come to a big tournament like this, and you have to deal with some of those, and it's the early rounds that you kind of have to figure it all out, right?
Yeah.
Another ball to the middle third.
Yeah, just don't know what's going on here with this middle third ball. But
It's like there's a felt magnet in the middle third of the court that's just attracting the balls in there and repelling them from the sidelines.
yeah, I'll say I played college tennis up in Seattle, and
Great shot by Dylan right there.
we had to deal with that transition from indoor to outdoor constantly, especially when we traveled down to Southern California. So you're going from 50-degree rainy weather where you're indoors in perfect, like you said, perfect conditions. You hear everything well, see everything well, true bounces, no wind, to playing Arizona State in 85-degree weather, 30-mile-an-hour winds.
And it's all caught
And
here.
it's a
That's,
huge challenge. Using that drop shot.
Yeah, and now it's the first sign of, Dylan being Dylan, right?
Yeah.
And there's a break at love to go up 3-1, and maybe this tide has turned.
Yeah, I think we anticipate that,
We did. We
that
talked
first
about
one
it.
go and settle down at the beginning of the second and come out a little bit differently. Definitely not negative, not overly excited like he has been, but he's definitely a little more focused.
Now him with a chance to really extend and take complete control of this second set. It was all Andy in the first set, and now early on it's looking like it's heading in the Dylan Alcott direction. It's a little bit more of the colorful personality as he questions the chair umpire's call on that serve. It's Dylan taking advantage of the let cord to grab the early lead here in this service game with a chance to go up to a correction.
Yeah, look at that.
Return game. Oh, that's a replay.
That's a
Sorry.
replay, yeah. And
yeah.
a little tick off the net like that.
Right.
You know.
There's the trophy pose by Dylan. He likes that one when he hits that shot. And now it's him pushing the pace. He's reeled off a bunch of points in a row. He just broke at
Yeah,
love,
like we
and
said.
now he's up 40 love. So that's, by my count, at least 7.
Big games, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
A chance to go 8 points in a row, but he gives one back.
We were both still waiting for this quality to kick in at some point. It's getting
Yeah,
a little more refined, but looking for some of the
Well,
hits
maybe
that we
it's-
know both guys are capable. Maybe the conditions are just forcing them to stay a little more within themselves.
But there it is. That's 4-1 Dylan Alcott in the second set. Complete reversal from set number 1.
And quickly.
Yep, and quickly, indeed. Yeah, maybe they were just both going to be like, oh, well, let's use the first 2 sets for our warm-ups today there.
There you go.
And we'll give the fans a show at set number 3 when it means something.
Not a whole lot left at third set. That's it. That's all there is.
Good look at some of our fans in the stands here on center court. They're spread out all over the stadium, which houses 500 spectators. There's Gordon Reed from Great Britain, former world number 1, defending Paralympic gold medalist in the men's side. Great player, UNIQLO sponsored athlete, UNIQLO being the sponsor of the Wheelchair Tennis Tour. Maybe Heath Davidson thinking about lunch there as he rubs tummy, saying,
Looking for
got
his,
some grumblies there.
Where's my food voucher?
It's time for a sandwich. I don't know if they got the grill going again today.
Oh,
over
it'll
there.
be going.
Yeah, they got the grill
Oh,
going
yeah,
again?
yeah.
I may have to go hot dog or bratwurst again today.
Well, we
I'm
do
not
have
gonna lie.
that sectional championships going on, and got to feed the masses here. So we got the brats and
The hot dog yesterday was a life changer.
yeah, they're
I
good.
haven't had a hot dog in so long. It was so good. Just out. It was one that Dylan wanted to get off to a continued strong start here in this 6th game of the second set, but it's Andy who needs to get on track here pretty quick.
Again, like we talked about earlier, at some point you start looking at the amount of energy you're expending to try and get back into it. And you start looking at maybe, saving yourself at the start of the next set.
Yep. All calculations these guys have to put into the computer before they spit out their answer.
Going back behind is such an effective play. Andy turned in there. We call that maybe a mistake.
Yeah, and
on
with
a
the
turn.
wind, at his back, Dylan gets that little additional push, right?
Yep.
It's tough for Andy to catch
Ball
up to that
sneaks
ball.
through.
Oh, great get by Andy, and sometimes that's what it takes to get you going. It might not be the shot itself, but maybe the push, maybe the effort that kind of ignites you. Here's a good replay and a good look at Andy on the wheels. Great maneuverability. Digging. Fortunate.
Great shot.
Yep. Was ready for the reply.
And
if it
into
came.
the wind, huh?
Yep.
Knocked the ball down.
And toss it up high and deep and let that wind just knock it back. There's a flyer.
Ooh.
Now it's Lapthorne with a little bit of momentum after that big push and get. So maybe that's what's kind of got his engine running hot again.
Okay, and you start to hang around a little bit and see, like you said, does it come naturally? Is it something you got to really work for? But we're 4-1. We're not too far gone yet. Good shot there.
There it is. Good hold by Andy Lapthorne to get it to 4-2 in the second set, with him a 1-set-to-love lead over Dylan Alcott in this quad final here on center court at the United States Tennis Association National Campus, the site of this year's NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters.
A little momentum swing possibly here, huh? Dylan had it. Now he's kind of losing it a little bit. Up with a double fault.
Hard to put your finger on things today.
Sometimes.
You know, I mean, a lot of times you're sitting up here, we're real close to the court, so we get a real good sense of the players and the energy and everything like that. And some of the matches have been really easy to call in regards to the feel, right? But this one, I can't put my finger on it.
And so many balls down the middle third. I'm just trying to understand.
Oh.
I know it's windy.
Yeah, right. Great effort by Lapthorne, but
Again,
not in.
all it was a ball out of the middle third. Yep.
It seems so simple.
Seems so simple.
But they've been rare today. I mean, you really haven't seen players working the other guy from side to side or anything like that. It's mostly been.
Yeah, one ball. One ball's doing it.
Well, we're going to see it in the next match, I'll tell you.
Oh, goodness.
You know, those boys are just going to cut through that wind and play some big time tennis. That's Shingo Kaneda and Joe Girard in the men's division. Slightly different ability to strike at bigger pace and kind of minimize the wind with those guys.
Yep.
Just joining us, this is the quad final on center court between Dylan Alcott and Andy Lapthorne. Dylan didn't like the taste of that one as he attempted to go with a drop shot but didn't get enough of it. Oh, that's an errant one. Maybe that's why they need to stay in the middle, because every time they try to go to the outer thirds, it's the unforced errors that are just killing them and taking away momentum and just not allowing to continue any groove at all. There's the out wide that he likes on the ad side, or correction, deuce side.
There's the outer third. There you go.
There it is. One of the better balls we've seen from Andy, but it's been on those attacks that Andy's had those passing shots lined up. And that's the second time we've seen him rip the spin to the backhand side and no response at all from Alcott.
I just think if I'm looking across the court and I'm Andy and I'm just looking at, I'm not going to say lethargic, but almost to where he's just not getting out of the middle. I think, I would be trying to push him left and right as much as possible, stretch him out. Again, he's asking for the umbrella to be moved, and that's totally fair.
Looking to see if we can get a little shade there.
Yeah,
somehow he needs that repositioned. It's Andy who's in a nicely shaded position over there on his side. Dylan's like, hey, what about me?
Yeah, exactly. And again, like we talked about, it is the warmest day of the tournament.
Yeah.
And so the players, I think, are feeling it.
So would we consider the tournament people having thrown some shade there?
Yeah. That's funny.
On to Dylan Alcott, throwing a little shade.
Throwing a little shade on the guy.
Well, here we are. We got a competitive second set, 4-3. The first one was all Lapthorn early, big lead. Alcott made a little run but didn't close, and Lapthorn took the first set, 6-3. But right now we're at 4-3 Dylan Alcott, having gotten off to a nice 4-1 start here in the second. But now it's 4-3 with Lapthorn having strung together a couple of games. Lapthorn to serve. Chance to get it to 4-all.
Real decisive with what he's trying to do with the ball. You know, I'm trying to figure out if he's just trying to keep balls in play. And then
no real patterns established by any guy. No real tactical, discernible game plans that I can see. In other words, it's not one guy trying to get this one shot going or implement their weapon. And they're both kind of a little bit all over.
Yeah.
Which is probably what's producing the inconsistency and the up and downs. Seems like one of these guys needs to get locked on a game plan and stick with it and see if it can produce for him.
I think it's going to be whichever one of them decides to up the energy a little bit, honestly. Just a little bit of an uptick in intensity, and one of them could run with it. But they're both playing at about the same speed here. And that's...
Got my headphones off for a moment, and I can hear the framed mishit by Dylan there, so he's not seeing things. He's not stringing balls up. Nothing clean. And it's Lapthorn 30-15 here. Not a huge lead, but nice start for him to maybe get to 4-all.
Great recovery.
There, executes beautifully. Now it's 2 points for him to hold. There's a good replay, one of the better points we've seen this match, actually. Two guys actually setting some points up. Dylan going for the drop and Andy responding, getting on the wheels and being there. There's a big audio outburst from Andy Lapthorn as he's a setting now even the second it's 4-all set up.
Yeah, it's definitely swinging in Andy's favor here. I think Dylan was hoping Andy would just kind of go away there at the end of the second, and Andy didn't. He's just kind of hung around, and
maybe that's the shift in energy.
Maybe.
You know, we were just talking about. Maybe that's enough to really get Andy going here, and we'll see if Dylan can stop it now. It's 3 straight games for Lapthorn. It's a pretty good streak right there. Nice serve by Dylan, but an equally nice return by Andy to force the point.
Down the line return again. So effective.
Andy with the wind at his back, going to get a good look at the second here. Maybe a chance to jump on it. Go up 30. No chance given because Dylan tosses the serve long. And it's Lapthorn talking to himself, trying to pump himself up. Got a good voice going right now. Giving himself good, positive internal feedback.
He's starting to smell it now, isn't he?
Yeah, getting
I'm going to
close.
say the finish line, but
He could be looking at a finish line moment here in a second.
Good shot. Drawing that error.
Yeah, I mean, that's Dylan sitting on the back wall trying to hit an off-court angle on the backhand. It's just a lot to ask today when you're really not showing that you've had good command of your strokes. So it's now triple break point for Andy Lapthorne. Nice volley by Alcott, open court, easy point for him there.
Pulled Andy out pretty far, opening up that court, making the volley very, very easy.
You know Dylan's going out wide right here.
No doubt.
Yep.
Getting that backhand side.
Now looking to flick it to the open court. Nope, goes behind and into the net. And it's Lapthorne with a 5-4 lead in the second, one set up, and a chance to serve it out.
An event I don't think Andy's won.
No, I don't think he has. I mean, he's been to the finals a number of times, come up short a little bit, and again, U.S. #1, world #1 David Wagner has dominated this event, having won it the past 6 years in a row. He was a 6-time defending champ, and so Andy probably certainly came up against him a number of times over those years. But here he is on the precipice of having a chance to serve it out and gain his first ever Masters singles title. The impressive. Again, we've talked about his career and his accomplishments. There's not many tournaments he hasn't been to the finals to or hasn't won over the course of his career, but this is one of them. And so
he's missing, huh?
Great opportunity. The fans are pumping him up and cheering him on. Certainly his team is giving him every bit of energy they can to get him to the finish line.
See how much Dylan puts into this.
Yeah, good start to Andy with the first serve. Smart. It's all caught with a little bit of a wind at his back and flies that first one, slaps the racket to the court in a little bit of disgust. And, with each one of those errors, he's 1 point closer to getting on a big plane back to Australia. It's just a runner-up here. Short ball. It's the first one we've seen of those today, but that's something we've seen throughout the tournament. That's a swinging volley that Dylan comfortably executes pretty aggressively. First one we've seen today. I don't know if he's been holding that one in the bag or not.
Or he's just swinging now just to swing and see what happens. You know, going back at someone with their back turn is always a good play.
Right. An aggressive. Okay. Aggressive poach by Dylan there. Easy forehand winner into the corner. Not going away yet. Of course, at 4-5, he's right in this thing.
He is. Kind of puts you in that sleeper hole a little bit. And all of a sudden...
Big outburst by Dylan Alcott there after that backhand winner. Probably the best point of the match that he's played, stringing some shots together.
Yeah, one of the few outbursts we've heard in a positive, huh?
Now we're starting to see him get dialed in on the strings a little bit. Both sides, backhand and forehand.
Looked like he was creeping forward. Maybe, Andy looks up and all of a sudden Dylan's coming forward and draws that error.
Yeah, Andy gets the first point of that game, but then it's Dylan who reels off the rest and then really gets that break pretty comfortable to get it to 5-all. And maybe the first glimpses of him being dialed in. Alcott to serve at 5 games all in the second set. Lapthorne up 1 set to love.
He's waiting a while to make that move, huh?
Yeah. Great forehand winner by Alcott there. He's got some momentum, that's for sure. You can see a little bit extra stroll in his role right there, to borrow a phrase from U.S. team member Greg Hastrock. And those were the shots that were sliding out wide and long and missing throughout the entirety of this match, but not now. Not now in crunch time. It's Alcott being able to find the mark.
Quite a swing here. Seen so many points on Andy's end, and now all of a sudden we're going hard the other way.
Mm-hmm. The first real sign of some quality tennis from Alcott, and we talked about both players just not seeming to be on their A games, but for this little stretch here, it's been Dylan who's been able to produce some quality tennis, as evidenced by that shot.
Swinging freely. I mean, his score protects him a little bit now at 30 love, now 40 love. But
yeah, and it's Andy looking up thinking, ugh, 2 minutes ago I was serving for this match, and you don't know if that got into his head and like, hey, I've never won this event.
Yeah,
here I am serving for it, right?
Absolutely.
You can't avoid those situations. They're tough to deal with when they come. Alcott with a chance to hold it, love. And there it is.
There it is. You know, you start to see some of that experience from Dylan, having won Grand Slam events, won Paralympic gold medal. He's been in those big matches. Not that Andy hasn't, but Andy hasn't, won this event, hasn't won a Paralympic gold medal to have that experience. And Dylan is, just settling in.
Yep. Certainly looks like the guy that's got the momentum. And what was a long string of games for Lapthorne to get himself in a position to secure his first NEC Masters title. It's now Dylan Alcott with a chance to lock down this second set and force a third and deciding set here at the quad final. And on court 2, last time we checked, it was Julia Capocci who had won the opening set 6-4 over Aniek van Kut. And it's we'll see if we can possibly get a quick little glimpse into that match there to keep you abreast of that one. But right now, all energies are focused on center court as Andy Lapthorne swings over to the far side. And it's Dylan leaving his bench with a chance now to lock down this second set, get it to 3.
I imagine Dylan's going to be pretty aggressive this game. Once out of this set, and pressure's back on Andy's shoulders here to hold just to stay in the set.
Couldn't hold to close out the match, but he has to hold to stay in this set. Great big world view there of that first point. This 12th game, and it's all Alcott.
There's more swing speed in that game than we've seen in a set and a half here.
Yeah, right.
Honestly.
Yeah.
He's cranking it up now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's sensing a real opportunity to blunt out anything of Andy's hopes here.
You're right. Trouble. Good deep ball by Andy with the wind running. No chance for Alcott to catch up to that one. 15 all.
Yeah, unlike a chain link fence, we've got cement walls here. So I don't think Dylan was going to sacrifice himself going into that.
No, not worth it at this point. Great
Good high ball there.
Yeah, that's a classic Lapthorne tactic and perfect execution there to force Dylan out of position. .30-15 Lapthorne. Uh-oh. Yep. Odd response from Dylan on the Lapthorn double fault as he kind of spikes that one into the ground to return it over to the Lapthorn side. 30 all.
Good strong swing there. Again, he's smelling it.
Getting some energy from his teammate behind him there, Heath Davidson. Now it's a point for Alcott to even this match at 1 set apiece and force it to 3. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think he'd like that one back. Yeah, that looked loose. Maybe he had a good look. Could have probably rolled that one. Could have got aggressive, but chose to kind of go on the slice.
Slice is alluring, you know. It's just it's a good feeling ball, but you know, if you can hit over it, especially on the second serve, you should.
Yeah.
Hit through it.
That's going to fly. Yep. And another set point for Alcott. Number 2 here. Second opportunity. We'll see if he plays this one a little bit more aggressively. There. Oh, but with the wind at his back, he rolls it long, and it's Alcott who takes the second set to force 3.
Here we go. 1 set. That's all that's left.
That's it. 1-1 and 0-0.
Dylan has definitely picked it up.
Yep.
Not a bad time to pick it up.
Nope. We'll see how Lapthorn responds there. A little bit of, well, you can see it, a little bit of motion, knowing that he had a chance to serve that one out. And he's got to regroup quickly, you know. Can't be living in the past on that one. Get yourself fired up, get yourself going, all positive there on the Dylan side, but anything but on the Lapthorn side. And once again, it's new balls, it looks like, for the beginning of the third set. Yep, 12 games there.
Yep, new balls are going to fly a little bit. Anything with good speed to it helps Dylan.
And there you go. It looks like we might be heading for 3 over there on court number 2 between Julia Capocci and Aniek van Koot, with Capocci having taken the first set 6-4, but now it's Van Koot in charge, just by a small margin in the second, up 4-3. Which has probably been a very, very entertaining and competitive women's match over there for the third spot.
Let's see how this third starts. You know, see if it's again 1 set left. There's nothing after this. So this start's going to be a big deal. Because again, I don't think either guy wants to go down, you know, back into that hole again and have to expend the amount of energy they're having to expend to get out of it. Especially with the heat. It's definitely warm. Both players are feeling a little bit.
It's a good start by Dylan with the serve. Nice first serve there.
Yeah, there's that out of
Followed it up by a nice backhand.
I was going to say the last 15 minutes, you're starting to see the ball worked out of the middle.
And certainly cleaner off the strings.
Yep.
More aggressive swings, as you mentioned earlier, a little bit better racket speed, all the things you would expect to see from these two guys. That's a crisp serve there. That's a crisp serve there from Alcott as he's beginning to feel it. It's Lapthorn with the head down, kind of wondering if the opportunity's been missed.
You know, you just don't do enough of that return and roll it back to the middle third. You are vulnerable right away. And Dylan's taking full advantage of that.
Yep, a quick 3 points to roar out to a possible service game at love here. Serve is looking sharp.
Serving and volleying here.
Yeah, right. Andy who's got the answer, but still Dylan with a couple of clean shots there, and looking like he's feeling very comfortable early going to the third set. Gives one back. Freebie there to Andy to maybe allow him to kind of think, all right, it's just in a bad spot moments ago, but now I got a chance to get it back to deuce. Maybe steal this game possibly, but work to be done. Alcott still in the lead.
Not a bad serve, using the wind a little bit, we'll cut to it. Stretching Andy out on that backhand side and draws an error.
Yeah, floats it out there wide. First game of the second set. Critical momentum.
Third set, yeah.
In favor of Dylan Alcott.
Again, he's keeping the momentum going.
Can you take me on replay instead of on live?
Andy's got to get some energy somehow. He's got a tough deal. Down 0-1, serving into the wind, serving into the sun. He's lost a few games in a row here. He's got to get something going quick.
Yeah, he hasn't seen anything really positive go his way in a while. As he kind of got that second set, he had a chance. He had the chance, but he might still be thinking about it. It's tough to let those things go.
Hard to let it, shake that off.
He never got to a match point situation, but he did have it on his racket, on his serve, at serving 5-4 in the second set.
Yeah, once you smell it and you just don't quite get it, there is a deflating part of it, right?
And there's 4, and that means it's 4 games in a row for Alcott, having gone from 4-5 down to 7-5 victor in the second set and 1 game up in the third. That's a streak right there.
He's getting a little distracted here.
Andy up in the aggression here. Dylan willing to sit back and say, all right, how many of those can you string together? There's the answer. It was only 2. You know, Dylan just said, all right, you want to go aggressive, I'll stay back here and toss it back your way.
Tossed it back high.
Yeah.
Bouncing above Andy's shoulders. Serve there.
And it's the Brits trying to cheer on their mate. Attempt to get him going, give him some positive mojo. He's right up there close to them. So they should be able to feed off some of that energy.
Oh, just carry.
Just, you're right, just a bit.
Half inch.
30 all, from 30, love 30 to 30 all.
And he gets this game. We might start to see a little bit of emotion on him. Start to fire him up a little bit.
Well, he needs it. It's Dylan. It's got some good motion going, good energy. Andy could use some.
Definitely. Andy's looking flatter than Dylan right now.
Wind, move that ball around. Holy cow. There's the forehand on the run by Andy Lapthorne as he tracks down a couple of balls. That was definitely a wind point right there as he kept throwing them up, and Dylan had to continue to adjust with every ball that got floated into the air, never really getting a great look at anything. It looks like he's in a great position, but Andy on the run tosses that one up and forces the error.
Not able to get a really good look, That's like you're saying, that wind makes that ball move in just an inch or two. It's not quite the same hit.
Well, it's just hard to set up on and commit to, right?
That's right.
Yep. And there it is.
For Andy.
Yeah, really a critical game for Andy to stop the bleeding, having lost 4 straight there. So good for him. You know, as he probably feels very relieved to get that game and get it to 1-1 in the third. Towels off and says, "All right, let's go, Lapo."
Yeah, I mean, he's one who feeds off that, right? He feeds off that enthusiasm from his team and just energy in general. And I thought I'd see a little more after that hold.
Likely to see it if he can get this one and go 2-1.
Yeah,
2-1 up. There's some emotion. There's a big audible come on from Andy Lapthorne.
Okay, kind of similar to the first set. He's going to need to run with this a little bit, try and get a lead. If he's staying with Dylan, it's dangerous, and if Dylan stays in front, obviously that's worst case. He's got to get some separation here.
And just when Dylan was kind of a little bit under control and had things going, it's a series of unforced errors now from him. So the back and forth mental battle continues. I think both of these guys are comfortable. It is a little hotter today, but nothing they're not used to dealing with, and they haven't certainly been taxed. Although it's the end of the tournament, they're tired, but it hasn't been a physical match. It's been a mental match, I think, for both of them.
I would agree with that. You know, it's just again, all the travel, end of the year, last event of the year. They know the season's over. You know, and it's not saying they do want to win. There's no question, but with every miss, you feel, hey, it's end of the season, we're getting close.
It's Lapthorne who goes at the body for shot 1 and a follow-up with the kind of semi-overhead volley winner for the finish. Great look at it here. Pushes and stabs. Lucky he's lefty. And now it's love 40.
Again, this is the side you would think Dylan would want
There is the game.
to get a hold on. And now he's going back to the sun and the wind in his face.
And he goes over to his towel, gets some applause from his team, and going to have a much different look on his face over here on the changeover up 2-1 in the third versus that look he had when he came over just having lost the second set. So he looks much more positive.
Almost feeling like that was more important for Andy than it was for Dylan. You know, when Dylan goes down, I think he's going to be kind of the same guy, but Andy kind of thrives on that little bit of energy, and so it's important that he got that.
Well, we've got the third set that we wanted. Nothing happens easy sometimes, so both of these players are going to have to work for it down the stretch here, and we're going to see who digs in and goes out and earns himself a first ever NEC Masters title. Neither one of these gentlemen are having won this event before, so it's a first-time champion. Will be crowned here on center court when this is all said and done.
I'm just trying to watch these guys close, looking at both of them. I mean, it may be in a little bit of energy conservation, right? Kind of stay together and then make one last surge at the end of the set. I'm not sensing either guy really wants to grab this thing and take hold of it and own it. I'm not sensing that at all.
No,
from
I
either
agree.
guy.
Yep, I haven't seen any indicators.
Maybe like they're waiting for one of them to give it to him. I don't know. I'd imagine in this tournament, in this particular match, this is the match you want to take control of. Good. Great lob.
Too good by Andy Lapthorne right there. It was a swinging volley from Alcott, but right into the forehand of Lapthorne. It's that moment where you forget, oh yeah, he's a lefty. Typically that's aggressively into the right-hander's backhand and you don't get the strong response, but Andy's sitting right on that one.
As we know, Andy's a great doubles player, and that high ball with the wind to his back is just something he does well.
Ah, the let cord.
A little unlucky there.
Yep.
As the Brits would say. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
You know.
They got a lot of great sayings, the Brits.
You got a lot.
They do. I
So
love
do
them.
the Aussies.
Yeah. Alcott with a slight edge here. Good hands response by Lapthorne. He's on the wheels and he's there. Again, both players just going back and forth through the middle. Not willing to commit to much beyond that. That's 30 all. Oh, line to line between the two gents.
There's that wrist flick.
Yep, there it is.
The backhand side.
He can go ahead and flick away with the wind in his face. He's trying to pump himself up now, Dylan. Saying up, 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 up.
Trying to get a little bit of energy. Run out anything Andy's got going here. Shot there.
Beautifully executed slice backhand by Andy Lapthorne for the clean winner. With the wind in his back, that ball hits and just runs. No chance for Alcott to answer that. Well done by Andy to get it back to deuce.
Huge game for Andy here. I'm just thinking about the momentum he had coming off that break and then coming back to the side, 2-1.
Misses just wide.
So keep that going.
Here we are again with a bit of a gust, a little bit of a burst again of the wind. It's an aggressive response by Alcott. The forehand returner, serve winner down the line.
Yeah, maybe that wind's playing with the toss, so Andy had no choice but to just roll it in.
I agree.
And Dylan took full advantage.
Andy going. Wow, that's a bit of a gift there from Alcott, as Andy did not go aggressive on that overhead, but it was Dylan with the unforced error into the net, forcing it back to deuce. Maybe missing an opportunity there, and he is. You can see him kind of a little bit angered with himself. Late let call by the umpire. Alcott sends it back towards the server.
He's the width of the court there.
Yeah,
Great
Andy
shot.
can't track that one down.
Again, you get a false sense of security, kind of working the middle third, and then all of a sudden, you just slide one out. And I think Andy was a little flat coming out of the hole there.
Yeah, didn't expect Dylan to go quite as big there.
Yeah, that was definitely wide enough.
Break chance for Alcott. He's going to be getting a good look at a second serve here.
A little more energy on Dylan's side right now.
Most of these serves been falling pretty short. Surprised that Dylan isn't up a little bit more, looking to be aggressive. We'll see if he pushes hard in here. There it is, middle of the service box.
Speed there.
Alcott with the answer. Lapthorne with the answer there. As Alcott tries to go soft serve, but it's Andy on the wheels and getting it back to deuce. This is one of the more intense games we've had, at least as far as the back and forth deuce to add. A lot at stake here, 2-all or 3-1.
Played it tight there. Didn't probably have to do that. A lot of room to work with there. Not that you're ever aiming for the line, but I think you're trying to keep it tight.
Now it's Lapthorn with a point to hold. Great get. That's a big outburst by Lapthorn. Come on, as he gets the error from Alcott to go up 3-1 in the third set.
Massive game for Andy. Massive. Just from an energy standpoint. He was looking a little flat. Dylan looked like he was on an upswing and somehow got out of that game.
Yeah, it was Andy on the wheels. I mean, really did a nice job of staying aggressive. It's tough. I think it's tough for both of these guys to stay aggressive on the strokes, but it was Andy, I think, who was more aggressive on the wheels in the last game or two, and he's looked a little bit livelier in this push.
Yeah.
So when you can't do it with the racket, sometimes you got to do it with the wheels. Especially on windy days like today.
Just hitting through the wind there. I think Andy's got a sense. This is the game. You got Dylan serving into the wind, sun in the face. This is the side you're going to get him. So try and get that 4-1 lead.
Wow. Short angle top spin backhand by Dylan Alcott. One of the better shots we've seen from him today. It's a shot that he's comfortable with a lot of times, but we haven't seen him attempt that with the conditions today.
Wow, good pickup.
Yeah, stringing it together. Served a backhand combo. Again, that's like 3 good swings in a row by Dylan. Now it's momentum him. It's an aggressive serve just into the tape. Oh, just misses there, and it's Alcott with an easy hold. And now we're right back in the thick of it. 3-2, Lapthorn in the third set. First set to Lapthorn, second set, 7-5 to Alcott, and now we're 3-2 in the third. Kind of feel the tension building between the two players here, and you know which one. Again, we haven't been able to put our kind of sense of it yet. It's been moments where it looks like, okay, it's Alcott, he's on a run, he's going to go, and then it's Andy Lapthorn who stops it and turns it around and gets it going, and it's pretty much been back and forth all day. And
yeah, it's kind of feeling like the first set again a little bit in some way. If that makes sense.
We're going to tiebreaker in the 3-4 match for the women, with Capochi having battled back, having been down a little bit in the second set. Now it's 2-all in the tiebreaker, second set tiebreaker, with Van Koot needing to get that in order to force a third. So a really good match going on behind us, but equally good match here in the quad final on center court, as we're 1 set apiece and tightly contested third, with Lapthorn serving with a slight advantage, 3-2 in the third. First point to Alcott there. His attempt to get things locked up at 3.
See Andy's shirt blowing around down there. Wind took that.
Yeah, a good forehand by Andy to force Dylan into attempted big cross court, just wide, 15 all. You know, impressed with both players today. We haven't seen an inordinate amount of double faults. I mean, again, under the conditions, both of those guys have at least getting serves in. And it can be tough sometimes. I think it's Andy who's gone with the approach that I'll spin it in short if necessary.
It's got kind of that quick motion, right?
Yeah.
Lower top, not lower, just he hits it right at the apex, right as it's touching it, and so there's not a whole lot of time for that ball to get messed around with the wind.
No.
Which helps him. Because, I mean, he didn't have any play there.
Yep.
But no misplayed tosses, no catching tosses.
Very Roscoe Tannerish without the velocity.
Yes. The velocity today has been missing. But again, I think conditions are maybe driving that a little bit.
Sure. Nice backhand swinging volley by Alcott there. It's 15-30. Andy attempting to go aggressive there and stay on that aggressive approach, but rolling that one into the net. And now it's Alcott with 2 break chances to get to 3-all.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing a little bit of is Andy just can't hit through the wind the same way Dylan can. Dylan's kind of plowed a few through. Andy's ball is just a little bit more spinny, a little loopier, just can't quite get it through it.
And no response there, and so there it is. It is 3-all in the third. 3-3 in the third. Things are just building here, kind of just the tension's just kind of building as we get deeper and deeper into this third. You know that you're only going to see more and more tight points. We'll see which one can loosen up, which one of these players can loosen up enough to allow their talents to show through.
Right, over to court 2. Here we are. Look at this. Tie break. Match point for Julie Capoci.
Serving. We'll see if Anik can fight her off. Good position there.
Wow.
Drops it. Yeah, and it's Anik to the task to get it to 6-all on the changeover here. But it was Capoci in the early going of the round robin who won a really close third set tiebreaker against Sabine Ellerbrock earlier in the competition on that same court. So maybe that's her spot to pull out big tiebreaks against higher rank opponents. I'm going to stay with that one for just a second or two as we potentially see the outcome. She looks a lot more confident on her serve today, which is an area she struggled in a couple of her matches. Really let her down. No problem there, and no problem with that return, Jason. So now it's Van Koot with a set point on her serve. We'll see the lefty, see if she employs some of that left-handed magic to the ad side. Maybe try to swing Julie out and follow it up.
That's how you do it.
But it's going to be Capoci who's going to get a look at a second serve here and a chance to fight off that set point for Van Koot.
Julie doesn't want to go the distance. She wants out.
Another toss and catch by Van Koot there. So clearly the wind messing. That's a third toss in a row. That can get frustrating for the returner as well. equally frustrating from the server. And there it is. It's the third toss that produces the double fault, and we're 7-all there in the tiebreaker. And it looks like we're going to rejoin center court. We'll keep you updated on that match on court number 2, but it's Alcott and Lapthorne in a battle here on center court in the quad final.
Get a couple break points here for Andy.
Right. Possibly a... Dylan going to play the wind game. Allow Andy to... You can hear behind us Andiamo from the Italian, so something good must have happened back there.
Point over there.
Yeah, I think she probably is looking at one. That's the swinging volley of Dylan Alcott. That produces the winner here. Fights off a break point.
Biggest hit of the day there, like tenfold. Big hit.
Yeah. We've seen a few more of those, which is it's a shot he's very comfortable hitting. We've seen a few more of those here in the third. Waiting for the fans to get their seats, keep things quiet on center court, but it's another break chance. Alcott on the attack, gonna go soft. Yep. And it's an execute. Yeah, and instead of the break, it's back to deuce. The match continues over on court number 2 with Capocci potentially another match point for her, because you can hear some good outbursts from her from where we're sitting. Lapthorne tracks it down, but the wind gets a hold of it, pushes it wide, and now it's Alcott with a chance to serve and hold to go up 4-3.
Using the wind a little bit here. Driving that ball through.
Yeah, you had mentioned he's got the ability to power through a little bit more, but certainly spin it with the wind at his back. Good combination there.
Maybe coming forward. Risky.
Oh, just long. And it's Andy that takes a sigh of relief there with that one just getting pushed. About a half an inch long on the baseline. Back to deuce. And here we go again. Andy Lapthorne with the break chance. It's been a back and forth battle in this game. Neither one of those guys able to secure this critical 7th game.
A lot of energy being expended right now.
Yeah. Mentally and physically, yes. It only gets a little hotter as this match goes on.
Just accumulates it.
See who steps up. There it is, the unforced error, and Andy with the big come on. I think both guys sensing how critical every game is right now. I mean, obviously that's almost like an understatement, but I mean, it is crunch time, and we're 4-3 on the changeover.
Time to hydrate.
Play continues behind us on court number 2, and that. I assume still the tiebreaker, or did Van Koot get that to force the 3rd set? Certainly it's not Capocci who got the tiebreaker, because the match would be over. And there it is, 11-10 in the tiebreaker, with Van Koot serving to stay alive. Oh, that high toss has got to be tough to control today. Classic slice from Monique Van Koot, and it's Capocci who flies the forehand long and slaps herself on the
11 all.
Lake knowing she had another chance there to finish it with the shot that she likes to hit the most. We're getting a good shot of Lapthorne down in the fluids here as the heat builds on center court, the pressure and the physical heat. And the demands that's on both of those players.
No toilet breaks, which means sweating it out a little bit.
Now it's Van Koot with a set point as she fights off both of those attacks by Capoci. As I'm watching from behind here, we continue coverage with you on center court, but I'm able to turn my chair around and give you some updates as they're happening live on court number 2 in a critical second set between Julia Capoci and Aniek Van Koot. And now it is Van Koot who floats one long, and we're back to all square in that tiebreaker.
Wow.
12 all in the tiebreaker. Jason's going to keep an eye on the monitor in center court, and the girls change sides on court number 2 at 12 all. Neither one being able to close it out. Certainly Capoci for the match and Van Koot to stay alive.
Andy's looking to expand upon his lead here late in the match.
Oh,
hitting through the wind.
Yep, one of the better shots by Dylan right there into the corner. No middle third with that one. And it's an ace by Van Koot. That gives her the 13-12 advantage. I know you're not being able to get a look at that one. You're following action on center court, the hotly contested quad final, but I think it's Van Koot over on court 2 with a chance to get it to 3.
Dylan, love 30 here. And he's got to be careful. Good serve there into the body.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to let this game get away. He does not want to be at 4 all.
And with a forehand error on court number 2, I'll give you the update. It's going 3. It's going 3. 14-12 in the tiebreaker for Van Koot.
Wow. That was a great shot by Dylan. Going back behind Andy. Good depth.
We'll stick with all coverage here on center. There's a quick look at the scoreboard. What a match over there in court number 2. But those girls will take some time to get going up in their third set. And we're going to say all eyes here on this one.
Serve there. Dylan maybe taking a little bit of a slap at that one, kind of hoping to get out of the game.
Yeah, with a quick, easy one, right? Lapthorne continuing to serve here. Try to fight off another break point and not allow Alcott to get back to 4s. There's the never timed right double fault, but certainly they can come at worse times than others, and that was a bad time for that one.
Could have been a wind issue. I mean, again, we're getting some pretty strong gusts right now, and he plays it low anyway, so, I mean, even a half an inch lower, really trying to keep it out of the wind, you bring that net into play.
Come on, Jim.
So hard to get up on a ball that's just above your head. You just can't. You're trying to keep it out of the wind, but
14's all, set apiece and 4 games apiece. 1-4, 1-4. In the third, it's 4 all. Alcott and Lapthorne on center court. Quad final. Both with some loud and boisterous fans supporting them, looking for a moment to cheer on their guy. Andy looking to go soft here.
trying to draw an error.
Yep.
Be careful.
Yep. Very.
Allowing Dylan to
Allowing him to drop one dead into the wind.
That's right.
Yep. Andy not on the wheels. Playing that game, he's kind of not moving the chair, so he's kind of just bumping that ball back and sitting and waiting for Dylan to make that error. He's not really rolling the wheels, so it makes him susceptible to that drop shot.
Especially in that side, looking for that. You won't be surprised by it anymore. We're so far into this match. A short ball or a drop shot isn't a surprise.
And I laugh only because it's got to be frustrating for these guys to be dealing with it, and it's Dylan that gives the favor back to Andy with the double fault. But he's still in control of this game, looking to push the pace.
See if Andy shows any aggression here. It's not easy. It's 30-15 for Dylan, but Needs to show something here. Wow. Another double.
Double. Double Diablo.
It's like an In-N-Out burger, Paul.
Double. Oh. Hey, you know what? You didn't need to mention that.
I know.
With the grill cranking over there, and now you start talking burger.
SoCal burger.
Jonesing.
Wow.
30 all.
5 missed serves in a row.
Yeah, it is. Right. That's it can be tough once that comes in. What the? Oh, Andy can't get it in play quick enough. And it's Dylan Alcott who drops his racket in the middle of the point and can't get it picked up quick enough in order to continue. It's the ball boy that comes over. Here you go, Mr. Alcott.
Wow.
As he flips, he lets go. And, Andy for a chance to go again up 5-4. He was at that place in the second set. Oh, going lob.
Great shot.
Oh, from an incredible position on the court. I mean, not incredible good. Deep, kind of in your classic no man's land. It's Alcott who unleashes the swinging backhand volley. Really one of the great shots of the match so far. Keep himself alive here. Andy played a pretty good point there and took a spectacular shot by Alcott. Get it to deuce. That's the second time we've seen Andy miss kind of a sitter forehand with a chance for him to do some damage there. He had kind of mishit and pulled Alcott out of position. Had a easy forehand to the open court. Just rolled long. Alcott to hold. How quickly things can change in this match.
Change quick, don't they?
At this point, yeah. And it can be, everything's on the line, right? There's the drop. Not up! That's Alcott utilizing the elements.
Hadn't done that in a while.
Nope. He's been
it.
saving that one. Shows good touch. And it was just a moment away. It was Lapthorne with a chance to get to 5-4, but instead it's Alcott. Sends Andy back and deep.
That's it.
Like a good share right there by Dylan, and then having the wherewithal to drop that one short.
Yeah, he turned around and came right back forward again, didn't he?
Big celebration, knowing how critical the 5-4 lead is on this changeover.
Yeah, past 2 games, a lot of energy expended, and you start expending that, you want to...
Stefan's put the hat on, thinking maybe this Florida Sun's nothing to mess with up top. A guy that doesn't have a lot on top knows that maybe a sunburn isn't the thing to take back to Sweden with him. See a whole contingent of folks there.
I don't think he cares about the sunburn. I think he wants it.
Maybe.
It's like a badge of honor bringing that sunburn back to Sweden this time of year. All right, here we go. Huge game here.
Crunch time. For those of you who are just joining us by chance, if you are, it's deep in the third set here. It's Alcott up 5-4 in the third set on center court here, quad final. We have plenty of action still yet to come with Shingo Kunita and Joe Girard following this match, which will also have a ceremony following this match as we'll present the medals, the trophies, and everything to the champion and runner-up here on center court. Quad final in action. Lapthorne 4-5.
You're in his head, man. You're in his head.
And it's the first point to Alcott.
Andy looking a little deflated over there. A lot of energy, like I said, expended and dropping that first point. Dylan sees that.
Dylan with the pretty aggressive chance. Takes a pretty good slice at that one. Just wide, 15-all. I think Andy's relieved at that one. sailed wide. Yeah, that's too easy right there. And Dylan questions himself, ought to be like, where are you going? And he was right.
Yeah, approaching
Still-
down the middle third isn't always.
Not to the Lapthorn
Right.
forehand. Typically,
Right.
that's pretty lethal in that scenario. Same slice backhand that Alcott missed just a second ago. He didn't miss that one. Made the adjustment and brought it well inside the line. He's the more vocal one. He's the more positive one right now. 30 all. 1 point away from a potential match point. Once again, it's the wind that pushes that one just long, Jason.
Yep.
You know, in these crunch points, sometimes you get so caught up in the tactical battle, you forget about all of a sudden, oh, I'm on the windy side. I got to get that one down.
Yeah.
Lapthorn with a chance to hold.
How many times have we seen at this time in the match the player that tends to be a little bit more aggressive tends to take it?
And right now, that player is Alcott. He's taking a few more cracks at that line. That's the line that he wants to continue to expose the backhand side of Lapthorn, knowing he's not going to get as much of a tack off that side.
And here we are at match point.
There it is, just like that.
First one, just
Yep.
like that.
Just like that. All of a sudden, it just sneaks in there, and you realize, oh my God, match
Here we
point.
are.
Andy would do himself well to put in a first serve here. It looks like Dylan wanting to be aggressive. It's Dylan that's going to get a good look at a second serve here. Pushes in hard.
Take a rip at it.
Yeah, and that's the problem when you haven't been taking many rips throughout the day, and all of a sudden you get one of those, and you want to load up. And he had a ball to do it on. It wasn't the right. It was the right decision. And he just
The wind
spot
hits
execution.
it, checks it up a little bit. It's not quite in the spot you think it's going to be in.
It's just. I think it's just the fact that you haven't been taking cuts like that much throughout the day, and all of a sudden, you think, oh, here it is. We unload. And just like that, it's match point gone and chance for Lapthorn to hold and get it to 5 all. And Dylan would like to have that forehand back. Great job by Andy to stay tough, keep spinning these serves in. He's not going away. Andy swinging aggressive, but rolling those balls short. That one might get away from him.
Yeah, just through the air. Andy.
Yep.
Again, using that little breeze just to get that ball up and away out of the strike zone a little bit. You're going to draw an error.
Tension builds as we go back to deuce.
No doubt.
Just continuing to get more tension
Tight.
in each
I'm
one of
tight.
the points. I know.
You're
I know.
tight.
You look tight.
I feel tight.
Yeah. Golly.
Man, it's easier to play.
I hate to see that. You know, that's Andy looking at his hand here. You wonder if unexpectedly, all of a sudden, maybe he's got some sort of little blister forming, from the heat that's built up for the first time in the tournament and all the action we've had over the course of 5 days.
Those are distractions,
Getting
right?
a little spot, and here it is. Another match point for Alcott. And he goes aggressive. Deep second serve. And you can see the wind take control of that ball for a match point. Andy throws his racket, and it is something on his hand that's giving him a problem. as he eases his way up to, yeah, I think he's got a problem with his left hand. Maybe some sort of cut or blisters opened up. But it's Dylan Alcott, the champion here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters in 2018, first time ever. Quad champion Dylan Alcott, and that all but secures his position as year-end #1 in the quad division. It'll be him taking over that top spot in the rankings, having secured the victory here in Lake Nona. Doing a little tour of the court, getting into Dylan mode. He's a showman, knows how to play this role. We will have a trophy presentation here on center court momentarily. That'll be the event staff that'll set that up quickly. And we'll go into presentation mode here shortly on center court as it's Dylan Alcott who wins the opening final match of this finals day here. Quad victor.
Heck of a match.
Really was.
Man.
Yeah, it was frustrating for both players at various times. Both of them struggling. Both of them having significant hot streaks, but it's down the stretch. It's Alcott who comes out the victor.
Didn't seem like anybody wanted to grab that match by the horns and just take it, you know, and it just kind of played itself through. And, you know, those crunch moments come whether you want them or not. They're going to be there, and Dylan was ready for it.
Yeah, and as we talked a lot throughout the broadcast, it was conditions that made it tough for those guys to just really be at peak level today. Tough for both of them.
Definitely.
And in the end, it was the win that got Andy Lapthorne on the backhand down the line that just kind of floated a little bit wide.
Yep. Ken had the sun in his face, wind in his face that last game.
Yeah, and I can see him getting some treatment here as I get a quick glance down. You could tell down the stretch there was something to do with a finger that might have opened up on him, and that's a bad time for something like that to happen in a high intensity match like that, to be dealing with something that is so critical for you as a player.
The conditions changed, you know, hottest day of the week. Had some cool weather early.
You wonder if he should have called for a medical timeout, maybe got it taped up or something, maybe to relieve a little bit of that anxiety about it.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's certainly
earlier.
available to the players. Yeah, if he sensed that coming on. Certainly you can see him getting some Band-Aids and tape applied to at least one or two fingers on his left hand, on his racket hand. Might have been what led to one of those double faults late in the match there to set up the match point for Alcott. Hey, we're about ready to do a presentation on center court for the quad champion, but we got a lot of tennis left today, Jason, as we're going to be followed on quickly by the men's final, which is a match I'm looking forward. It's a matchup I'm looking forward to. It's two players who are playing at the top of their games. It's Joe Girard versus Shingo Kunita, and it's a title on the line. But it's Shingo who will remain #1 in the men's rankings as he's booked his passage into the final here. But I don't think he was in jeopardy of losing that #1 overall ranking here at this tournament.
I think point-wise, he was in a pretty comfortable
secure
position. Yep. But again, you got two guys who are, you know, both singles masters champions. Shingo so many times, and Joe, I believe, at least a couple times recently. So, you know, you got two guys who know how to win this match, and we talk about that. You know, when you get to a big final like this, or a Grand Slam final, or a Paralympic gold final, you know, those are such unique matches. They're just different. You know, they're just different than other matches, and both these guys know how to play this one, so it should be a blast.
Those two guys had a 5-year run of champions. It was 3 in a row from 2012 to 2014 for Shingo Kunita, and then it's Joe Girard who picked it up in 15 and 16 with back-to-back titles. So those guys having won 5 of the last 6 NEC Singles Masters titles. So yeah, neither one is strangers to this position.
Nope, this is a very comfortable place for them.
Yeah.
So it should be just an outfit. It could be the best match of the tournament.
Yeah,
though we have seen some incredible tennis this week. So to finish with these guys will be great. You know, the women following as well with Dita and Yui. So it should just be.
We've got some NEC executives here who are prepared to present the trophies to the two combatants in the quad division. We've got tournament director Joe Wallen down on center court. We've got Kurt Bender, member of the ITF Wheelchair Tennis Committee, also prepared to be involved in this ceremony as he continues to serve our sport. in that capacity. So hold tight for some wonderful presentations to our two finalists, champion Dylan Alcott and finalist Andy Lapthorne.
And here comes the trophy ceremony. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now get started with the prize-giving ceremony for the 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Quad Singles Final. Please welcome on court our officials and ball children. May I now introduce on court our special guests who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Here with us today we have Mr. Kurt Bender, International Tennis Federation Wheelchair Tennis Committee member. Mr. Masahiro Ikino, President and CEO of NEC America. And Mrs. Joanne Wallen, representing the USTA. And now, for the players, please put your hands together for our runner-up, Andy Lapthorne. For the runner-up, Mr. Masahiro Ikino will now present Andy Lapthorne with his trophy. Mr. Bender presented our runner-up with his medal, and Mrs. Joanne Wallen will present our runner-up with his unique 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters personalized tennis ball. And finally, please welcome back on court our very own 2018 NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Quad Singles Champion, Dylan Alcott. Mr. Kurt Bender will present Dylan Alcott with his NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Perpetual Trophy. Mr. Masahiro Ikino will now present our champion with his winner's trophy and medal. And lastly, Mrs. Joanne Wallen will present our champion with his unique 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters personalized tennis ball. Dylan, congratulations on a fantastic win. Would you like to say a few words to the crowd?
Yeah, whoa. Thank you.
Can you hold that one?
Of course. G'day, everyone. Firstly, thanks to Lapo. That was a really good match, man. I'm stuffed. So that was awesome. Thanks so much for the great hit. I think anybody could have won, as per usual, when we played. So well done, brother. To everybody that came out to watch, we really appreciate the support. Wheelchair tennis is really growing, and there's 2 more matches to go on this court, the men's open, women's open, so please check them out. Make sure you stick around. Won't be as entertaining as that, but it'll be close at least. And I also want to thank all the sponsors, the USTA, ITF, to Joe, always a legend. Great commentary this week, I must say. Oof, very good. And all the ball kids, and lastly to my team. Oh, thank you. She's happy with that. To my team, to Heathy Boy, to Brenda, to Francois, and to all the people that came down. Steve is an Aussie. There's Aussies here this week, so I really appreciate it. Yeah, I love playing wheelchair tennis. I know Lapo does. It's awesome. So, guys, we really appreciate the support, and we will see you next year in beautiful Lake Nona. Thank you.
One last round of applause for our 2018 finalists and our champion, Dylan Alcott.
Great shot of festivities taking place on center court there as both of our quad participants in this final are there taking pictures with tournament director and members of our sponsorship team from NEC and Kurt Bember, ITF wheelchair committee member. It's Dylan Alcott securing his first ever NEC title over Andy Lapthorne in a hotly contested 3-set final. And it's a lot of tennis yet to come up, but right now those 2 gentlemen enjoying their ceremonies on center court, getting pictures and just taking in the moment. It's teammate Heath Davidson coming in there to support his good mate Dylan Alcott, the champion, giving a little fist bump to Dylan Alcott for his great performance in the final. And so it's onward as we go forward today on Sunday with all of the final matches here as we wrap up this spectacular tournament from the USTA National Campus here in Lake Nona. We'll be clearing the court shortly, and we'll be getting ready for men's action between Shingo Kunita and Joe Girard. Jason, it's been great having you on this broadcast as you're so familiar with the quad division, having coached the U.S. quad team for better part of a decade, and fully knowledgeable on these athletes as it's Dylan who takes his position up against the NEC banner from some continued photo ops. Any final thoughts on the match from today?
No, again, just Dylan's big match experience coming through in the end. I think he just kind of knuckled down there at the end, and just seems a little ebb and flow to this match. You know, again, just trying to see who was going to take it. And he took it in the end.
About a full 2 hours out there for those 2 guys to knock out those 3 sets. Match started promptly at 10:30, and so probably ended just about 12:30 as they've had maybe 15-20 minutes of ceremonies. So it was a tough, ultimately physical match there as the heat only built on center court. And I think both of those players started to feel the effects of that a little bit for the first time.
No question. I think at the end of the third there, they're both looking pretty weary, and it'll be interesting to see how it affects, honestly, the next group coming through, both the men and the women who both have to play still. Definitely the hottest day of the week, so we'll see if Shingo and Joe are affected like these guys were.
Gone to some pretty good Florida extremes here as opening day opened up in the chill. We rarely have here this time of year, but this is pretty typical. Still some Florida heat to provide to these players. Let's just continue to warm up throughout the week as we continue to transition from ceremony to final preparation for the men. So we're gonna just let you just rest for a second. We're gonna rest for just a quick minute, and we're gonna continue with our coverage here of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters men's final, just moments away from opening up on center court. So please join us for that match. A lot of tennis yet to be played. here we are live back on the broadcast center court after, a hotly contested quad final between Dylan Alcott and Andy Lapthorne, with it being Alcott taking the title for the first final of the day in a tough 3-set match between him and Andy Lapthorne. But right now, all eyes turn to the men's final. It's world number 1 Shingo Kunieda, 3-time champion at this event, and 2-time champion Joe Girard. So neither one of these guys strangers to this position right here, being involved in an NEC Singles Masters title opportunity. And if it's Girard, he evens it at 3-all, and he would have 3 titles to his credit, as it's Shingo looking to get his 4th. I'm joined in the broadcast by Joe Wallen, and so Joe, we expect spectacular tennis here today on center court with these two.
We do. Another great men's match coming up here, and you had a long one, so hope you got a little rehydrated and had that beautiful hot dog that I saw again, right? Was it as good as yesterday?
I went bratwurst today.
Oh, you went brat.
I mean, it's available. It smells good. It's from the grill over there. It's freshly cooked. And then I'm just being a bad boy, Joe.
I was gonna say
I'm doing
Mountain
the
Dew.
do.
You're doing
It's
the
the
do.
wrong thing, and don't judge. But maybe it's going to give me a little quick energy boost, because I know we're going to need a lot of energy to call this match, because these guys are going to have it, and they're going to bring it.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch them play too. We've watched a lot of their matches this week and commentated, obviously, on a lot of the matches. You've got Shingo that's going to be just consistently grinding and high, heavy topspin, and Joe that's a little longer and a little leaner with his shots, I would say. So I'm excited for this. Lots of swings in the quads match, so we'll see whether there's swings in this one too.
I think these guys are going to be able to power through the wind a little bit more. Obviously, a little bit more strength and upper body abilities than the quads, which is really what makes the separation in the divisions. But, boy, these guys both played some phenomenal tennis yesterday, as it was Shingo Kunieda coming through against a really, really tough Gustavo Fernandez. And it was Joe Girard who took out. And there it is on court number 2. It's Giulia Capocci from Italy overtaking Anique Van Kut in a tough 3-setter for the 3-4 spot in the women's draw. Congratulations to Giulia.
Yeah, that was a good comeback, especially from yesterday, and we did see it go out yesterday. We did discuss a little bit. We weren't sure how productive that was, the hit, but just to get out and swing and get it out of her system obviously helped her with what she needed today, and so that was good for her to come back and do that.
Yeah, that was immediately following a really tough match that she lost to put herself into the 3-4 match instead of the final today, and it was the coach that said, hey, we're back to work immediately here. We got stuff to do. And sometimes that's the approach that coaches and players need to take, get themselves back on track. So all credit to her for getting that machine up and running and giving herself a chance to win that match against a very, very talented and good Anique Van Kut, number 3 in the world.
See, the temperature today has risen, hottest day so far of the tournament. So, players hydrating a lot. I see the ball kids even hydrating. I know that last one was a long one for the ball kids, because I think they were out there the entire time. So, obviously very important for the players. And obviously Shingo's going to go to the ice pack, as he has done the entire week, except when it was like 30 degrees out. Then he didn't. We went to the hand warmers at that point. So I think they're ready. Didn't see them around too much. I actually saw Joe just coming off the practice court a little bit ago. But again, both of them trying to stay cool before this match.
Yeah, and as you can see on center court there's really only one side that's got any shade at all. And so I'm sure that the players will both be utilizing that for every little second that they can get in it. And it's going to be Joe Girard who's going to open up this men's final between two great players. A long-time world number 1 in Shingo Kunieda and a former world number 1 in Joe Girard. Opening point to Girard, and gives it back to Kunieda with the double fault to go to 15 all.
Still probably the windiest day so far as well. I think consistent wind today. It's a little bit swirly the other days. Joe's just got to get used to that. Both players just have to get used to the wind on this court a little bit.
Yeah, I think it'll take about one service game apiece on each side, and then these guys with their abilities will be pretty well dialed in.
And follow up the double fault with an ace.
It's always nice to have that option, isn't it?
It is very nice.
Yeah.
Quick, easy point. Gives a lot of confidence, too, that one.
And that's a little bit of a difference in the matchup today with Joe versus yesterday's match with Gustavo. I mean, Gustavo, there you go again.
Another ace.
Shingo shakes, scratches his chin and is like, whew, really, Joe? That's what you got for me today? But Gustavo doesn't tend to produce those type of points. He's a grinder, which fits into the mold of match play for Shingo. But, no grinding when you can serve like Joe Girard.
Yeah, we're not going to probably see the points that we saw yesterday, the same kind of grind that we saw. Probably shorter points, you know, especially with Joe's style. Joe's going to take a few more balls on the rise. As we said, his shots are a little bit longer and a little bit flatter. And we'll see how Shingo adjusts to that, too. Shingo might like that.
Oh, he'll you know what? I mean, again, not to just continue to bang on the Shingo drum, but he is, you know, arguably the greatest of all time. And so there's probably not a playing style out there that he doesn't have the playbook on. And so you've alluded to that playbook that he has there in his backpack.
You're going to the playbook.
We're going to the playback early.
Did you set me up for that?
I might have.
You set me up for that. So I did talk to Shingo yesterday. So I got this is the hot topic.
All right, it is.
Okay. So I actually asked him, I said that we saw the book in his bag that he always he seems to go to. And I asked if that was something that, you know, is just consistently written in, kind of like stuff like stay positive, go to your rituals, that kind of stuff. And he actually said it wasn't. He said it's actually the strategy for each player that he plays to remind himself to stay with the strategy. That's a little interesting. I thought that was really interesting.
Well, it is interesting, and it's something as having spent some time coaching our American players, we as coaches have encouraged them to have a book on their competition. If I had to call out some of our players right now and say, hey, produce the book, I don't know if they would be able to, but maybe that's more of an indicator as to why they should. If Shingo's doing it, I'll go back to that saying, if Shingo's doing it, the best in the world's doing it, maybe that's the right approach.
Yeah. And those are the type of points there that Joe Girard is just going to move in and roll early and let that, you know, he's not letting the ball get above his head.
No, that's where Gustavo likes to strike it, but Joe's a little bit different, and that's a beautiful return to serve winner there.
And that the strike zone as well totally depends on what grip you use. So you've got, you know, Gustavo's a little bit more extreme with the Western grip, so therefore he can actually take the ball high. He actually probably doesn't like the lower balls as much. Joe's a little bit more Eastern. He's not as extreme, so that's where the strike zone will come down a little bit. That's my technical for the day, Paul.
No,
you're not getting any more.
I doubt that. We'll get some more. You're full of technical knowledge, so I don't know why we wouldn't share a little bit of that. So maybe one little technical tip per set or something, huh?
Good slice there from Joe again.
He really utilized the elements yesterday. I mean, he executed just a series of beautiful drop shots into the wind yesterday against Stefan Olsson, and then was able to drive the ball with the wind. So he had a really good command of it yesterday as he played an almost flawless semifinal match against a very good Stefan Olsson of Sweden.
Stefan was here earlier. Let's see if he's...
Yeah, he was up in the crowd during the quad final.
That's a great deep return right there. That slice. And the best part about Joe's slice, too, is that you never know whether he's going super deep or whether he's actually going to cut it short, because obviously the swing's exactly the same, so Shingo's not able to get a great read on those types of balls when he goes to his slice. Ooh.
And again, with the conditions, it's shots like that you might not typically see when everything's pristine and nice. These guys, you know, are used to playing indoors this time of year, and with the ball moving a lot like it is, both with the action off the serve from Shingo and the wind. Joe's a bit of a bad miss hit there. Put it back to deuce.
That's a good shot. You got his Shingo's as well. When he's thinking about the lob there, he's really got to think A, he's against the wind, and B, how tall Joe is too. And Joe's really technically, as we've already said, he's very easy on his strokes, but on his volleys too, he's really, really natural on his volleys.
Yeah, that's the first one today that we've seen Shingo throw up short. He's going to make that adjustment quickly today because he's reminded that he did a few of those yesterday, and Joe will make him pay a little bit more for that short lob. So I think he'll make that adjustment quickly. We'll see him drive that ball from this side, and so anticipate that adjustment almost immediately by Shingo.
I love Shingo when he gets the low shorter ball. He really understands the angle and what kind of spin he can hit and how deep or how short he can go with that. Like that last one, I actually thought, again, I'm obviously closer to Joe's side right now, but thought that was going deep, but the amount of spin he put on was just able to drop it. And there's that long, beautiful return again from Joe. Nice long swings. Now, notice I say long swings, not big back swings. There's a difference between the two, right?
Yeah, short takeaway and long finish through the ball. Really drives through the ball excellently. Develops enough spin on it to control it, but it's pretty flat and penetrates quickly. And it's a quick 2-0 lead to Joe Girard as both players are trying to settle in here on center court. Men's final.
Beautiful serve again from Joe.
I think that's the third ace already. He had two back-to-back there in the first game, and I'll tell you what, if Joe's serve is on, it can be a tough day for anybody, even a guy like Shingo, Canadian #1 in the world, greatest of all time. That's a bullet.
Another good serve. That's a great shot. He's going to get to that. Yep. Wow, great point there. Shingo reset that pretty well with that backhand there.
Yeah, he made his commitment to get out and reset the point. If he'd have probably stayed in, he might have had a chance to finish something up at net, but it's Joe who continues to be picking up right where he left off yesterday in the early going of this men's final.
Looking at the serve technique on the serve a little bit, you've got Sophie Chang, when she was in, one of our American players, was saying that Shingo gets to such a good trophy position, what we call a trophy position, the left hand up, pointing to the sky, and the right elbow really nice and high straight away. If you look at Joe's serve, a little bit different, a little bit longer, a little bit slower with his motion, but still producing, it doesn't really matter what you do to start the swing. It's where your contact point is and what your racket and hand is doing with the ball as you hit. So there's lots of different techniques to get you to that point. So Roddick, obviously, with his, you've seen McEnroe's. Very, very different serve techniques at all times.
It sounded kind of technical, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going technical today. Another great serve there. Took the pace off, spun it a little bit.
Wow. And again, another head shake from Shingo. Like, really? I mean, you just don't see a guy with Shingo's great mobility skills. After two service games not even completed, already 4 aces against him.
I want you to keep track of that, Mr. Walker. Again, the wind there being a little bit breezy. We saw that with the quads. Remember, it was really up and down with that too. And with the wind, you just got to kind of ride out your time, it's like riding the waves. Oh, you're cheating. You cheat, Mr. Walker. I see you over there. You're keeping tab on paper instead of in your mind.
Well, up until now I had it in the mind, but it seemed like you almost issued a challenge as if I couldn't continue to keep track of Joe Girard's aces. So
Challenge on.
The count is on at 4. And a quick 3-love lead in the blink of an eye. Joe Girard just calmly playing some spectacular tennis. And we'll see how Shingo responds to that. If he can get into this first set or if it's going to be all Joe. Certainly the style of play has favored Joe. The points have ended predominantly quickly, and it hasn't been the grind kind of points that Shingo tends to prefer, to where he can establish points by setting things up with his arsenal of weapons on both sides, forehand and backhand. So right now it's everything being dictated by Joe Girard.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Shingo's obviously just trying to get the feel. And at this point, when Joe plays just this strong, it's very hard for him to. As I said, Shingo's got to ride this out just a little bit right here to see whether Joe can start making a few unforced errors.
Yeah, when a guy's playing like that, there's really nothing you can do. I mean, you just got to try to stay focused, stay in the game, and see when that hot streak settles.
Paul, I should know this. What's Joe's current ranking, world ranking?
I think he's 5.
5. And Shingo's currently 1. Have you done all the work on that to see who's going to end world number 1?
Oh, I don't think it was in jeopardy.
It's not in jeopardy.
Yep, I don't think Shingo was at a chance or in a position to lose year-end number 1 here.
Gotcha.
So he will be year-end champion.
He'll stay number 1 year-end.
Yep.
Again, just shaking his head right now. He needs to just find his groove, get some balls in, needs to spin some balls quickly.
And just a quick correction on that, Joe. It's Joakim Girard, who's number 6 in the world.
He's 6,
so
okay.
It's way off.
You were way off, Paul.
Way off. But after this performance, it's a good chance he's moving up.
Move up to 5, probably.
Yeah, it's a fair likelihood.
Yep. That's a good serve right there. Wow. I mean, that Shingo hit a really good serve right there, and Joe is just crushing that return, flattened it out, took it on the rise, and really jammed up Shingo.
Yeah, Joe's only about 100 points behind Stefan Houdet, who's positioned at number 5 in the world. And so with this performance at a minimum, I would suspect that Joe will be jumping up the rankings, potentially as high as number 4, maybe even overtaking Gordon Reed, who did not push through into the semifinals here at this event this year.
That's a great point. Good try. Again, Girard's feeling pretty comfortable right now. Full love, first set. Again, Shingo hasn't really done anything wrong yet, but then, because Joe's just been taking total control of all the points, flattening stuff out, and Shingo hasn't been able to get into any kind of rhythm at this point in time. Those are the ones that was on his racket. Those are the ones he has to start making Joe play, just to try and get Joe out of his rhythm just a little bit. Wow.
I don't have to look at the paper, Joe. I don't have to pick up a pencil or a pen. It's number 5. Ace number 5. And again, there's not normally a lot of aces in wheelchair tennis. I mean, the serves are just typically not as big. The chair users are really great with their mobility skills at this level. And so it really just speaks volumes to how good Joe is striking the ball right now.
Wow. Oh. That was a good step. Those are the type of points right there that I feel that Shingo has to make happen, right? He could have eased at that. He just stabbed at those, but he's making Joe play that one extra ball. And when you've got someone as hot as what Joe is playing right now, and as strong, you've just got it. I know it's so hard because you just feel you can't do anything, but you just have, the more balls you put in play, the more chance Joe's got to not become hot, right? To come off of that streak.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of a Sampras Agassi match back in the day when Pete was serving hot. There was nothing much Andre could do but try to get another ball in play and disrupt the rhythm. That's exactly right. This is a good Shingo setup point right here.
You know, I mean, are you kidding me?
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
This point
this
here.
This is indeed worthy of a replay here when you watch Joe fight it off. And it looks like Shingo's got the pass going on here. The extension and the reach.
Those long arms come in handy at
Yeah.
that point.
And it's 40-15 for 5-love.
Wow.
That is an impressive display of power and touch by Joe Girard. That's all I'm going to say about that. It's period, exclamation point.
There's not much to say about that. That's unbelievable play here. Great point by Joe. Just held it too.
Well
I mean,
disguised.
he was going to hit that and then just open the racket face, change that grip,
Slight
and
grip
just
change.
slight touch there.
For you kids watching at home, that's how it's done.
That is exactly how a drop shot is done. That is actually how a volley is done too. Not much swing, hardly anything there, just a little block. So,
I don't know how much time we're into this match, but at 5-0, I mean, it's been like a blink of an eye.
yeah, I mean, there he goes with his notebook again. Just went to his notebook.
Is he scratching some things off and rewriting some new plans?
He might be, I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, no, he didn't.
I'd be making an annotation right now.
Yeah, he is. Here he goes.
Did not know Joe was going to be on fire.
Reading his notebook again, right there, pulling it out. Yeah, at this point, as I said, he's got to get a lot of first serves in, and he's just got to keep making Joe play. If Joe keeps playing like this, you just have to hand it to him and say, great job.
Yeah, if he could hold serve here, and again, he's probably likely out of this set. I mean, the percentages say you're done at 5-0. But if he could get a hold and then force Joe to have another serves game, maybe Joe mixes in a double or Shingo gets a couple of good looks and makes a couple nice returns. And again, whether he wins that game or not, it just extends things and it makes the second set a greater reality for Shingo to get into this match.
There we go. It's okay. That's the one he's been playing. That one he can frame one of them. Again, I would say Shingo's going to go for first serve on every single one of these. Take a little bit off his serve and spin this first serve in. Maybe not, but maybe. Yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah, he's a guy that understands how to build not only a point, not only a game, a set, but he knows how to handle a match. I mean, no better manipulator of matches than Shingo Kaneda. And so right now, he's needing to manipulate his way out of this major deficit by just getting some balls in play, as you mentioned.
Wow.
Joe's going to do just that right there to try to thwart that attempt by Shingo.
Again, just moving in really, really strongly, taking the ball so early, so on the rise, not giving Shingo any time to recover after his serve. I mean, he's pushing in a lot right there. I mean, he's a good three feet maybe inside the baseline when he's taking all these returns.
And finally, a chance for Shingo to get on the board.
Wow. That's a good point.
Yeah, really great point. And that's more in line with what
Yes.
Shingo wants to see.
Absolutely.
And so that couldn't have played out better for him right now. So he breaks the ice, finally breaks through and gets on the board.
And Joe took 4 big pushes before Shingo hit that serve, or before, I should say, Joe hit that return serve. Really moving in. That was, again, that's exactly what you said, the type of point that Shingo is looking for, and the type of point that obviously Joe is not looking for.
Serve barrage continues. Shingo with a hand on a hip, a little dissatisfied with himself, knowing that that's, like you said, it's a ball he's just got to get in play just to get the point started, not give Joe the quick freebie.
Same again. It was out. Yep.
Shingo looking across in question, but you got a good look at that one from your vantage point.
No, that was out.
Mm-hmm.
He still doesn't like it.
Well, I think what he doesn't like is Joe's relentless attack on the serve.
Wow. Again, 3 returns. I mean, those are, don't get me wrong, they're great serves, but Shingo's had his racket on those. He has to figure out the wind, the speed on that, how to flatten it just a little bit more. Are you laughing at me or him?
No, him. I'm not laughing at you at all.
Just checking.
No, he's just over there shaking his head like,
Yeah.
3 games maybe I can ride it out, but good Lord, Joe, he's thinking, are you kidding me? This is almost a perfect, flawless set by Joe Girard up till now.
I mean, I think even, shortening up on this return of serve a little bit, aiming a little bit shorter, going service line just to get the ball in play, it's hugely important for Shingo at this point.
Yeah, short balls to Joe's side right now are going to force Joe to kind of have to hit up. It's not what he normally likes to do. He likes to hit out, so he has to come into the court. That might be a ball he doesn't get up and down with the wind at his back. Something to think about there.
I mean, that got him in the point again, right? That return wasn't great, but it wasn't a great shot back from Joe, but at least got him in the point. And then Shingo got another unforced error. He needs to, what did we say? Remember the word we need? He needs to do something?
I'm lost in the thought of what just went on here. I mean, I'm just looking at that scoreboard and how quickly, and I'm like, if people took a lunch break or people took a break from coverage, and they're like, oh, the men's match, they'll probably be easing into the first set here, and then it's like a flash. It's Joe Girard off to a 1-set-to-love lead, 6-1, and it was lucky that Shingo got the 1.
So Shingo needs to flush.
I hate to get on that, Joe, but
but
he might need a double flush. I mean, there might be the courtesy flush. It might have to have been in order there, and I mean, yeah, if you're going to go to that analogy, man.
We're definitely going to the flushing analogy.
But there was, I mean, again, Shingo never really got a chance. Here's the other thing. He never really got a chance to get a feel for his game today. Am I on? Am I hitting the ball well or not? He didn't get enough looks at anything. It was everything to do with Joe and just his explosive start from the get-go. Whatever coach put in his coffee this morning is working.
You see Shingo again still staying with his rituals. He hasn't changed. I mean, we've seen him be very dominant in this whole tournament, and then you see him just seriously butt kicked in that first set, really.
That's the only way to say it.
But he is staying with his rituals mentally. He's staying right on track. He's gone to his gel. He's gone to something else that's in a white container on there that I don't know what it is. It looked like maybe some salt or something. And then obviously his drinks and his eyes, staying really focused. Eating something there that looked like a jelly baby.
Yeah, it almost looks like a little Twizzler or something. He peels off a little piece of it. He does that every changeover right at the end, and usually you see him continuing to chew as he gets out there. Whew, man, would not have predicted this. Really highly anticipated men's final, and it's been great tennis for one guy. It's not like Shingo. We don't even know if Shingo's playing good or bad right now. It's just been such a dominant performance by Joe Girard. Really amazing. Shingo would really like to get a hold here to get this set off to a different start from set number 1.
That drop shot.
Shingo's on that one.
He's on that one. He's going to get it, but now here comes the... Yeah. That was a great point.
Yeah, Joe obviously got a feel for that yesterday, and he's picking up right where he left off, and that ability to work a guy, push him around the court, both laterally and vertically. horizontally and vertically. I mean, just total command of every aspect of the game.
Yeah, he's using the wind unbelievably well right now. Just playing exactly what he needs to do into the wind. That's a good serve by Shingo, though.
And a clean, and again, he makes the error, but it's clean off the strings. I mean, you're just not seeing much that he's not squaring up really well. Very quiet, very composed. I mean, why wouldn't you be right now? Everything going your way.
That's a good shot. Yep. It's a great shot. That's the type of rallies he needs right there. And I mean, obviously, it's kind of silly to say this, but I have to start it with obviously. You know, this game is absolutely monumental for Shingo, I think.
I agree. Joe's going to roll over there in a minute, whether he's won this game or lost it. But if he's lost it, he's still going to roll over there with the wind at his back. And we haven't seen him have any problem with that yet. Another great extension by Joe Girard to finish that point up close to the net. Sits up big and tall, got long limbs. Keeps it pretty clean as he strikes those balls way up above his head. All. First game of the second set. Joe Girard, dominant performance in the first set. 6-1. Aha!
Oh, ace. Look, did you see that? Did you see that look too from Shingo?
Like, it's like, I got you.
He's like, 5-1.
Hey, only 4 more, Shingo. Only 4 more to get it back to even.
Exactly, 5-1.
That's not a game that Shingo's likely to win, that matchup of aces, but he'll take a free point, that's for sure, and it gives himself an opportunity to get an early game here, as opposed to getting it at love 5. Joe was there. He was. So had he even executed that, it was likely Joe would have been there for the volley. Whether he'd have finished it or not, we don't know, but didn't need to.
That was going to be a tough one because it was going to be obviously below the height of the net, so he would have had to go really soft. 3 big pushes again, 4 maybe. Here we go. Half a 1. 1, 2, 3. Fake. I think he knew I was counting there, and he just said, I'm going to fake her. Unbelievable.
Ball just dies. I mean, it wasn't like he hit a drop volley there. He just hit a nice, clean, soft volley. But again, putting it into that wind, having a real sense of that, he's able to deaden that, having sent Shingo deep into the corner prior to executing the volley. A long way to go for Shingo, even as good as he is on the wheels.
Yeah, I love that he didn't pull up on that, though, as well. That's a great shot. He knew, and Joe Girard knew how important that game was right there.
Yeah, we talked. I mean, the guy's won this event twice. He's been world #1. He knows what he's doing. And again, when you're playing really great tennis coming into a final like this, he probably is telling himself, why not? Why not continue? There's no reason to drop off. You want fire when you get that fire, just run with it. Shingo trying to get as much into him as quickly as he can here on an unofficial changeover, but sensing that he might need it.
I'm surprised, actually, he didn't get a little bit of a time violation for that.
I think the umpire kind of gave him a little look like, yeah.
Hey, come on, let's go.
You get 1 for free, but next time I'm going to have to ding you. That's a quick attempt there, I think, at Shingo to continue to try to slow down this runaway train of Joe Girard.
I think as well, I personally, he is trying to slow down the game as well, but that is just his routine.
It is.
Know?
Yeah.
I mean, his routine.
It's not unusual for him, but he's looking for the double bonus. It's what I do, and it's like anything to take a little extra time here.
Yep.
clinic. It's a clinic right now. And to do what Joe's doing against that guy on the other side of the net, again, hand to the hip and the head shaking, which is a rare sign of body language that you'll ever see from Shingo Pineda. But honestly, if Joe keeps this up, Shingo will shake his hand at the net and be like, nothing I could do.
Absolutely.
I mean, and that's the truth.
Yeah.
It's Shingo with the miss hit.
And that's just so hard when you're playing someone that's so hot like that. When you do get a chance to get your racket on the ball, you know, it's almost like you want to do more than what you need to do. It's a little bit of a catch-22 situation because you've got to put the ball in play because you don't have your timing. Shingo doesn't have great rhythm right now because Joe hasn't given him great rhythm. So he has to try and create his own rhythm, which, I mean, look at this. It's just a...
I'm sensing an overhead.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, there you go.
I mean, a fist pump and a look of determination on Joe Girard's face right now that is like, I don't intend to back off anytime soon, pal. So I don't know what you got to do on the other side of the net, but I'm going to be here continuing to pound serves. I've never seen anybody this hot this long, to be honest with you. This hot on individual shots, this hot this long.
Yep.
Nine games through this match, and Joe's just been spectacular. We oftentimes talk to our players as we talk about things that they work on and how to navigate through matches. And we tell them, players have hot streaks, kind of ride it out. Typically doesn't last that long. It's just not the norm. And we are far from the norm here.
Yeah,
with the length of time that he's
absolutely
ridden this streak.
And then, as I said, then Shingo gets a ball and he feels he has to do a lot with it just because, if he doesn't, then there's going to be a winner. End of story.
And even there, it's an error by Joe, but it's clean. It's just a little long. And it's typically something from a coaching standpoint. We'd say, acceptable error. We're fine with that.
Yep.
Promote that in our players. There's two unforced in a row. That's a first indication of any little slight break in Joe's hot streak.
And as we saw in the previous match too, that it can come to an end, that hot streak as well, and there are a lot of ups and downs within each match. Oh wow, that was a great pickup.
Yeah, it's 3 unforced in a row, and so maybe we're seeing the first indications of the change. Whew.
Shingo certainly hopes so.
Yeah, right. Nope, not enough.
Unbelievable.
Here's a good shot.
Yeah, he was lucky. He was so lucky to get away with that, though. That was not a good drop shot.
I'm not going to pronounce it hot streak over, but there was 3 unforced errors there.
Is that what you're calling?
Well, I said
right
I'm
now?
not pronouncing it, but if it is over, it's that game right there. And again, we talked about how almost virtually impossible it is to sustain at that level for that long. It was a great point here, much needed by Shingo. Great get there, stayed on the wheels, doing exactly what he needs to do, taking care of his business. Went with the
That drop shot.
Didn't execute it real well.
What do you think he was thinking there?
He's like, please leave it short for me to hit a forehand. Yeah.
I was thinking he was thinking,
I was thinking he was thinking you were thinking he was thinking.
Okay, I'm lost with that.
Yeah.
It's the end of the week. I'm lost with
hear
what
you.
that I think, you think, I think.
You've been going in a lot of directions this week, that's for sure. But, so here's the thing about hot streaks, something to point out. If, in fact, this hot streak is over, once it breaks and then it settles into normal rhythms, it seldom comes back to that level that it was once at. And
Yeah,
so
you're
that's
right.
the interesting thing, that if it is indeed over and this thing now settles down to what is probably the norm, you could see the tide turn in favor of Shingo because, I'm not saying Joe's done or he's gone or he's not playing great tennis, but it was almost virtually impossible for him to continue at that level.
Yeah.
But now he's back to his serve, which, of course, for him, he could get it right back again. He pops an ace or two, which is possible for him, and then he could be right back on it. So, again, I would say very critical game here for Shingo.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Joe's still serving up. I mean, he's 2-1 up. So he goes 3-1, and again, he's full control of the second set. And there's a more indicative Shingo point. More point indicative of the style that he wants to play here today.
Can we talk about balls for a minute?
Absolutely.
Tennis balls?
Steve Manley.
Steve Manley. So I don't know whether we can get a camera shot on this, maybe not. But let's talk about this ball for a second. So I don't know whether you saw it during the trophy presentation, but one of the Canadian wheelchair tennis coaches made these balls for all the players. It's got the 21st, that's a good point from Shingo again, got the 21st anniversary of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's got their name on it. It's got their country.
Yep.
And it's got his name on it and his flag, and it says good luck, and it even says good luck in Japanese there.
Hold it up proud and look to your right, Joe. I'll bet that somebody's going to be zooming in on you shortly.
And then it's even got the flag as well, this side, and then it's got USTA Lake Nona National Campus on that. So pretty cool that a person came in to help with Kids Clinic from Tennis Canada there for the side. And beautiful ball here, as I said, the name of the player and the 25th anniversary, I would say, and all Lake Nona and his name, and it written in Japanese, good luck. And he made one for each player, and I actually also asked him if he could make one for Kids Day with Moss Park, and he got their logo and he made it overnight, and we gave it to him as a gift. So each player gets one of these. I think that's so personalized and just it's really unique gift here.
Yeah, Steve is a talented. I've worked with Steve at a number of camps over the years, and it's oftentimes that he's doing that in the evenings after a long day of instruction on court with the players.
Is that his therapy?
It is. Honestly, I think it is. It's just where he goes to a quiet place. Very talented guy.
Okay, yeah, and again, here it's just all over. Shingo. This is Shingo Kunieda's that we're going to present to him. I'm the lucky one that gets to present that. Flags and his good luck in Japanese, which I think is super cool.
And there's the hold by Joe Girard. Back to action here on center court as he continues at a minimum with his serve game dominance. And he does not let Shingo get back in this match and even at 2-all. He keeps him at a 2-game disadvantage, having poured through him in the first set like nobody I've ever seen pour through Shingo, although I did see Shingo go down a set at 6-love at the U.S. Open to Stefan Olsson, but it wasn't that level of dominance. It was just a really well-played set and went Stefan's way, as odd as it sounds, to go down 6-love, Shingo losing the set, but not like that level of dominance.
No.
And now it's the heat on Shingo once again with a absolute needed hold here. Joe's holding easily each and every one of his service games, and Shingo's having to work for everything. Good first point. Gets the error from Girard. And right now, Shingo would prefer errors to winners, to be honest with you. And that's what really helps break those hot streaks. I mean, if Shingo keeps hitting winners or is able to hit some winners, Joe still feels strong about his game. But if he forces Joe into some errors, that's when
that's what it's
the psychology changes.
Agreed. Yeah, it's when you start making the unforced errors is when the not negativity comes in, but that's when the lack of confidence comes in with the unforced errors.
And I think these guys are smart. They know that
Yeah.
this sport is inherently built into, operating at a little above 50%. It's the math of the sport, right? We talked about math and how it's so woven into
There it
the
is.
sport.
Look at that. That was an unforced error, Mr. Walker.
You're right. And a quick 40 love to Shingo for really probably one of the easier holds he'll have had so far today. One of the only ones. But the second of this set.
That's a great return again.
Big and strong, and again, probably maybe one of the only guys that can cut through this wind with one shot from that side.
Exactly. Joe didn't like the call on that serve either, I don't think. I think Joe was hoping for an out on that serve.
I didn't get a good look at it. The umbrella was blocking me a little bit. But, well, he'll take the return to serve winner.
Oh, he'll take it.
Yeah, he will.
Now, if he'd missed that, he would have made more of a fuss about that serve being possible.
Barely got to it. What a
And
great adjustment.
That was a great get and great control too, and a great important game for Kaneda. I'm not even at the 7th game, and I'm saying it's important.
No, I mean, but the reality is that 4-1 versus 3-2 would have been. I mean, again, that means Joe's just got to find a service game somewhere, and eventually, even if they're trading holds or whatever, he trades them out and wins the match. But the way he's serving, which is he's yet to be broken, he'd be willing to trade all day long. Yep. Even at this, he's already got the 1 break lead, and so if he can hold his way out of this set, he can win it.
So this morning we had, I was just going to say that, and then the guy that I want on camera just got up and walked away, but we had, actually, they're back there a little bit. So this morning we had the NEC sponsor breakfast. I shouldn't say NEC, I should say sponsor breakfast, where we had NEC here. We've got the NEC President and CEO of America here today. And he actually is based in Texas. And then I've got... I'm not sure what the other guy's title is, but he and his assistant came from Japan. So they're here today, and they had breakfast. We had a really nice time with some of the sponsors. And they are, that is one of them. That's the guy that's from Japan.
He looks official.
He looks official?
He does.
They all look official. They got
he's got the lanyard around and
Yep.
everything. I'm just going to go on record and saying he's official.
He's official.
He's a VIP.
The president is directly behind one of our players there. Yep, right there. He's got it. The one behind the lady in the hat that's walking away. And he's off. But they've been here, and obviously they're on court with us this morning, giving the trophy presentation. But
it's a big backhand winner by Joe there. First point, and his serve game dominance continues. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
No. Thankful for NEC for their 25 years of support of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, but it's actually their 27th year supporting tennis as well. So obviously big supporters along with UNIQLO, and then all the other local sponsors that we had. Yeah,
we mentioned it on the other final. Jason and I talked about that long partnership that's been in existence with NEC, and how great it is for that corporation to take an interest in this sport and see it develop over the course of the 2+ decades that they've been involved. And it's Joe Girard, 30 love up here in his service game, in an attempt to continue to keep that 2-game lead on Kaneda.
Such a good ball.
Not overhit, just good control.
Beautiful backhand. Beautiful backhand.
while he can, Joe would be wise to stay on the throttle and not let this this set get deep and close, because that's probably where Shingo.
It's going to be his strength, right? Obviously.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he wants to have happen.
Yep. That's a great shot. Yeah.
And there's a fist pump.
There it is.
Right,
Yep, that's what I was going to say. That's what we've been looking for, right?
Shingo thinking
Yeah.
maybe the tide is turning a little, as he gets 2 points in a row
Said-
on a Gerard service game.
Yeah.
Rarity today. And a missed first serve. See how these things start to string together.
See how it goes. That's a great return. Oh my gosh, there's
gonna fly.
That is gonna fly. Yep.
Yep.
Shingo's team happy with that. Shingo's team trying to cheer him on a little bit, because they know, again, just every game obviously for Shingo right now is really important, and if he can just get a little bit more confidence, you said, and have Joe make Joe play, just make him play that one extra ball, that's huge.
Yeah, getting a lay from Joe as he rolls that forehand cross court and off the court. No chance for Shingo to get to that one, and we're back to deuce. One of our few deuce games of the match. Starting to see that first serve percentage come down ever so slightly. I mean, for a while there it was, I think it was well over 100%.
Well over 100%? Wow. Never heard that one before, Mr. Walker.
I'll bet from Shingo's point of view it felt like that. You know, it's like, does this guy ever miss first serves?
I think Joe had a double fault in his first service game. I want to say maybe the first or second point, and then followed up by an ace and kept the aces going. Saw another double fault there, as you said. 3 missed serves in a row there as well. So, yeah.
See how aggressive Shingo is on this second serve.
I think he's going to hit through it pretty hard. That's a great shot.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Joe claps his hands and recognizes that.
Was he clapping his hands, or was he saying that he was too close to him?
Oh, I thought he gave a clap. I didn't get a great look at it. I thought he gave him a clap.
Yeah.
I wouldn't clap too much for him, Joe.
No,
you don't
yeah.
want to give him any additional encouragement.
Another great shot of the National Campus here in Lake Nona, and that's Shingo's team up there. Yep, clapping him. He knows, obviously, every game here, just to have the tides turned is important for them.
A hold and a possible 4-3 lead. Deep in the set. Getting deeper. A little bit more significant miss by Joe there, as you're starting to see things settle down and level out, and the two players playing at a much more even level right now. Actual smile on the face of Shingo right there for a moment, so maybe the pressure's broken a little bit. Just long on the return. And nice.
Tides turning.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing definitive yet. I mean, certainly the hot streak's over, as we talked. I think that's affirmative. But now it's just going to settle in and be great tennis is what my sense of it is.
Yeah, he's getting his confidence up now too, Shingo.
Yeah. Yep, Joe leaves that one center and short.
Yeah, he does.
And
Shingo takes care of it nicely.
he'll gladly accept that return.
He certainly will. But again, Joe's just that streak, right? He was a little bit more aggressive in that first set with that return. Had a little bit more cut to it, so that time did definitely leave it a bit shorter.
Let's face it, Joe, he wasn't just aggressive. He was out of his mind on that hot streak.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, if there's ever a time to use the term in the zone, right, which typically maybe can last for 2, 3, 4 games, 4 games max sometimes. Dude went through in the zone for 9 games.
You mean you haven't played a whole match in the zone, Paul?
In my mind, I have. In my own mind zone, yes, but not actual execution zone, no.
Yeah, I every time I think about tennis, I'm playing in the zone.
Oh, yeah. I'm phenomenal from up here in the booth.
we're perfect in the booth.
Right.
We can see everything in the booth,
Never
right?
a bad decision, never poor execution, everything. Yeah.
It's definitely a lot easier sitting up here than it is on the court. I can promise you that.
Yeah, these guys make it look easy.
Yeah. Some players out here watching today. Behind the court, we got Nico Piper, our very own Mackenzie Solden, Lucy Shuka, and
Natalia Maya. Yep.
Maya.
From Brazil.
Yeah. I also love looking out here and seeing some of our USTA staff that have taken time out of their weekend to come out. One of our staff that I'm seeing, she does all the marketing, so she helped with all the marketing for the whole event. So a lot of what you see out here, she had a big part of helping me as well.
So now it's Joe Girard again on the serving side, which is a place that he's been very comfortable all day today. And another break by Shingo, which would be really interesting because then he'd be serving just like that for the second set.
And it's perfect. We should be in 3 sets. This is a final.
Yeah, I agree.
These are the 2 gladiators out here, right? And the 2 best gladiators that are left in the tournament. Oh, that's a great shot.
Back of the line. Yeah, and that's that ability for Joe to just cut through the wind with that flat forehand. Just enough spin to pull it down and in. But his serve just does not have as much bite to it as it did earlier. It's just not flying in there like it was.
Oh, he wants that back. You can't miss that.
Yeah, had a good look there to go 15-0.
He did.
I mean, at least get that point started on his terms. Yeah, that ball got a little bit up on Joe where you talked about how he likes to take it a little earlier and then drive up and through it. And he got that one a little bit late up and then had to roll over the top of it down into the net.
Yeah, he couldn't go out on that. That was so high that he had no choice but to come down. Go, go, go. Sorry, I'm not saying go for any reason but that.
Not up. Shingo can't get it. Nobody's getting it. And then again, the drop shot, Joe has really shown a deft touch. This looks, see Shingo's back, throws it into the wind.
I didn't think he was going to be anywhere close to that, and actually was only just a couple of inches away.
2 opportunities for Girard to hold.
There's the drop shot again. Unbelievable.
Didn't see it behind the monitor. He was well out of position. And Joe's got a good sense of that here throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Beautiful.
Ripped that backhand right there. That didn't look like it in that replay shot, but boy, that ball was driven and then backed it up, having driven him back to the fence.
Shingo was not ready for that drop shot in any way whatsoever. Didn't expect it, didn't see it coming.
Continually confident-looking Joe Girard here, as it's a much different second set, but he's right in the thick of it. With a break here, boy, if he breaks, then now a chance to serve for it, which for him would be huge, the way he's been serving so far today. We've been saying it all day that it seems like Shingo's service games are all critical. Joe's almost taken for granted. Much easier for Joe to hold so far today, and Shingo having to work for everything on his service games.
See whether Joe takes this ball again. He's been taking about half a push, I would say, just to kind of get in. And he's been taking 3 to 4 big pushes. There's 1, 2, 3. Yep. Same again. Just, I mean, that ball is just, he's just getting that ball so deep that Shingo's getting caught every single time.
Yeah, it's on top of him. It's on top of him fast.
It's there. Here we go. There, 2, 3, and there it goes.
Pretty much textbook the way Joe's moving the chair there.
Here we go, and he's going to have a little push right there. It's just getting momentum. That's the 1, 2, 3, and then the hit. So almost every time we're at the, it's almost like, I don't know what you would call that pole, the little one, to not there, 2, 3. He actually didn't come in.
It's really 2 big pushes, and then it's adjustment after that.
Yeah.
And he's just tapping a wheel to put himself in a position to hit forehand or backhand, because with that momentum, it doesn't take much on the wheels for the chair to shift and then get into position for him to hit. So once he gets that much speed up, it's just a slight tap left or right, or a little hold on one of the wheels. Yep. So watch that here again as we've talked through this, but it's going to get a lot of speed up with 2 strong pushes, and then it's going to be just a slight tap or adjustment, generally speaking. A little adjustment step.
2.
Now it's a coast. See that? Yep.
Yeah. So the first one is just almost like to get him in position to get the wheels going where he needs to go, and then he's going there. He changed his position on this one a little bit too. That second serve, stay back actually, didn't come in so much. That's a good ball. Oh, is this the drive ball? Oh,
yeah. It's good skills.
That is unbelievable skills of the chair right there.
That ball move.
And it's going to move. He's better hurry.
He's there.
He's not going to do that.
He's not missing that one. But yeah, we could see that ball move from the middle of this ad box over here, practically over into the deuce box as it floated around up there.
I thought that was going to be the drive volley I've wanted. You know, I've still got like a little, maybe a set here, maybe not, a couple games, and a full match to see a drive volley, swing drive volley. Think I'm going to get it, Mr. Walker?
I don't know.
No?
That's a lot to ask for. Very demanding. Hey, but it's 2 break points. Again, we talked, it's 2 break points. We're 4-all in the second. Gerard up 1 set love. He breaks here, and he's serving for the match just like that. And there it is. There it is. With a big forehand winner on the return of serve, it's Joe Girard going to cross over with the win at his back with a chance to serve for a straight set victory over world number 1, Shingo Kunieda. Phenomenal job here by Joe Girard. And with that return, and he is continuing to be in control of this match with just dominant performances. As good as Shingo's played here in the second set, it's still Joe. The chance to serve it out. Great shot of a bunch of our fans here in the stands, loving the Florida sunshine, having to actually, Tony Stingley there with the arms crossed, helped us out in some of the coverage earlier in the week.
It's a lot of USTA staff sitting right there.
Yep, just enjoying the day.
Coming out, seeing the new change of ball kids coming out. They've just run around twice. No, they haven't. They've gone all the way. There we go. Sorry.
They might not be out there for long, Joe.
They may not. It seems like the changing of the guard of the little ones. Again, the cutest ones out there. Sorry, have to plug that.
Got to. But it's Joe that roars off there. He pushes out with great energy, leaving the bench, knowing that he's in a position to serve out for the 3rd time in his life, a potential chance to be a NEC Masters champion. What a great end to his 2018 if he gets this title.
Joe's getting the 3 balls as well that I'm noticing there.
He was a couple points away from possibly having had a doubles and singles title in one year. It was him and Stefan Olsen at the UNIQLO Doubles Masters that had match points against Stefan Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer that they didn't quite convert. And so it was the Frenchman that took that title home. But here it is, Joe serving for the singles title. On the attack.
Oh, wow.
They'll make
there's
that volley.
No way.
And he gets a little bit extra added bonus.
You make your own luck, right?
Yes, you do.
That was just beautiful. Just hands coming in here, soft hands.
Like that he stays on the attack, not looking to sit back, allow that point to get established. Nope. Stay aggressive, stay forward.
It's a good ball, heavy.
Slightly flown there.
Yep.
Again, back to a point that Shingo is more interested in playing. Lengthier rally. He's like, come on, come on. He knows if he can stay around, if he can get this break. And it would be nothing worse for Joe than to think, my God, I had a chance to serve it out and I didn't. You know, that would be a psychological blow right there to me. Shingo knows it. He knows that would be in Joe's mind. I had a chance to serve it out and I didn't take care of my business. That's taking care of business right there.
That is taking care of business.
6 for the match.
Shingo wants that called out badly. It's not going to happen, right?
Yep.
Gerard 2 points away from championship.
That's the one strike ability we talked about with Joe, his ability with one shot to just do some damage. At court, Shingo in position. Didn't finish.
Unbelievable.
That is clutch execution on the backhand volley by Shingo to get himself a break point.
That was really, really nice play right there.
Yeah.
Shingo just doesn't back down. It doesn't matter what the score is. He's said he's going to strategy book, right? He's playing the same every single time. It's a break point. It's a good serve.
All he can handle.
Out.
And didn't do it. And there it is. You see how much frustration Joe has from knowing that he...
not too much.
Not too much, but, internally he's thinking about it.
Yeah.
You can't. It's just natural. It's
natural. You were 2 points away
condition.
from the championship, right?
Yep.
You just got to get 2 more points there.
On his strength.
I actually think Shingo's backhand today is actually probably his better shot today.
Yeah. He's looked... Again, it's taken a long time for us to get a look at what Shingo has today because the first set was done in a blink of an eye, and we never really saw him hit many balls. But it's here in the second that we're starting to get a sense of how good he is. The complete player we know he is. It's a great first serve. And followed up by aggressive forehand, and now momentum swinging ever so slightly to Shingo. Hard to imagine Joe not holding serve twice in a row. If Shingo can get the hold here, then maybe Joe would have to chance to serve to get it to a tiebreaker, but hard to believe he'd not hold twice. We'll see.
That's a good shot. Yep. Now, in the first set, there's no way he would have sliced that.
No.
Either. He would have probably actually a clean winner from there.
There's that look on Shingo's face I talk about where it seems like he knows something
that no one else does. That's the look, right?
Honestly, that's it. He freaks me out with that look. I love it, though. I love it.
Go in.
It's going to move a lot.
Yeah.
Look at that chair.
Oh my gosh. That chair skills, you kidding me?
And just long.
Wow.
Yep.
Big change. That's
a great
amazing.
replay option there for us, hopefully. This point's going to probably get thrown into play here at 40 love, but if we get a chance at some point, maybe. If not, no worries, but 40 love to Shingo.
That chair skill was unbelievable there. See the reaction of both players after this game. Oh, not up. There it is.
A hold at love. A non-hold for Joe, serving out the match, and then a hold at love by Shingo, and it's 6-5 him just like that. And wow, what a possible turnaround here. The chance for this thing to go 3 if Joe doesn't hold serve right now.
Again, taking the racket right out of his hand.
First chance he's needed to hold serve today.
This is the amazing replay right here. If you watch Shingo, watch the energy, and it's really windy. Wind picked up right here, and the stop right there here, and turned around that way and still found the ball, and then boom, it was the winner.
He turns around
Not
that
a
way
winner.
in order to stay behind the ball so that when he decides to execute that shot in an offensive manner from that position, which he should be doing, then he's pushing into that and driving through that
Yep.
ball. If he kind of goes the other way, now he's flat and stationary and really doesn't have the power, just the raw physical power, but he uses that sheer momentum to
Yep.
generate most of his power in his shots.
Yep. Again, that wonderful shot, and see the UNIQLO, obviously, in the NEC. We had the sponsor here this morning from the company that did the wraps of the court with the UNIQLO and the bottom all around the concrete. And I did actually tell everyone, Paul, that I was actually out here late one night painting that on the wall, that UNIQLO sign right there.
Liar.
Oh, come on. It had to look like I did something. So I said I did it.
Yeah, you've done nothing to put this tournament on.
But no, he was here today, and actually, just people really, really love that.
Well,
and
you questioned in the first day whether the stickers would hold up, and true to form, they have.
Oh, yeah,
and so
no,
they continue to
they're good.
adorn the center court, make it look really professional and spectacular. So really, the company that did that knew their business.
Here
Kinda like-
comes Shingo.
Kind of like Shingo knowing his business right now.
Shingo is on a roll. I could take that roll so many different ways.
Yeah.
I meant like
allow
ham roll,
maybe allow the
ham
viewers to
roll,
just take it
ham
however they
roll,
want it.
Ham roll.
Cinnamon roll.
Yep. Cheese roll.
Great job by Joe.
Yep.
That was a pretty key point there. I mean, he goes down love 30 early here. I think he's going to start to question. And you wonder if he's going to try to press a little bit now with his serve more than he was before, or was just flowing naturally. Is he going to try to force a few serves? We'll see. I'll tell you what, that one looked good. Very nice there. Well inside the line, but still major league aggressive. Advantage early, small advantage. Backs it up with number 7. 7. Yep. Lucky number 7.
Beautiful
So,
serve. Right up the tee.
at a time when he needed it most, it's been there for him. 2 chances to hold. Pounds it on the first serve in.
There it is. And then we go to a tie break. Wow, 6 games all.
Whew.
Couldn't get much closer in this second set.
No. This is interesting. I'll tell you what, the dynamic of a tiebreak now, again, with maybe Joe having a chance to get some match points, Shingo having to fight to stay alive in this set and match. Let's see which one blinks first here.
Tie break sometimes difficult on the bulkheads here because if they're not real familiar with it, getting the balls down after 1 and then 2.
Yeah,
They've done a great job, the bulkheads here. They've done a
Umpire will
great job.
coach him up.
Yep. He coaches them, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Very good.
Wow.
But oh
my
yeah.
gosh.
It almost looked for
Wow.
a second but that's
Wow.
what is that? That's a Shingo point.
That is a Shingo point,
Yep.
you're right.
And Joe played a very strong point, but that is always going to favor Shingo.
Yeah, those are the ones that Joe does not want to get involved in if he can help it.
But sometimes you can't. I mean, that's the genius of a guy like Shingo, right?
Of course.
Yeah. As good as Joe is playing.
0-1.
Again, it's back to the interesting dynamic. Can he get some points back with just one shot versus the multiple shots that it takes Shingo to win one?
Okay. 2-0. Should say 0-2, excuse me. Balls again. There's a drop shot. There's that drop shot. It's not going to get to it. Drop shot has worked so well.
You know, to have the courage to execute that shot in a critical moment really speaks to Joe, his confidence in that shot.
Just being able to move in, change that grip, really, really disguise it. Beautiful shot.
But to pull the trigger at that moment, it's impressive.
Two, 2-1. Caneda still up a mini break. He's going to get it. He's going to get that. Nah, it's a lob coming.
He'll get out of there.
Yep. Oh. Wow. He wants that back. Look, he's looking at his coach there. Actually went a little big on that backswing on that one, as he said. He said on that, he showed himself hitting that, starting with that backswing big, and then just got caught on it because it was a little bit too late. Talked about how Joe has done that so well technically. He just is really short with the backswing and a long follow through. That one he actually had a bit too big a backswing.
Sometimes time can be your enemy.
Yeah,
occasionally.
Exactly. 3-1. Yeah. And what a great point. 4-1. Yeah. Okay, can I say this? I really want a third set.
No, well, yeah, of course you can say that. Well, I mean, as a fan of tennis, who doesn't want a third set? That's the simplest way to put it.
Because at this point right now as well, you know, Joe is not hot. They're both just playing, again, now great tennis. So now it goes back to that gladiator boxing battle.
Yep, it's kind of settled into standard tennis at a very high level, but we saw for 9 games at the beginning of this match just an unbelievable display by Joe Girard. Now things are settling into a little bit more of normality.
Yeah, 1-4, 1-5.
Yeah, quickly.
At 1-5, they're going to change ends here.
Yeah, the points are coming kind of quick too.
Yep. 1-5.
I would not want to be going to a third set with that guy after coming through the way it has, the way this one's played out.
Yep. Both players taking a little bit of time here, rehydrating, putting that refueling their body.
Wow, I mean,
good.
It's been an interesting match to commentate on. Honestly, it's been fun and interesting, and a lot of things to learn from if you're watching and trying to pick up on some important aspects of managing matches.
Yep. It's 1-5. It's not over yet, though.
Mm-mm.
Oh, Joe.
That's the tightest forehand of the day right there.
Yeah, totally. Took his racket out of his hand.
You know, and it's moments like that when your mind, and again, you can't help it, your mind goes back to the fact that you had a chance to serve out the match.
Yeah.
On a day when your serve has been on fire, and you didn't take care of business, and all of a sudden you're pretty much looking at a third set. I mean, almost guaranteed here, unless something just crazy goes on. Hard to think that Shingo won't get 1 point here out of the next 5.
I know. He's got 5 set points.
Tried to get after that one a little bit.
I was wondering whether he was going to go for an ace there. Not that you actually go for an ace, but bigger serve. Oh, jammed. That's a great shot. That's a heavy ball. Oh, that's going to fly. Just out.
Not by much.
No, not by much. A little bit faster acceleration there. May have kept it down.
1 out of 5. Joe fights off, but long way to go. Long way to go.
Yep.
Stay alive in this one. He's preferred the out wide serve on the deuce side. We'll see. He goes there again.
There it is. Yep. That's a good shot. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Impressive by Joe, who might feel, hey, my back's up against the wall. Why not, right? Again, see if he can possibly just naturally allow this thing to tighten up a little bit. Why not go for a shot like that? Hey, with 2 serve opportunities, it could be 6-5 just before you know it, with the way this guy's been hitting the serve today. Shingo not wanting to have to serve again in this tiebreaker.
That's going to be
Trouble.
a winner.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the execution that you'll see 9 out of 10 times from Shingo Kunieda.
Yep.
And here we go. You got what you wanted, Joe. I think we got what we wanted. If you're a fan of tennis, yeah.
And that's
it's a
Shingo's,
third
I think,
set. It's our
yep.
second match of the day, going 3.
That is, and I think Shingo just asked to, maybe he just did something. I don't know, they said bathroom, restroom. Asking for the bananas, I know. Asking our ball kid, one of our ball kids, Addie, there for the bananas. Yep, Shingo is unstrapping himself right
so
there.
he'll be taking
so
a break.
he's going to the bathroom.
It'll be quick. Whew, man. So as a recap, as we look at center court here during a quick break, the day has been interesting. It's been Koji Sugino that opened things up in the quad 3-4 match to take 3rd place in his first ever NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, followed by Dylan Alcott winning his first ever NEC Masters singles title on center court. With the women, it was first-timer here, Julia Capocci, winning in 3 sets, exciting 3 sets over Aniek van Kut of the Netherlands to take home 3rd place. And right now, we are all locked up at 1 set apiece on center court in the men's final between Shingo Kunieda and Joe Girard, 2 past champions at this event. For a period of time, they dominated this event for 5 years straight, with Kunieda having a 3-year run, and at Joe Girard in 2015-2016 taking home this title. But right now, it's going to come down to 1 set for the guy who takes home the 2018 NEC Masters title.
I want to see what happens here too. See how Joe fights back in the 2nd set, right? I mean 3rd set rather. He's on such a high, you know, and then didn't play badly. I mean, Shingo just came back, just stayed strong. So
that's that whole hang around principle. Hang around. And it's not like when Shingo's hanging around, he's doing nothing. I mean, he's continuing to find his game, look for holes. And in this case today, just let Joe settle down. Come off that massive hot streak that he had in the opening.
Yep.
The first set. And into the 2nd set. Phenomenal stuff.
Joe just sitting by himself, obviously, here. Doesn't need to use the restroom. Just under a little bit of shade. Just really refocusing here. Trying to stay cool while Shingo goes to the bathroom. Now it's going to be just a battle. A battle of will right here. A battle of, I don't think either one of them don't want it. So obviously both wanting it very, very, very strongly. Few players still around, few players still practicing. It's actually funny that we were waiting for the last match, and we thought Andy was going to win that last match. So all the ITF people bought out all the sponsors, and myself. Don't know why I was out there, but I was. got all the trophy presentation right. Rob got the mic out, and Dylan looked at him and went, "Dude, you don't need that yet." It's kind of funny. That's very Dylan-like.
Very Dylan-esque.
But yep, Dylan-esque. But he did that.
I never really, we were calling that match up here. We never thought anybody was winning that match. I mean, it was just nobody that seemed to want to take a hold of it and put their stamp on it.
Yeah, so the same thing happened just now, though. They saw the ITF people come out ready to go, and they're gone.
Well, they came over here next to us where they're kind of pre-positioning some of the materials for the ceremony, and I think at some point where they must have been watching or listening and saying, "Hey, we better get this stuff out here. The way this thing's going, this thing could be over in 10 minutes."
Yep.
And it looked like that for a while with the way Joe Girard was going. But of course, the brakes didn't go on. It was a steady slow down that Shingo was just tapping the brakes, and was just gradually able to slow Joe down enough to take that second set, the tiebreaker. And now it's Joe that sits, thinking, in the shade over there. Oh, Shingo utilizes a restroom break, and we'll come back with that, look on his face.
Here he comes. Right now. Yeah, that look. I know something that you don't know. I like that. I'll have to use that again.
Well, you'll just start to recognize it. And again, I've seen it for years, and I just have always admired it in him. It's just an interesting look. And when you've performed at the level he has for as long as he has, you know what? Maybe he does know something.
I think he does. I think it's called just a belief in himself,
yeah, of
and
course.
the belief that if Joe's going to play like he did, and that's where I come back to. If Joe plays like he did for 2 sets, Shingo, as you said, comes up, shakes hands, and goes, "Wow, I can't do anything." However, if Joe for 1 second or one ball gives him an opening, he is gonna. You say the ball, like, I'm going to hit the ball, and you talked about analogy about hitting the ball and wanting to, like, hurt you with the ball or hurt the ball, whatever it was.
Gustavo.
It was Gustavo.
Yeah.
Same thing, but you said that.
Right, yeah.
And I'm saying there's like a door, and Shingo goes, if you just unlock that door to me, right?
Let me get my toe in there. Let me get my foot
get in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to just open it slowly. I'm going to just kick it in. So, funny story about kicking. Can I tell you a funny story about kicking, Paul?
Having not kicked in 20-something years, go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. Out front of the campus, there are big cement balls.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they've got covers on them. This weekend, they had the wheelchair tennis players. It says, "Welcome, wheelchair tennis players." And then the Florida ones came in. It said Florida League, so the yellow, so really nice. But apparently one of the players thought they were balloons.
Oh.
And apparently was about to punch it. And someone said, no, it's a cement ball. So I'm really glad the player didn't do that. I'm not going to say who it was because he might be listening. He might not be.
No.
I don't want to embarrass him.
Don't.
I did say him, though.
You did. You just narrowed it
But
down
only
to
a
one
man
of-
would want to hit a ball like that and punch a ball, right? Just because.
Oh, really? Only a man.
I don't know about that.
I'll tell you what. Here we go. Ready to kick off this third set. Men's final. 1 set all. 6-1, 7-6 so far. Joe Girard to kick it off. Speaking of kicking. There's a clap of the hands by Joe on the perfectly executed lob by Shingo. Joe better be careful not to let this set get away from him quickly. I mean, because if Shingo gets up and gets that early lead, he may roll this thing because I think it's him with the confidence right now. Joe wants to hang around.
Exactly.
Roles have reversed.
Joe needs to we said this, I don't know why I laugh when I say this, but we said Shingo really needs to flush the toilet, and you said double, and now Joe's got to do the same thing. He can't let anything that just happened in that last set even come into his mind.
I mean, that is way easier said than done. Like we've
course
talked
it is.
about. No,
Yeah.
like we've talked about a lot of things. Everything's up here. That's the right answer. But my goodness, that is so difficult when you're down there in the heat of battle. There's a drop shot by Shingo. Joe's there.
Get to it. And Joe's going to get to this too.
Now it's going to continue to run away from him as he runs into the wall back there. Great effort by Joe. Hope he's okay. Yep, and flexing his wrist there a little bit. That is not a forgiving wall back there, Joe.
No, it's not.
I'm saying that to you, but I could be saying it to him too. Joe, that's not a
Oh,
forgiving
yeah,
wall
sorry,
back there.
Joe.
No,
Yeah, you're
I
right.
was talking to you.
And Mr. Shingo Kaneda there with that drop shot is a little bit of a touche. If
Yeah,
I'd hit that, I would have gone touche.
when's the last time Joe was love 30 on his or love 40 on his service game?
Yep,
If ever at all today.
yep. That's
No.
great. That's how he played the set and a half.
Yeah, and he needs to get back to that. I mean, even if it costs him a couple errors, I think he needs to get back to swinging like that.
He's
Something's
looking
up.
at his wrist right there.
Maybe with the exertion on that shot, he might have felt a little, but it seems to be okay. Back in action, 15-40. A guy like him can certainly get himself a couple free points here on his serve.
Yeah, frustration there.
You can see the difference. The body language tells all.
What's he asking for there?
He's reaching into his bag for something. He's going to retape his... He has put some tape on something.
He's taping his chair. Taping something with his chair there?
Well, he does. It's Shingo Kaneda who takes advantage of that little equipment break to get himself some energy and fuel. We know how particular he is in that regard. Look at the energy he's got as he pushes away. Very confident, very smooth, comfortable, and it's going to be Joe crossing over now down a game quickly in the third set.
Wow.
Yeah, had Shingo a little bit off balance and out of position there. Nicely driven up the line by Joe. His attempt to get that break back quickly as he can. Does not want to see a gap in this set.
Not great movement there.
No,
Slowed down
little
a bit.
unfocused, little
Yep.
almost lackadaisical. Seldom use that term when you're talking about Shingo, but he did. But, typically, he doesn't string those together very often, so get himself back to high level here quickly. Just like that, both guys open up their service games going down love 40. Crazy.
Shingo had a good look up at his team there. What am I doing? Wow.
And it's Joe that breaks it love. The oddities of tennis. Just when you think you got it all figured out, and see something you didn't anticipate.
Balls coming down. Joe waiting for them there. He likes to take actually the 3 balls.
That couldn't have played out better for him. That really might have allowed him to settle down now, whereas he might have a more typical service game for himself here. That'd be my call.
It's a good serve. Oh, it's going way out.
Classic Shingo, options cross or line, and decides cross is the answer on that one. The easy winner.
Joe actually made that there. He actually signed it was like spinning, and then he's like it dropped down because I think he thought it was going out like I did. Good serve, and then
both players not able to get control of their service games here early in the third, with a quick break by Shingo against Gerard, and then a equalizing break by Gerard against Shingo, and now it's 2 points up for Shingo. Again, it's the Shingo-oriented and constructed point that certainly Joe kind of stuck there on his wheels, not moving real fluidly. Gets pulled out, and that's all it takes one time, and then Shingo stays on the attack with the good depth, forcing the short ball. And there it is. And now it's another service game at love. 40, 3 in a row. And it's Gerard broken at love. We're seeing a little bit of everything here in this men's final. It's Joe Gerard who roared out to just an amazingly perfect first set. Victory 6-1. And it's Shingo Kunita who settled things down and was able to maneuver through a second set tiebreaker to get it to 1-set-all, and now it's a break fest. Neither player able to hold serve the first 3 games of this decisive third set here, men's final.
Joe asking for the chair to be pushed back a little bit for the shade.
The umbrella.
Yeah, the umbrella. Go back. It's on wheels right there, so it just needs to be pushed back.
As the sun's moving, so does the umbrella need to.
Joe's telling him there's wheels on the base. I'm not seeing that from behind, but more hard to do.
Time they get back there again, he may have to move it. Tilt.
I'm worried that he's going to pull this out and the whole thing's going to drop down. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, he's got an assistant now. That's good.
Yeah. Our assistant referee, Scott Albin, is coming out to help him.
Great teamwork there.
Yeah, good teamwork. This
Vince
guy's still
Scott.
struggling a little bit. Needs the teamwork on this one, too.
Shingo with the ice pack. I'm fine, thank you.
Yep. One more game for new balls. Again, keeping his eyes closed here, staying with his routine on every changeover, Shingo. And he does not go away from that. This is just crazy.
Well, most of the great players don't.
Yeah.
Most of the great players do not.
We're at 2-1 Caneda in this last set. Final set, I should say, of the men's final.
Yeah, more tennis to come. We got a women's final. No, let's not forget about that. A little preview of that. World number 1 Dita DeGroot versus world number 2 Yui Kamiji. So there's tennis yet to be played. Here in this third and final set for the men, and a lot of time for the women. That match was quote, scheduled for 2:30, but with 2 3-set matches leading up to their match, obviously that's going to get pushed back a little bit. And so the anxious moments will have to continue for both of the ladies.
And you've got the trophy ceremonies
Yep,
in between
yep,
each match too,
of
so
course.
it takes a little bit longer for for them to get on. So they did have a not before 2:30, so they knew they weren't going to play before 2:30. So
Yeah, I think they'll be lucky if they get on by about 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
wind made that ball die a little bit. That's a reach.
As we get into this third set, it's just so much to understand the playing styles that we've talked about, where Joe's more of the one-shot firepower, and Shingo with the point constructing abilities. That is big favor to Shingo right now. I mean, the ability to at this juncture of this match to utilize your one-shot weapons and expect them to be there for you.
Yeah.
The more patient playing style of Shingo
There's that ball.
puts him in a much superior position, I think, in this third set.
Got somebody going to get that ball there?
Hard for Joe to just trust and swing out the way he needs to play at his high level. And Shingo, this is just normal for him. This is just a normal way of playing tennis.
Yep. Oh, that's going out.
Yeah, left that forehand
Yeah.
woefully short.
He did.
Allowed Joe to get on the offensive there. It's a bit of a gift there by Shingo.
It is.
And gets it to 30 all.
Slight opening here. I say opening, it's 30 all. It's tied, but
By these service game standards, this is a slugfest here at 30 all.
Exactly.
First 3 service games all going in initially at least to love for the server. Freebie by Gerard. Shingo pumps the fist, having really cranked a nice serve into the tee there. Chance for Shingo to separate ever so slightly here with the 2-game lead at this point.
and he does.
Yeah, and that's Joe attempting the one-shot option. Kind of all or nothing with that one shot, and
Yep.
it ended up being nothing, except another game to Shingo.
And this is where Shingo changes his racket again, goes to new strings with the new balls. Has a little
Apparently,
bit
he
more
only
control.
owns one vibration dampener, though. You'd think he could have a couple of those all loaded up in there, but he always grabs a new racket, swaps out the dampener that he had in the old racket. So a little bit of the old with a little bit of the new combo, huh?
Superstition,
Yeah,
possibly.
there you go.
I used to only have one when I played, believe it or not, because that's the racket I knew I was playing with. So then I would just switch. You know what I'm saying? So like you're looking at me like I'm insane.
Well, I'm waiting for you to explain it out to me.
Well, that would be the one, and then
Yeah.
the others would be new. So
Yeah.
then the one I'm playing with, I'd be like, okay, I know I've used these already, and because the other ones are in the plastic wrap. So
How many did you
just
typically go on to
stop.
court? No. How many did you typically go on to court with racket-wise? 6? 8?
Anywhere anywhere. I wasn't that rich.
Not
My
back in
God,
the-
I didn't
not
play
back
that well.
Okay.
200 in the world. You're not going out with 8 rackets. Ooh, anywhere from 3 to 6, I would
3 to
say.
6, okay.
Yeah, it depends. If I was traveling internationally, Joe, come on now.
Yep.
Just got to be a little careful with that. I mean, that ball comes up and hits a bulkhead. You got to be a little careful, Joe.
No, he might have needed to get that out of his system.
I
get
agree.
it.
I agree.
Yep. Looks like it got him on track a little bit.
And that's going to be a winner.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you do got to be careful.
Look,
something you
that's
don't anticipate.
Shopalov,
costing you.
remember
Sure.
Shopalov?
Whacked
I mean,
the chair umpire.
he just took the ball and didn't mean to whack the official, right? And
Cost him big time.
I mean, got hit in the eye. The official did, like major issues. So you got to be so careful. That's gonna fly. Yep.
Yep, but I'll tell you what, since that little mini outburst there, it's been a couple of good swings by Joe. So I give him credit for having maybe gotten it out of his system and allowed himself to settle down here a little bit and say, hey, come on, let's get going.
Sometimes you got to do it.
do.
I'm just saying, you just got to be super careful.
There's a couple of much better swings since the outburst.
That's, yep.
And with that, it's a chance for Joe to hold after struggling in his first couple of service games in this third set. He's got more points in this game than he had in his first two combined.
That was let, right?
Yeah. First serve, I believe.
Okay. That's a great backhand.
Yeah, there's
Wow.
a nice game. Really
Yep.
big hold by Joe, knowing that 3-2 versus 4-1 was
Yep.
something he desperately needed. So good credit to him.
Just moves in, takes that ball so on the rise.
Yeah.
Nice long swing, right?
Yeah, yep. Just like we previewed, and very nice target. Didn't go for too much there. Just let the ball do its work. Three-two in the third. Shingo Kaneda serving to continue to stay ahead. He's up the break with a chance to hold and keep the pressure on Joe. Make Joe chase. It's been Shingo who chased most of the day.
Shingo going to that same routine every time, just the ice bag. You know, I think as well, when you're obviously a professional athlete, I think he's going for that beef jerky. When you're a professional athlete too, you've got to travel with everything, you know. I think so. Sometimes, you know, I don't know, I think sometimes the players expect a lot of the tournaments just to provide everything. But I know when I traveled, I didn't expect anything because I always said playing on the satellite, the Challenger Tour, we didn't get anything, right? So I would always really try to make sure I had everything packed. And I say that because I see Shingo coming out and he's bringing his own ice pack bags with his name on. Mm-hmm. You know, so it's really important, obviously, for
well, I mean,
players
it's a way that you're guaranteed to get what you want and need.
Exactly.
That's the only way to guarantee it, right?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, and it's your career. It's your career. It's not other people's career.
Yeah, I think people then tend to be like use as an excuse. Oh, I couldn't get from the tournament A, B, or C.
Yeah.
And no, there's no reason for that. Yeah, especially like in the food department, you know, there's some folks with some specific dietary needs. Now, again, are you going to pack meals for 560s or a week? No, but some snack things and some things that are critical maybe on court with you, absolutely, you have room for that stuff in bags. So, yeah, you're right. Should be taking care of that stuff.
Everything. I mean, I think you should even be looking at the weather conditions and making sure that if, you know, I mean, here it was a little different because we didn't know it was going to be that cold, you know, but I mean, a lot of it, you've got to be ready for everything.
Joe's there, Shingo for the...
He's going to get that.
He did.
My gosh,
with
he
his
did.
reach, he
And,
is.
wow.
And Shingo did not think he was, I think. That could get Joe going.
Yep.
I think Shingo let up just a little bit, which is rare for him.
Yep.
Might have thought that one was over. Right here, definitely thought that was over. Kind of backed off. I don't know why he was so out of position on that one.
Yeah.
Just happened to catch
I just
him in the wrong spot.
I just don't think he thought he was anywhere close to getting it.
No. Good for Joe to put forth that effort. That's a big one.
Yep.
Sometimes if you can't do it with the racket, do it with the wheels. It's a big point. It's going to go wide. Nice return by Joe, forcing that error. And so just like that, it's a little bit of a break in here. Joe looking a lot more confident. Seeing the fist pump. It's exactly where he needs to get back to. Trying to stay aggressive with that one-shot mentality. And again, not that he's just a one-shot player. I mean, he's able to string things together. But, you know, if he can do that damage quickly, but that's a tough one to sustain for long periods of time. I don't think we'll see many extended hot streaks here in this third and final set. It's going to be certainly more back and forth. Yep, ball sitting up nicely for Joe's forehand right there. Shingo kind of left that one center cut. And Joe settled in there and did a nice job of taking care of his business on that return of serve. Made that look pretty easy. And now looking at a break point and a chance to get it to 3-all, and then turn it around and give him a serve with a chance to go up. So just like that, things could change. And there it is.
Great return of serve again. It's where he went back in that game. He totally went back to what got him up in the first place. Just pushing in, taking that return on the rise, flattening it out, and not giving Shingo any time to recover after his serve.
Yeah, I mean, that ball wasn't driven down the line. It was just that it was taken so early, and with enough pace on it and enough location, able to produce the return of serve winner. So now in a position to hold and go up 4-3 and make Shingo the chaser again. Yep, allez, says Joe Girard. Easy forehand winner there. Wind at his back, just needed to roll that one into a good target.
Yep.
Let it work for him. Looking very relaxed and loose again.
Great point again. Just coming in, easy volley to the open court.
And it's now Shingo that I think needs to step it up. He looks a little flat by his standards. He doesn't have quite the energy and hasn't really put forth the effort on some of the swings that I think is necessary for him to kind of stay in control here. But Joe in command.
That's a great serve again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shingo that end as well against the wind had really started being very aggressive with his swing, hitting really through the ball a little bit more, super fast, and he hasn't quite been doing that in these last couple of games.
Yeah.
That's the LA.
And instead of being broken at love, it's hold at love, which is something that Joe's certainly more accustomed to.
Absolutely.
There he is, 4-3. Getting deeper into this set. Things are getting a little bit more critical.
I was going to say, this is getting good, Mr. Walker. Getting fun. The sun's gone behind the clouds just a little bit. A few clouds in the sky, not too many. Just a few. Keeping it a little bit
shot of Joe
cool.
on the change over there, looking comfortable again. There was a period of time when he was certainly out of sorts. And now, maybe Shingo, he changed rackets for those new balls, but maybe he's questioning which one he wants to go forward with down the stretch here.
He's actually talking to himself there, eating that gel again. I shouldn't say eating it, drinking it.
Yeah, I wonder if he changes back to the racket that he was playing with. Maybe that one that he changed over to wasn't quite providing him the pop.
I've seen players use two different rackets for two different ends with the wind.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
A little bit when wind is that significant.
Yeah, a little bit tighter when it would be
Wind at your back.
Shingo's.
Yep.
And then a little bit looser the other side.
Makes sense. All right, and now we're into that kind of critical situation for Shingo Kuniita. He doesn't hold here. He goes down 2 games, and I think that might be different for Joe, serving at 5-3 versus 5-4.
Yep.
Much different scenario there where you feel, all right, I don't need to hold. So, critical.
Ooh. Great serve, but great return from Joe. Good hands on that return.
Beautifully targeted. Yep, right from the start there with the serve. A little more juice on the serve there. Joe made a nice job of getting that. But that's a great look at that forehand to that location to set this point up.
Beautiful.
Really kind of create the opportunity for the winner here. And he could have gone either way again. Go back to that.
Exactly.
Joe's just kind of almost park in the middle or guess one way or the other, and just didn't matter there.
Yep, that's going to be beautiful.
Yep,
Touch.
He's showing his ability to repeat that shot all tournament.
He is. Coming in again, those hands just keeping solidly out in front of them. No need to swing, no need to block, no need to do anything. Basically just takes the ball.
Critical moments here. Joe's going to get a good look at his second serve, and he's known what to do with it. Certainly in the last service game. Freebie.
He'll take it.
Oh, he will. And it's getting close to crunch time for Shingo there. And at this point, he's looking at two breaks, 2 possible break points for Joe. And big point right here.
Here he goes. He's going to get it. That's a great fight.
That is.
Joe needed actually a little bit more on that. He needed a little bit more cut on the volley. You can see Shingo just pushing.
Yeah, that ball.
And then just unbelievable control, though, when he got to the ball.
Continued to travel a little bit longer to Shingo on that one. Gave him the chance. A guy like that, that's all he needs sometimes.
That's wow. He made it in. That's in too. Wow.
Yeah, you see that ball continue to drift on him, and that's he thought he had it lined up and kind of came off the wheels, and then it just continued to move on him a little bit, forced him into reaching for it. And that was the difference there. And now a break point for Gerard to go up 5-3 and possibly serve it out for the second time in this match. Joe positioning to get a forehand here. Really making that box tight for Shingo to get out to the backhand. If it is, he's going to have a nice angle.
Good serve, though.
Yeah, yep. Saw him trying to position there. He got in, tightened him up a little bit. Didn't let him get extended. Go to deuce. See if Shingo is daring enough to go out wide and give Joe a forehand here. He's staying into the tee. Oh, wow. Shingo breathes a sigh of relief, and Joe.
He does.
Yeah, because that was lined up. Joe knew what he wanted to do there. Just missed. Wow.
From
what
that
a
far,
shot.
You see how far he was in the back there? So far back to be able to hit that ball. Look how far back he is.
Mm-hmm. It has time with the shallow ball. Has time to line it up.
Yep.
And he just unloaded on it.
Again,
beautiful.
Beautiful long swing there from Joe.
Yeah, that wind blowing. It's a high risk, high reward shot there for Joe. He's made a number of them today, but not there at crunch time when he needed it. Another chance for Shingo to hold to get it to 4-all. Hi.
Oh my God. Oh.
Shingo
That's
laughs that one off.
Joe's
It's
point.
hard to do. Hard to laugh that one off, but that's the right approach too.
Yeah.
Instead of letting it get just let you get frustrated.
Exactly.
Great
Yeah, I
serve.
mean, that was going out. He had the point. He just needed to get out of the way. He actually was going to hit it for a second.
Yeah.
And then he's like, no, I think I'll just move out of the way. And that's, I think, what
Too
got him
late.
into trouble a little bit. Yeah,
That's
he
probably
was
why
just
he's
too late.
laughing.
Yeah.
He's like, make up your mind, Shingo.
Maybe that's what the look is. The look from
look.
Shingo. He's got that look, but maybe it's...
He didn't know something that somebody else didn't know on that one. It was all him. Yeah, Joe on the second serve doesn't miss that. That's the difference between the first serve and the second serve out there on the deuce. A little more confidence when you're going after the second, and it was with Joe lining that one up.
That's interesting you say that, right? Because as a player, a lot of times, that's why we tell players to try and get the first serve in, even if you spin it in like a second serve, because they don't. It's a mindset, right? As a returner, that you think, oh, it's a second serve, so I can do more with it, as opposed to first serve. Your mindset is more of blocking.
Here's another example of it. I don't think we're going to see Joe being shy on this return.
No, but I'm not sure whether he's maybe average. Oh, that's a good lob, though. That's a good lob.
And a massive roar from Joe Girard as he realizes the position that he is now in at 5-3 up in the third set to serve this thing out for the second time, but I think with a completely different mindset now.
Yeah.
And a look in his eyes like, yeah. And there's the point. There's the point that might have turned it all. That
Right there, look, yeah.
Yep, that was an ad
like-
point for Kaneda, and he'd have had that game in his pocket had he gotten out of the way.
We got Joe serving for the match here. Another turnaround pole.
And it's Shingo that goes down the line to force the action on the second serve. Taking a page out of Joe's book.
You know, Shingo's grunts change. That's what Sophie was saying. I swear he's saying something as well.
And here we are with the second point that Shingo's going to get a second serve look.
Think
Kind
he's
of to your
gonna go
point
for it.
earlier, different mentality.
Yep. Oh,
Great second serve by
yeah.
Joe, though. Ties
really
him
good.
up.
Tied him up. Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a drop shot. Unbelievable drop shot.
A nod of admiration by Shingo to Joe Girard, actually, at the end of that point there.
I mean,
That's a great point, too. Both guys swinging out.
Yeah, that shot has actually.
Look
I
at
don't
the
say
fist
that.
pump. Look at the chest pump.
I don't say this very often. That drop shot's been pretty monumental in this match.
Without question. And then followed up by the ace.
Ace.
Wow. Momentum in favor of Girard once again, and he's got a different look in his eye right now.
He does.
He absolutely does, compared to the last time he had a chance to serve the match out. That was ace number 8 for Joe, by the way. And it's, I haven't written that down.
I know you haven't. Now, since I said that, you haven't written it down.
And it's 30 all. Great response by Shingo.
That's a good shot. That's a great shot. I mean, Shingo, these two guys, but I mean, every guy that we've seen, honestly, on the men's side, is so mentally tough. I mean, they are insanely tough.
Yep.
And it's fantastic. It's so good to see. It's so good for anybody to see. Any athlete to witness this is amazing.
Could learn a lot.
Yep.
Alicia. Who's Alicia? Oh, overplays the overhead
And pulls it
that
wide.
he didn't need to go that big. It's an odd mistake for him at that point, such a critical point to break. And he knows it. Didn't need to be that big. Has everything going his way. Hits that on the attack. Just needs to cut that overhead in. It's way over aggressive, and now it's back to deuce. And there's a match point for Joe Girard. I'm excited for him.
Match point right here.
Yeah, first one, right? He was served for it before, but he didn't have a matchy.
And there it is. Match point for Joe.
With
and
a
he
guttural
got it
screen by
back.
Joe Girard,
Wow.
and good for him.
Wow.
I mean, you know what? That's
that.
that's
Look at that,
emotion
guys.
that just poured out of him there.
Look at this as well.
Much admiration.
Look at that.
Yeah, he's going
Both
to
of
send
them.
that one into
Just
the
so
Atlantic
happy.
Ocean. Oh, there's the coach coming down out of the stands. They are so pumped up with that victory. Joe having come through so many emotions. It's the ups and downs of tennis. It's the chair umpire that's even emotional, I think, in watching these two
Unbelievable
warriors
match.
fight through that match.
Paul?
That one ought to be chronicled for a case study, Joe.
I agree, totally. I mean, the mental strength there of Shingo to come back in that second set, and more impressively for Joe to come back and win that match right there. That took a lot of mental strength right there. I mean, after being up just so on fire and then losing 7-6, it's huge.
Yeah,
massive.
man, so impressed with both competitors here today. They did not disappoint. It kind of came out as it unfolded in an odd fashion, but nonetheless, we saw it down the stretch there. Just remarkable. Just intestinal fortitude by both players, and your mental toughness that you've referenced a number of times. Just impressive.
Okay, and I, Paul Walker, have to let you go just for a few minutes.
You only got a few duties here today, Joe,
I've got to
and
go
one
on
of
for
them's going to
this
be on to this
presentation
presentation on center court. So get after
and
it, girl.
hopefully I'll be back for the women's.
If you want, we can get you covered. If you want to just be freed up, no worries.
Either way, we'll see
It's
you in a
all
few.
good. You know it. Well, we were not disappointed today in our men's final between Shingo Kunita and Joe Girard. It's Joe Girard coming out on top 6-3 in the third. What an impressive performance for him. Here's a match point replay, and it's just one and done. The big serve of Joe, and then the outburst of emotion as he is so proud of the job he's done here in this tournament. And proud he should be. He is a warrior. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to go back to the ball slamming that he did, fairly early in the third set. He launched a ball into the back wall just out of sheer frustration. I think at the time he was down 2-1, maybe 3 games to 1. And he just launched one into the back wall just to get it out of his system. And there was a clear change right then. And you could see him, he just, it's like a big, massive exhale. And once he did it, he started playing better tennis again. He started hitting the ball cleaner, stronger. He just needed to get all that frustration out. And frustration gone and behind him allowed him to play his best tennis down the stretch. Really impressive performance by Joe Girard. His third time winning this event. Last time in 2016 was Alfie Hewitt. Champion last year in 2017, world number 2 Alfie Hewitt, who did not return to this event to defend his title this year, giving the opportunity to Girard, and the opportunity he did take. And so hope you'll join us for the presentation of trophies and words by both of the competitors here on center court, as I'm anticipating some kind words by both gentlemen about this final. Both great competitors. I think they have much respect for one another. It's Shingo Kunita who will retain his world number 1 ranking, but it'll be Joe Girard who will go from world number 6 likely up to maybe world number 5 or 4 after this victory. So great job by Joe, and he'll make his way up the rankings ever closer towards the top, a position that he's held at another time in his career. We've got a women's final to come up here. So after this ceremony on center court, the court will be cleared once again. It'll be world number 1 Dita DeGroot that will come out against Yui Kimiji. Dita defending her title that she earned here at this event, not here at this location, but at this event last year, and a chance for her to repeat for the first time in her career. Kimiji has won this event in the past, but the last year in 2018, the majority of titles have gone to DeGroot, and head-to-head matchups have certainly favored her as well. All right, we're going to go to our trophy ceremony at center court right now. It's going to be Rob Gordon, Master of Ceremonies on center court.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree that we have all just witnessed a fantastic men's singles final here at the 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Congratulations to both players. Before we come to the prize-giving ceremony for the men's singles final, we have another very special presentation here on center court. I would like to welcome on to court Mr. Masahiro Akino, President and CEO of NEC America, and Mr. Chris Dent, Senior Executive Director, Professional Tennis at the ITF. Mr. Masahiro Akino will now say a few words on behalf of NEC.
Yeah, hello. It's my pleasure to announce that this year, in a celebration of 25th anniversary as title sponsor, NEC will donate wheelchair to the ITF development program, which is intended to encourage wheelchair sports in developing countries. NEC continue to be a big supporter of wheelchair tennis for years to come. Thank you very much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the prize giving for the 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters men's singles final. Now, please welcome on court our officials and ball children. May I now introduce our on-court, our special guests, who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Here with us today, we have Mr. Chris Dent, Senior Executive Director, Professional Tennis at the ITF. Mr. Masahiro Akino, President and CEO of NEC America. And Mrs. Joanne Wallen, representing the USTA. And now, for the players, please put your hands together for our runner-up, Shingo Kunieda. For the runner-up, Mr. Masahiro Akino will now present Shingo Kunieda with his medal. Mr. Chris Dent presented our runner-up with his trophy, and Mrs. Joanne Wallen presented our runner-up with his unique 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters personalized tennis ball. And finally, please welcome back on court our very own 2018 NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Men's Champion, Joachim Gerard. Mr. Chris Dent will present Joachim Gerard with the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Perpetual Trophy. Mr. Masahiro Aquino will now present our champion with his winner's trophy and medal. And finally, Mrs. Joanne Wallen will present our champion with his unique 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters personalized tennis ball. Ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause for our 2018 finalist and our reigning champion, Joachim Gerard. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain for our women's singles finals. Does he want to go? What an absolutely amazing match. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, for sure. Just one question: is still live on streaming? Is still live on streaming or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, I don't know if the guy I want to thank more watch that, but it's for him. Mark, it's for you. Sorry, I want you to be here. You know it's for you. Thank you for all you did for me and you will do in the future. I know you're still there and watching for me. Thank you, Laurent, to be there. Thank you for the good week we did. Thank you to my manager, to Quentin, my physical coach, all the people who is at home watching me. I know there are maybe hundreds, I don't know, but there are so many, and I thank them to watch me. Thank you for all their message. Thank you everybody here. Thank you for the tournament. It was awesome to be here for a week, and I just wonder. I'm just happy to win this third title and hope to win a fourth next year.
One more round of applause for these two great players. Welcome to the 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Singles Final. Please welcome on board the officials that will be helping out during today's final. The chair umpire presiding over this match is Scott Elvin. And now, please welcome on board our NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Singles Finalists.
All right, and here it is, the finale of the day, the finale of finales, right? It's the women's final. It's number 1 Nita de Groot versus number 2 Yui Kamiji. Scott Elvin just completes the coin toss and sends the girls to their respective baselines for a 5-minute warm-up. They've been waiting. It's been a long day on center court as both of our previous finals went to 3 sets, with the men's final just completing about 25 minutes ago with Joachim Gerard winning his 3rd ever Wheelchair Masters title in an impressive fashion with a 6-3 third set victory over Shingo Kunieda in what was really a interesting match, to say the least. But right now all focus shifts to the ladies and this battle, which is the battle that has pretty much evolved over the course of the entirety of 2018, as it's been one of these two that have won all of the Grand Slams this year, and it's Nita de Groot who's securely at number 1 with Yui Kamiji, a former world number 1. So as we allow these girls to get a few swings in and warm up, I'll just take a quick little break, and we'll be right back in just a moment for this incredible women's final that we anticipate to be something of a great matchup between 2 different styles. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we come back.
Today's 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Finals, Women's Singles Final, is the second successive final between these 2 players in this prestigious tournament after the group won last year's final to become NEC Masters champion for the first time. We hope you all enjoy watching our finals in action, and we wish both the players the best of luck.
All right. Well, we're back to live coverage here, and while we let the ladies get going in the early part of their match, I'm going to be able to have a quick little interview here with our men's champion, Joe Girard. We welcome him into the booth. Joe, what a remarkable performance by you today. You really should be proud of yourself.
Thank you to welcome me here. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It was an unbelievable first set, and until 3-1 in the second, and then I start to stress, to be nervous, and with the wind, it's so unacceptable. So and he played good. It's a great player. We know Shingo. If you leave him play, that he can be aggressive. It's very hard to play him. But in the third set, from when I was 3-1 down, I start to be aggressive again and to play my tennis.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a hot streak as long as yours. I'm gonna be honest. We talked about it on the air. I've never seen a hot streak last the entirety of 9 games, which is about what it was to get through the first set and the first couple games of the second set. That's where I put the end of the hot streak. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you what, Joe, that was a remarkable start. You did that yesterday as well in your semifinal, so you're no fluke to being able to get off to great starts.
I think in the semifinal was different because Stefan maybe gave me more points and I was not so aggressive. But here in today was unbelievable. Even me, I don't know how I did, but I think it's maybe my game. Many people say that I'm playing like that, but I have to keep it, and that's very hard. Like I show you today, it's really hard to keep it at a high level until during 2 sets, and that's the most difficult things to do in the tennis.
You know, you had a chance to serve it out in the second set at 5-4. And then, of course, you got the second opportunity in the third set at 5-3. What was the difference between those 2 service games?
First, I was with the wind in the first and the second, sorry, and the third set I was against the wind. But I lost my game before 3-2 with my serve. That was the first time that I lost it, and I was thinking about it. Even if I was forward and then that was my serve, I was thinking too much, and that's a problem. I'm thinking too much during the match, and I need to change that for the future.
Well, it's a good thing to recognize, and I know you're getting some congratulatory texts and everything in there from folks back home, no doubt, and everything like that. And so you should know you're a multitasker. You can handle that, Joe.
But I'm like a woman.
Yeah, you didn't look like a woman today out there. Throwing those 8 aces in, and that's how many you had, by the way, in your match. It's pretty impressive against a guy like Shingo.
Shingo is a really good return guy.
Yeah,
I serve very well until 3-1, and then I start to serve back better in the third.
And tell me if I'm wrong. To me, there was a turning point, and it was when you were over here and you slammed the ball into the back fence. I don't know if you remember that moment.
Yeah.
And it seemed to me that you just needed to get like some frustration out in a physical manner, and you just rifled the ball into the back fence, and from that point on you just seemed to relax, loosen up, and play some better tennis. Was it purposeful, or does it just work out that way?
No, I needed to do it. I think I was maybe too calm, too relaxed at the second set. At the end of the second set, I tried to make the stress gone, and I maybe did, but I was too relaxed, so I didn't move a lot on the court, and that was what it changed. So in the third, when I saw I was 3-1 down, and I lost the first point of my serve, I was so mad on me. I said, "Come on, move your ass," and so I needed to get mad on me, and that's what I did by hitting that ball in the fence, and I think it works.
It did work. I mean, it was a noticeable difference for me. You came out and played a couple of aggressive points right after that, and so to me that was the turning tide. The other turning tide I thought was an error by Shingo in a game you were up 4-3. He had an overhead. He had a chance to hit an overhead that he got a little aggressive on, which is unusual for him to be over-aggressive. He's an aggressive player, but when he gets an opportunity like that and he missed it and went back to deuce, and you ultimately stole that game, got the break, and then had a chance to serve it out at 5-3 instead of it being at 4-all.
Yeah, and that's completely different. Yeah, exactly. I didn't hit enough with the wind, and he smashed, and it was not far. I think next better.
Yeah, but we'll continue on with a quick talk with Joe Girard. But right now, it's One Love Dita de Groot in this women's final. We want to give them all the attention. There's number 1 in the world, Dita de Groot of the Netherlands, serving for the first time in this women's final. It's Yui Kamiji on the far side, prepared to return. But right now, as they just kind of settle into this match, we'll continue and finish up with our champion, Joe Girard. So, Joe, what's next for you? I mean, it's a little bit of a break time, I think, right?
Yeah, 1 week rest at home.
1 week, a whole week, Joe.
Whole week doing nothing now. I have to do some stuff, but yeah, I'm going not to take my racket for a week or physical stuff. And then, yeah, from the Monday after, so in 8 days, I will start back to prepare for Australia. We'll start with Bendigo, not far from Melbourne. I think the second week of January, and then yeah, I'm looking forward to be there because I did no point, and I didn't went to Australian Open last year.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm looking forward.
And so with this win here, what was your outcome here last year at this tournament? Do you remember?
I did third.
Third. Okay.
Third,
so you had a good
and
outcome.
so now I'm winning some points, but even if I was losing, I was going to be 4 on Monday.
That's what I
so
thought.
now
I had
I'm 4,
calculated
but
that
with
you're
more
up
points.
to
So
4.
even
Yeah,
better.
yeah, little cushion. Yeah, even better. An added bonus. So 1 week off and then back to training. That's the life of a professional tennis player right there. And so how do you feel? I mean, physically, how do you feel now having come through this tough tournament? Do you feel pretty physically fit? I mean, obviously tired and everything like that, but physically strong and healthy?
Yeah. I think we did a great job at home. We did what we have to do with my physical coach and my tennis coach. They are there. They are working a lot with me, and we did a really great job already in US Open. We saw some stuff that I was better than the top players. So we keep working, and I think we're going to put another work on this 3 weeks before Australia.
Great. Well, listen, we're going to let you get back to your recovery process, which I know is important for you guys, but want to thank you for taking the time to come up into the booth, share a few thoughts with us. I'm really proud of you, Joe. You worked hard. You earned this victory. Sometimes they come easy to you, but an event like this, nothing comes easy. You have to earn everything, and you certainly fighting through the round robin, getting through the tough semifinal against Stefan.
Because I lost one match in the round robin, so
Correct.
It was the first time I get through the round robin by losing a match, so it was hard, but it was nice.
Yeah, right. All right. You were prepared for that final, and you certainly showed us the champion that you are. Third time winning this event, and really something impressive. It is amazing. You should be very proud of yourself. I see the smile on your face, and I know how happy you are about that achievement. So congratulations, Joe.
Thank you.
And a smile on Yui Kamiji's face as we're off to a 1 game apiece start to this women's final, and kind of previewed a little bit of a classic matchup. You've got Yui Kamiji, the diminutive left-hander from Japan, who tends to be kind of a backboard, crafty, loopy, just gets a ton of balls in play. And that's Dita de Groot from the Netherlands, strong and assured, and likes to shorten things up. Shorten the points, is not going to look to rally as long with Yui, so it's a little bit of a test of patience for her, but mostly she's going to look to stay on the attack when possible and force the action. Yui strong, Dita stronger. Right here you're going to see an example of her coming in and getting on the attack, but Yui fending that off, only to sail that one long. And it's Dita looking to defend. She's the only one that was in a position this year to defend her title, having pushed through the round robin. Alfie Hewitt, the men's champion in 2017, did not return to this event this year to defend. And David Wagner, 6-time defending champion from the United States in the quad division, was knocked out in the round robin play, so that eliminated him as a candidate to defend. And here it is, Dita de Groot with the only opportunity. She sets her sights on 2019, and she will certainly end this year as the world #1 in the women, just like Shingo will in the men. And it looks like there will be a new #1 at top of the quad rankings year end, and it'll be Dylan Alcott, champion here this year for the first time. Dita drives that backhand into the bottom of the net. It's 30-all. And Yui's looking pretty relaxed on her service game here. Second service game of the match. As I look over at the flags blowing in front of the headquarters, they've settled down finally for the first time a little bit today. Doesn't mean there isn't some breeze. We've talked a lot about that today, but it's not blowing at the intensity it was earlier for the quad match, and certainly throughout the entirety of the men's match. It just all of a sudden seems to have settled down a little bit, although it's still blowing. Right now, to get you an indicator, it's the wind at Yui's back and Dita with the wind in her face. There's a double fault by Yui that gives Dita the third game of the first set. And we'll allow her to serve to extend that lead. As you heard, it's a quick recovery process for Joe Girard, our men's champion, and I would think it's similar for many of the players on the tour who will be heading down to Australia to kick off the 2019 season. And certainly those that will be heading down for that Grand Slam event. Again, very similar to this field. It'll be 7 direct entrants and then 1 wild card. And I don't know if those entries have been announced yet. I doubt that they've been announced quite yet. But likely at number 4 in the world, not likely, certainly number 4 in the world, Joe Girard will be joining the field down there. And so top 7 at a minimum will probably likely be Shingo, Hewitt, Reed, Houdet, Fernandez, Girard, Olsen. There's 7. I think those guys would almost certainly be locked into spots down there in the Australian Open, first Grand Slam of the 2019 season. Yeah, great big world view there of the court as we get back to more close-in picture, but we do enjoy that one from time to time. Gives you a good magnitude, a good look at the entirety of things. Right now it's Yui up, or Dita up 15-love in this her second service game of the first set. Dita with the forehand winner into the open court. Confidently strolls around, receives a couple balls from the ball kids that are still diligently working the tournament. Big thanks to all of them for their time and energies. And thank you to Jason Allen for taking on the task of training those kids up to do a professional job out on court for our professional tennis players. As Dita rolls that one in the net, it's 30-15. Oh, Dita on the attack. Yui kind of guesses right a little bit there. Tosses the lob up and over. Brings us to 30 all. And it's Kamiji now with a chance to break and get this thing to 2 all. Good to see an aggressive approach by Kamiji there. I think that's something that she needs to mix in more against a group to kind of level out this head-to-head matchup. Just missing there, a little bit wide, but I think the right play for her. And now it's Dita missing a little bit long, and we saw a lot of, certainly in the quad match, for example, we saw a lot of play down the center, maybe a little bit too much, but it was that more conservative approach that kind of minimized the unforced errors. But here we're seeing the ladies not being able to find the range with those sidelines quite yet. As Yui hooks another one just wide, and it's the third straight point that somebody went wide. Maybe not quite calculating what's happening down there on the court, as they're still not quite maybe dialed in yet with the conditions here on center court. Back to deuce. Dita de Groot driving one just long, and she's on the side with the wind to her back, so you have to really maximize spin when you're on that side. Doesn't mean you can't swing out, but you better be adding a little extra top spin on that to pull it down and in. And here with Kamiji with a chance to break and looking at a second serve. There's an example of difficulty controlling that ball with the wind at her back. De Groot sends that serve long, and it's 2-all. Yeah, really nice job right there by Yui to get herself off to a good start in this third game. Lines up that backhand, just drills it down the line, and even into the wind. Once again, it's Kamiji looking to press the action and be aggressive with that forehand. Got it a little bit high. She's walking herself through the next time she gets that shot, what she wants to do. But I'd like to see her mixing in that level of aggression compared to her normal, consistent approach. Just too much action on that ball, and the response just short into the wind by Kamiji, leaves it short and in the net, and sends de Groot up 30-15. It's the second time we've seen Dita have an opportunity to get on the offensive on the short ball and just kind of hand it off to Kamiji, who casually and easily rolls it up and over and in for the winner. And it's now Dita 40-30 here on the Kimiji service game. Things not at all at 2-all in the first. Dita disguising that backhand, and where she'd been typically going cross court, takes that one down the line. Often used and when executed, very efficient return of serve. And it's her that takes the 3-2 lead on the break. And a chance to serve and extend her lead now again. She stays just slightly ahead of Kimiji in the opening set here, the women's final. See a little consultation there between Dutch coach and Marjolein Bous of the Netherlands. Maybe talking over some of the strategies, or maybe recapping a little bit about Marjolein's tournament here. A nice, comfortable conversation as they get ready to go into their off-season. Maybe talking about some of their training schedule, plans they're making as they'll prepare to embark on their journey down under as well in January. Back to the action on center court. Dita de Groot to serve to go potentially up 4-2 in this opening set. Wow, great chair skills by Dita. Stayed in control of that point and finished beautifully with the slice out of reach. Really nicely constructed point by Dita. And another deep shot into the corner beyond the outstretched arms of Kimiji, and it's 40-love for de Groot with a rather easy service game here unfolding for her. Drives that one a little long. Keep this game alive. Kimiji now still facing 2 points to possibly go down 4-2 in this opening set. And now it's down to 1 point with the easy point given to Kimiji by the double fault. We'll see if that continues to be a factor for either one of these players today. Ball's on the line and out of the reach. Maybe more than what Kimiji planned for, but I'll tell you, she'll take the outcome. And now just like that, the 40-love lead is back to deuce. Still a lot of fans sprinkled around the stadium, some seeking out the sun, others the shade, as it's still pretty hot. You can see the sun pouring down on Dita's face there during that serve. And with the wind at her back, it's Kimiji that's kind of dictating play right there. She got into a rally that favored her, her ability to kind of keep the ball high and deep and keep Groot off the attack. ultimately forcing the error. Kimiji just kind of stopping her chair there, or getting stuck and not getting that extra push in. And that allows the ball just driven down the middle to go past her there. I think she might have either guessed wrong or missed a push. But it's back to deuce now. DeGroot with the good first serve to start the point off. Stayed in control as Kimiji driving one just long. And now it's Dita with a chance to hold. She had 3 earlier in this game as she got up 40-love, but squandered that lead. But maybe now she gets a chance to close it out and take that 4-2 lead that she would certainly enjoy. Kimiji working hard to get to that forehand right there and really rip that spin up. Trying to get that ball up and out of the strike zone of the group. This is the rally that favors Kimiji typically. And that holds true as she gets it back to deuce now. We kind of dig into one of those games that seems to go on forever once in a while. Back and forth, neither one able to kind of close the other one out. Oh, there's a quick one, though. There's a quick, easy miss. Kimiji kind of frustrated with herself for giving that one up so easily. And now deuce again. Not that you didn't know, looking at the score down below. But in case you checked out at any point during one of these long rallies, we'll keep you kind of back in touch with us here on Center Court Women's Final. Nice forehand by Yui right there. And I think she'd be wise to kind of continue to try to hit shots like this. She's got great control of the ball. You know, typically likes to loop and put a little bit more air underneath it. But I think in order to defeat DeGroot, I think you need to be a little bit more on the attack so that when she hits serves like that, she doesn't allow her to just kind of stay in control of everything. Have to try to put her on her heels a little bit more. She's dictating. She's in the position that she prefers. And just like that, it's a beautifully executed ace by Dita. First of the match, as I recall. A steady attack by DeGroot forces the error by Kimiji, and then in turn gives her the hold that she was looking for to get up 4-2. Maybe really relax and settle in now with that 2-game cushion. You see kind of a relief there to have gotten that hold. Continued shot of a couple of Dutch coaches right there who are pretty comfortable, and with an arsenal of players in there. In their stable, they should be. Yeah, 3 players here competing at the NEC Masters from the Dutch contingent. Dida, Aniek, and Marjolein. And Kamiji with her service game off to a quick 30 love. She continues to try to stay in this opening set here and not let Dida get too far ahead too early. And with another error, she's in a good position to do so. Instead of potentially being down 5-2, might just be 4-3. But we'll see if Kamiji can take advantage of this 40 love lead that she's established here on her service game. Great job of getting serve into the body, which Dida sends wide. And it is indeed a simple hold at love by Yui Kamiji, world number 2. And she looks to get the defense of her title. She's not defending a title. It's Dida de Groot defending a title. And it looks to be Kamiji trying to get back to the top of this championship tournament. She's been there before. You know, in our earlier part of our broadcast, I had a chance to acknowledge, honestly, we've done a lot of broadcasting here. Our video production team, headed up in the USTA production staff by Nick Shukla. He's our technical director and production manager. Thank you, Nick. Michelle Provenzano, replay operator and production coordinator. And, of course, the ever-present Brian Beglane as our producer and director. But not just those folks. It's also our camera operators, Brian DeSerb, Jose Diaz, Colin McManus, and Nick Sakar, who have done such a spectacular job of bringing you guys great coverage. And then finally our production assistants, Abigail Morrison, Paul Tewold, Nathaniel Rivas, Lisa Hoymian, and Matt Highland. All those people have just put in just an immense amount of hours to bring you some coverage here from the National Campus in Orlando. And a big thanks also to the broadcast service groups of Orlando for their assistance in making this production so professional and outstanding. And back to live action on center court. Dida de Groot now serving with just a slight edge and lead. Up just one game, 4-3. It's the first point to Kamiji. Neither one of these girls seems to want to let the other one get too far ahead, or neither one seems to want to be able to just kind of close it out. And we've seen a lot of that today. I think, again, we'll come back to the conditions. We've talked a lot about it. And it's tough to play great tennis when you're dealing with such kind of sporadic conditions. We did see Joe Girard pull that off for about a set and 2 games in his match against Shingo Kaneda. I mean, it was just a spectacular display in his first set. But then things ultimately settled down to where it really forced a third and very dramatic third set victory by Joe to close that match out after it looked like he might have let that match slip away. But right now it's the girls that are trying to navigate their way through the tough conditions. Not ideal for tennis by any means, but that's the life of a tennis player. Deal with what you got out on the court. Make the best of it. Both of these ladies have enough weapons to be able to make those adjustments and implement them into their favor on the court. It's Comigi kind of talking herself through that last point, why she was producing that error. Make a mental note. Don't do it again. But still in a little bit of a lead here, 30-15. Just long by De Groot, and it's Comigi who's kind of pressing the action here a little bit. I mean, down a game, but looking rather comfortable in a little bit of the aggressor position. Great extension by De Groot. Point stays alive. Comigi looking for this. It's De Groot that hits the winner. Says not quite yet, young lady. Not quite yet. But another break chance for Comigi to get this thing tied up at 4-all. And two massive responses by Dita to get it back to deuce. You can see the strength of Dita right there driving those balls, but she does also have the wind at her back, so she's getting a little extra juice on those. It's just what's producing the out of reach situation for Comigi. Just wide again. Flirting with those lines today can be a tricky thing. Just when you think you got it dialed in, the wind just kicks it. Inch is all it takes. That's a good example of that one right there. And from 2 break points, it's a chance for Dita to hold and keep the pressure on and send herself to a 2-game advantage once again. De Groot forces the error, and there it is, 5-3. From 2 break chances to get it to 4-all, it's Dita who holds on tight and grabs the 5-3 lead and continues to be in command of this first set of the women's final. Recap from today, it's Dylan Alcott, winner in the quad. 3-set victory over Andy Lapthorne, and just a while ago it was Joe Girard in dramatic fashion with a victory over world number 1 Shingo Kunieda in the men's final. Some impressive performance by both Dylan and Joe to get to that winner's podium. And right now it's still up in the air between Dita De Groot and Yui Comigi for the women's trophy. Our last final here, last match of this long and arduous tournament where the players come through the round robin process to get to a semifinal on Saturday, and then the final on Sunday. 5 straight days of playing at a high level of intensity with the competition that arrives here for a Masters level tournament. No easing into things at a tournament like this. Hit the ground running or pack your bags. And now Comigi with a couple point advantage. A little frustration from De Groot. She slams the ball to the ground and over back to Comigi on the service side. 30 love with a chance to hold. She can string together a couple more points. It's Yui continuing to try to press the action. I mean, I think she's caught between what's her normal playing style and adding that little bit extra level of aggression. I think in order to beat Dita, who's had the advantage over Yui in the most recent head-to-head matchups, I think that's a wise decision. It's just Yui's got to execute a little better, but I think the approach and the game plan is intact. Dita, who reaches late for that return to serve, snaps it down the line, puts herself in a great position to win. Yui guesses right. It's DeGroot who wins the point as our monitor sun blocker blows off in the wind, so we're still dealing with those conditions. Great shot at Koji Sugino there. Having an outstanding debut NEC Masters, having taken third place in his match against Lucas Satoli this morning, but it's right there. Dita DeGroot, who secures a first set victory 6-3 in a pretty even match, back and forth mostly throughout that first set, but it's DeGroot who seals it and takes the 6-3 first set. And we'll get our tournament director, Joe Wallen, up to speed. It's Dita with a 6-3 win and a pretty back-and-forth set there, Joe. And so she's off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, watching some of those nice long rallies, heavy balls going back and forth there, nice high balls. Had to deal with some tournament stuff there of our national coach, Jason Harnett, and our referee, Ian Smith, getting into a water fight, which was supposed to be planned for after the match.
Boys being boys.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a surprise after the match, and didn't quite happen that way because someone's leaving. But yeah, we were going to try and get the broadcast team to get it on video, and it didn't quite happen.
Well, we got bigger fish to fry. We got a women's final on center court, but it would be nice to be able to capture such moments.
You see the referee walking back. They're playing with each other still. Referee's walking behind.
Cat and mouse.
Cat and mouse, and it's going to get our kids wet behind to that.
Fresh yellow bananas. I will be there momentarily.
Oh dear, got to have a little fun, right? Got to have a little fun.
And it's Dita who sprints out of her bench first, as she wants to continue to keep the momentum in this here second set of the women's final. It's be her that'll serve them up in an attempt to get off to a good start in the second set. And it's Yui Kamiji who's had a good game plan, but has missed on a couple of execution opportunities. So we'll see if she abandons that game plan or sticks to it, stays committed.
I think she's going to stay committed.
I hope so. I mean, I think it's the right play for her. I mean, in this head-to-head matchup where Dita is a little bit stronger, Yui can't afford to just sit back and throw balls up. Dita understands that that's the typical playing style for Yui, and so she's kind of figured out what it takes to defeat that. So it's going to be up to Yui to kind of make some counter adjustments in these head-to-head matchups now, if she wants to get a chance to possibly ever get back to that number one spot that Dita currently occupies, formerly held for a long time by Yui.
Dita moves so well with the chair. She moves. I don't know. Maybe you can explain it to me. She seems to move a little differently. There's more. I know you're looking at me. People can't see that. More movement, more with her body a little bit.
Yeah, utilizing her body. I mean, she's got a lot of functions, so she's bearing weight with her leg. She's using her hips. She's locked in. She's leaning. She's moving. Once you get that momentum and you bring those other body parts to the chair, then, you can maneuver it pretty well. Once you get the momentum going, and she's strong enough to have a good first and second push.
Yep.
And there's a good example of that. Floats into that forehand, gets the late out call. Knows that she maybe just went for a little bit too much, but still a good swing.
Yep.
De Groot up 40-15 here with a chance to open up this second set with a hold and stay on top of things and in control. But the double fault, which just hasn't been too much of an issue for either one of the players today in regards to numbers. But never like to see him creep in there. See, this would be a great opportunity for you to get on attack. Dita's double fault, missed the first serve. She's likely just going to roll that, and as she did, just rolled one into the center. Yui didn't take great advantage of it. By most standards, it looks like she might be in charge at this point. And in charge she was.
Yep. That's a great point.
Set everything up with the lobs deep, pushing Dita back, and then finally pushing in and getting a ball a little bit off the sideline, which got her the short reply, and then finished down the line. Kind of textbook right there. Just a stab there by Dita.
Yeah, that's all she needed. She knew that she just needed adjustment on that.
Yeah, and I don't think she was really intending to be really great with that ball. Just like, all right, not in a good position. She kind of forced her way in, took it early. It ended up being better than she wanted, but she'll take it. This first serve there. And no response from Kamiji with the easy forehand winner.
How's Dita's variety? Does she come in much? Does she drop shot much? Because is that something that she could work on as well to just even be obviously stronger than she already is?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she has full command of her game from back at the baseline, and that's where her power game comes from. She's a power baseliner, I would kind of call her. She doesn't really go in too much. I mean, not that she can't or doesn't occasionally, but it's not something she looks to do to really press action and finish at the net. Haven't seen her utilize a lot of drop shots or touch like we saw Joe Girard use in his match so effectively against Shingo Kaneda. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly an area in which she make some improvements to continue to be better than the rest of the field, and if she does that, look out. Yui sails that backhand. And if Dita gets the groove here, if she settles in and kind of gets a feel for these conditions here, she's got the power to take this match over and push Yui off this court quickly. Gonna need to see more shots like that from Kamiji to keep this thing even. Too much strength right there from Dita. Forces Yui into the air. Oh, great job by Dita walking around to get that forehand and pinning Yui into the center of the court, not knowing which way she was going to go. Watch how she's got that inside-out option that could go cross-court. Eventually, ultimately, she pulls it down the line, waits, sees Yui dive for the far sideline, and right behind her. De Groot with a chance to break and go up 2-love quickly here in the second set. And there it is. Deep, heavy topspin forehand for the winner. And now a 2-love lead in the second set.
You were talking about another great ball where Dida moves in, attacks the ball. Yui just very out of position too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yui'd be better served to go back to that cross court, that forehand there against Dida's backhand. I mean, certainly Dida swings that forehand a lot more comfortably. Not that her backhand's weak or anything, but she certainly is going to rip that forehand there without much of a problem.
Maybe you've already addressed this. You know, Yui was obviously number one in the world. What has changed? Why the switch? Why Dida and Yui now? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? Maybe you've already addressed that. What is either? I'm sure it hasn't been Yui hasn't de-improved, not improved, but obviously I would say Dida. But what is your thought on that?
Yeah, I think a couple of things, a combination of things. I think one, Yui came on the scene and was this incredible left-handed little backboard out of Japan that all of a sudden was getting everything and anything back in play that just frustrated people. It was not the power game, it was just the loop game, but just executed to perfection. And then Dida came along, and once she kind of harnessed some of her skills, both in the chair and from both sides, forehand and backhand, and kind of got a game plan as to how to defeat the pusher, which is a classic kind of growth for a lot of players in the sport, right? She's kind of figured out that formula, knows what it takes, and so once she kind of put Dida in her rear view, or put Yui in her rear view mirror, there was nobody else left. And if it's just a pure power game back and forth, Dida loves that as well.
Yep.
So it was just kind of understanding the style of play that Yui brought to the table, knowing how to defeat that, and then getting repetitions in on those matches head-to-head to be able to kind of feel very comfortable in playing that style.
Yeah.
And now I think it's Yui that's got to make the counter adjustment
Yes, absolutely.
in her game
Yeah.
in order to get Dida uncomfortable again.
Yeah.
Which I would have to imagine Yui is working on, because she's beating most everybody else really without a problem. It's just Dida now. And so she's got to look at Dida's playing style and say, all right, what are the things I need to do to defeat that playing style specifically, because I've handled everybody else's. And it's just this one head-to-head matchup that's preventing me from being at the top. And I think we're seeing an example of it right here. It's look at Yui. Everything that she hits, she just almost refuses to get what I call into the blue to do it. And it's just almost impossible to be able to defeat a player like Dida, who's got good enough mobility and strong enough if you're not taking a few chances by pushing hard in and taking some balls a little earlier. And that shot right there was a good example. She goes inside the baseline to take that shot, doesn't have to be as good with it. She stays back in the green. Watch how many times Yui gets into the blue here in this rally. Let's just see if she does it all.
Does Yui have the strength to really do that consistently? Because, I mean, she's so tiny.
I don't see that's my point. I don't think that she needs to do it consistently. I don't think that need right. I'm not. You're not saying that. She needs to do it enough effectively.
Correct.
To mix it up. Her game is always going to be the baseline.
Yeah, she didn't go
consistency.
inside. She didn't go inside the
Never
court
once.
there, not once. Correct. Yeah.
And there she is, 3-love down, set in 3-love. Better start taking a few chances. I just think Dida's too comfortable with that playing style and understands exactly what Yui's trying to do, and so she's comfortable, and Yui's got to start making Dida uncomfortable, but as yet we haven't seen it.
Yeah, and I mean, even, you look at the trajectory and the speed and the rotation of the speed of each ball, and, Dida's, she doesn't mind hitting high, she doesn't mind hitting, heavier, but it's also, it's got a lot of revolution, many more revolutions per minute than what Yui's is. So Yui's hitting high, but it's not bouncing and doing anything.
Yeah, she needs to learn how to flatten the ball out. I mean, I say learn. I'm sure she knows how to flatten the ball out, and she's just got to be really good at recognizing opportunities in the match against Dida in particular.
Yeah.
When hey, there's one, and if she gets 20 a match, she's got to execute probably 15 out of 20. Dita ready to go here. Comfortably in control of this match. A set up and 3-love in the second. Looking to defend her title at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's Yui Kamiji who better get busy soon. And this one's going to get away from her. A little bit different look on her face than we saw in the beginning of the first set, and then actually most of the way through the first set when things were pretty close. Dita was kind of going back, Yui was kind of going back and forth with Dita. But right now it's been a steady diet of the Dutch girl. It's Yui who just sends one way long. Dita who looks continually, as ever, focused. And there's a point that certainly favors Yui, but you know what? I still don't think that that's something that phases Dita. She's willing to play that style, if necessary, a little bit, but she'll look for opportunities to not get engaged in those trench warfare kind of points.
Yeah, and that's going back to, again, the trajectory and the speed of the ball that we put on it. And Yui does really have to look at, maybe even when she hits those high ones, you know, think about moving in, right? And maybe taking some swing volleys. Maybe she should be the first wheelchair player that makes that shot famous. What do you think? Same size as Matakutsa that did it before.
Swinging volley? We've seen some swinging volleys.
Yeah, I
in the
know, but
tournament.
Consistently. Like, she pushes it back and then she pushes in and she takes the swinging volley, like, consistently, you know? So, yeah. Yep.
If she gets a hold of this tape, maybe she'll answer your request. Nice forehand there by Yui. And that's something that she needs to continue to employ here as she looks to get on the board in this second set.
Yeah, she desperately needs a game on the board here.
Dita kind of rolls it into the net and allows Yui to get on the board. 3-1. Dita to serve, 3 up, 3-1 up. And,
if we look at the timing on this pull, let's talk about this and dissect this down just a little bit in this rally, as the rallies are going. Well, I've got to get the right ball here. Dita, obviously, there. See, she's going back, so if she hits that one, that's not going to be good enough. So she's not going to be able to obviously come in on that one. not probably going to be able to come in on that either. She's really going to have Dita moving backwards. And I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, maybe it's something she could try. She's not winning these points. It's not really working for her. She's got to try something. And like that's the one you're saying that she should move in, right? Yeah, that's a great point.
Yep.
Like that one. She had Dita outside the court, right? She waited and she was, she's almost in the backdrop trying to play that. And she actually got herself a short ball.
Sure did. Yeah, and if she's, again, it would be a transformative approach to her game. She's certainly not used to that. It would take an effort. It would take probably losing some more matches to Dita in an attempt to figure that thing out. But as we've talked a lot about the lead up to 2020, right? And certainly Yui's going to be there in Tokyo on her home soil. If she's going to want to have a showing against somebody like Dita there, this playing style is not going to do it. And so start losing some matches to Dita now with that newly implemented game plan. And so maybe by the time 2020 rolls around, you have some confidence in it.
That's the one she's got to move in on there. I mean, she's hitting a decent ball. Obviously not on that one. This is the one. This is where I think she should be going. Right? And I mean, even if Dita got that ball over there, she was still going to struggle because she wasn't moving in quick enough.
Yep. 100%. See now, after the 3-love lead, Dita's kind of let things settle in, has been willing to exchange in some of these rallies, and before you know it, she's out of sorts, but that's a freebie there, which Dita will gladly take in an attempt to get a hold here and go 4-1. You don't want to get lulled into this match and allow Yui to kind of control the tempo. Two easy points there. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd certainly have Yui working a lot on the return of serve. I mean, Dita's got a nice serve, but it's nothing overwhelming. She provides a nice pace. She doesn't have a ton of variety on it, so you're going to see a lot of the same. And so there again, that's that fixed area in which you can kind of control it after the serve. That return of serve is the most fixed shot. Kind of know where it's going, right? And really get Yui dialed in on some offensive opportunities from the return of serve locations.
She seems even when she does push forward and move towards what you're saying the blue is, she still hits that ball up. And just doesn't really, I say that when she drives it. That's good though. But the next ball again.
Yeah.
That's where I say Dita moves a little different. She actually moves backwards as well.
See right there, taking that in a second.
Agreed. Yeah.
Right there would have been an opportunity. You got Dita over in the corner.
Now
You're going to have a forehand.
Yep. And even though that ball that she just hit too, we see lots of players when they hit a good ball and they see their opponent out of position, whether they're backing up and it's out of position over the head, or they're going out wide and they change to like a slice grip, they're moving in a couple steps. And she's not doing any of that. I'm not seeing her push in, move in. She just stays back and waits for it.
And the third return of serve unforced error by Yui this game gives Dita another chance to hold.
Dropped her body there.
Yep.
Collapsed.
A little bit of impatience. Yeah, I was kind of a little frustrated saying, all right, I don't want to get in one of these rallies. I'd like to just hit one and be done with it. So she was done with it. Now she's back to deuce. Great get by Yui.
Fantastic get.
Now
go. That's a little better.
There you go. Yep. I'm going to give her credit for being in the blue on that one. Here we go. We're gonna get the replay to confirm, is Yui Kamiji in the blue?
I think she may have just been the blue.
By the time she finished that swing, she was. So I'll give it to her. Gotta give it to her. That's about as blue as she's gonna get.
No, yeah, you're right.
Chance to break.
Good flat ball. Go again, right?
Yep.
She
There it
did
is. There it is.
Yeah.
Aha!
Okay, so, I mean, she is going to understand that that's the only way she's going to win, right?
I would think so. I mean, it would be, to me, very evident as a coach who watches a lot of these matches, and I would think her coaching staff, being very familiar with her opponent, is it just something that she just struggles with confidence-wise to employ repeatedly? I don't know. And certainly if she did that from the start, could that change the dynamic of a match and put Dita on a little bit more of on her heels?
I was going to say, you got to do that at the beginning of the match.
Yeah,
I mean,
you see
got to
the guys
come
do
out
that.
and you got to make a statement.
Yeah.
And I mean, as you said, she's lost that number 1 ranking because she hasn't been aggressive enough, and she's just got to make that change.
Yeah, playing the way she's playing, she can stay at number 2
well,
for as long as she wants.
Well, I don't know. You say
There's
that.
There's a couple coming along.
Yeah, there's a couple coming along that hit bigger and hit more consistent, kind of like Dita does,
Yep.
You got your Julias, you got your Aniques, you got your Mariolines. It was, all those matches, they're getting closer.
Yeah. I mean, the more looks they get at Yui, the more they start to understand her style. And yeah, I think it's some weaponry she needs to add. But here we are, 3-2, and this is where Dita separated in the first set. From about this point on, it was all Dita. Flick of the wrist, still in the Alcott style. Unforced error by Dita.
I think as well, I mean, we talked about this a little bit too. She has to work on a serve. She's just got to work on it, and she's obviously trying really hard to slice the you-know-what out of it. Just slice it like crazy because it's got to stay down.
Dita kind of egging herself on right there, like, come on.
She doesn't want this to go to 3-all right
Oh,
here.
no
She
way.
wants it. She wants to finish this match. She would like it to be 3-2, 3-3. She'd probably be 3-3. Again, still moving backwards for that ball, not cutting any angles. She tried to take that. She tried to take it on 1, but wasn't quick enough to move in.
Yeah,
and
but
really
way up
got
high,
it.
not really in a power position to drive that ball.
Yeah. She just let it. She was a little slow moving in, way, way above her head. And as I said, that's so hard.
Just doesn't have the physical strength
Yeah,
to
she
hit
doesn't
it from
have the
there.
physical strength to hit it from there, exactly. And maybe that's something else, I don't know how much she lifts and gets strong with that stuff, but
I think she's fit. She's a dedicated.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
she's
I mean,
fit.
yeah, we know that. We see
Yeah.
her working hard. She is really, and she gives that game right back to DeGroot there, and so that was the one. But I think it's when she takes the ball. In other words, for her to be able to generate some more power, it's not going to be on things up at her shoulders. It's going to be down at her knees and taking those balls early. We've talked a lot about that in our broadcasts, right? And she'd have to really make a concerted effort to get down and be taking balls early like that to generate pace.
Yep.
And like I said, in the first set, this is where Dita kind of separated all of a sudden. Things were kind of tight. And then she got that 2-game lead late, and then she kind of rolled it up. Next thing you know, 6-3. We'll see if that plays out here as well.
I will say one area of Dita's here is her serve as well that I think she could.
It has historically been a little bit of a potential area of concern for her. There's occasions she's got it way more under control than she used to. She used to go into a real funk at times.
With the jips.
Oh, yeah. And so she really has done a great job to, I would say, mostly get it under control, but it.
She doesn't have a
But it's only going to be
if
if somebody's putting pressure on her that she's going to continue to struggle there. If nobody is, then she'll relax enough to settle down and roll some in. Not if somebody's banging some past her.
And then there's another. Yui tried to take that ball again on the rise, but just not enough strength to even. She actually caught that at a better contact in the strike zone, but just not enough strength. I think Dita does it. She could probably work on her spin. That's a great backhand.
Great backhand by Dita there.
Beautiful. Work on the spin on her serve a little bit more. Her first serve's okay, but getting either a little bit more kick or getting a little bit more slice on that.
Yes, he doesn't really have that flip piece at the end.
Correct.
In place there.
Yeah. That's
Nice
a great
long
shot.
arm.
Go. Come on.
Doesn't really get a lot of hand action in that serve.
It's the same again. She's in the blue.
There it is.
Paul Walker, I think you're onto something.
Yeah, right. It doesn't need to be me. Yeah, you think maybe that I could work consultant work for
Yui?
Yeah, Yui or
Maybe.
Tennis Japan. And here we are, just like that. Dita chance to go, really quietly up 5-2.
Yep.
I mean, it's almost like it just kind of appears out of nowhere.
Trying to look at Dita's grip there on that serve. She's not super continental on that grip. It's almost like she's easted on that grip. Wonder if that would help in any way or not.
Trouble. Yep.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, Dita got caught there. Didn't
Yep.
get good depth.
Tried to drive through that a little bit there, but missing it deep.
Right in Dita's strike zone there. She'll stay in control at this point. Almost certainly. Yeah, let that one drop a little bit, right?
Needed one more push to get a little closer to that. Just reach for it, just a little bit.
Once again, another one just out of the reach of Dita. It's Yui that hangs around long enough to get a break chance. Keep this thing tight in the second set when it was just momentarily almost out of reach. Dita gets up 5-2. I think it's a tough road for Yui.
Good hold there, though, from Yui. Oh, good break, sorry.
Yeah.
Say.
No, it's a
Okay.
great break by Yui. And, obviously really desperately needed that.
So I did find out the back of her chair, remember yesterday?
I do
Yui?
recall.
The, what do we say they were? Pandas. I never found out what they really were, whether they were pandas or monkeys.
Characters.
Or characters
Right,
of some
right.
kind.
There they are. It's a great shot.
And she had said it was a part of Toyota. Was it Toyota? Yeah, Toyota. And it was it's a brand of.
Yeah, there's like a little wrench there in that one character's hand.
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
it's a part.
maybe
of
it's
that,
the
correct.
maintenance piece of Toyota or something like that.
Yep. Again, I do like the way that they use their chair for marketing, and obviously it's a smart move.
Sure.
They've got the best characters.
They do. Very expressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very sweet characters.
Hey, we got SpongeBob
Oh, you think that's sweet?
and Bart Simpson.
Okay. But Yo Gabba Gabba.
Yo, Gabba.
In England, they got the Teletubbies. Teletubbies.
They can keep the Teletubbies. Good for you, Britain.
Exactly. I think they can keep them. You're right. That's a good call there, Paul.
National treasures.
Tinky Winky.
Hey, is it true that I hear the Spice Girls are supposedly making
I
a
heard
comeback
that.
tour? Did you hear anything about
Yeah, I
that?
did. Yeah.
Speaking of British
It's
treasures.
Actually funny, when I was playing, when I was talking to Sophie yesterday, there's a tournament in Midland, Michigan that is a 75 women's K, and I swear you could make more money off the court than you did on the court, especially if you lost in qualies, like I kept losing in qualies, right? But they had a ton of stuff where you could go to schools, and they drove you to schools. They got cars. It's a really good program. Dow Corning did a great job with that. But every single time I went to a school, okay, and they knew I was English.
Oh yeah.
They said two things, and this shows how old I was. Number one was, do you know the Queen? No, we're not BFFs.
I know her. Yeah, right.
We're not BFFs.
Yeah, we hang all the time.
And then the other one was, do you know the Spice Girls? That just shows how old I am right there.
Jeez, Joe.
Yeah.
You must be ancient. I don't think so. You don't look that old.
That old. Oh dear.
That's a
I
compliment,
feel it
Joe.
now.
There we go, Dita. That's her kind of taking charge of this here. It's funny. And she's a little bit more back up against it. Like Yui kind of shows, all right, I'm in this thing. That's when Dita steps it up the most, and I think she just needs to keep that throttle on all the time.
I agree.
Right here, 3 chances to break Yui and
How
have a chance to serve it out.
How fitting would this be? 3 sets.
Fitting? That's a word for it. Yeah, it would be appropriate based on the history of today's finals.
I mean, we've gone 3 sets and everything else, so why not go 3 sets?
Honestly, why not? That's what I say. Again, we still got fans here. As the sun, as well as the sun sets. What a backdrop that would be as the sun sets on the national campus.
We finished the final match.
Finish under the lights. Well, we already got the lights on, but still the sun providing the majority of the sun. 5-3, Dita. Chance to serve it out. And we'll see how aggressive she is on this service game. Last one, she had a couple of chances to hold. She didn't quite get it done. So we'll see if she adds any zip to the approach here. No, on the line. And that's going to fly. Yep. Boy, that one was just in from Dita. Off to good start. Grabbing the ball, pressing the pace, keeping the tempo up.
Come on, Yui, take the blue.
It's Dita with the error to get it to 15 all. An attempt by Yui there. You can see a little frustration attempt by her to be a little bit more aggressive, but heck, if you're going to make that error there of aggression, why not do a better target there where there's a bigger payoff? Start to gain some confidence by maybe hitting a few into an open spot. Just not enough up and overs available to Yui throughout the entirety of a match with Dita, even with the wind at her back. That's in.
That's a nice backhand return there.
Yep. It's almost as if Dita would rather return to finish things off as opposed to serving.
She just wants to make it interesting, that's all.
We saw Joe Girard serve it out at 5-3 in the third. That one falls on Dita's side, and there's the break by Kamiji to keep this thing possibly heading for a third set. And you know the fans in the stands are looking for that additional action today, and all those viewers around the world enjoying this phenomenal production, saying, yes, let's go 3.
Dita's talking about rituals and routines. She's done a really good job of, really staying focused too on each changeover, putting it back to the camera.
That's me stretching my hand there.
Wow. Yeah.
Great flexibility.
Great flexibility?
Not really. It felt good though, I will say. Beautiful sky. It's really turned out being, I warned you not to mention the word throughout the tournament, but
can I say it now?
You can say it now. I
rain,
think we're safe.
rain,
Go
rain,
ahead.
rain, rain, rain.
Go for it.
Can I say it again? Rain.
Just throw it out there because
There
I
you go.
think we're safe.
Yep.
As any tournament director knows, that is the one thing you just you hope for.
We did have indoor backup today.
Yep,
so
yep.
we had the whole indoor courts over at PD. You can actually see it from your view there on the right side.
Yep.
That's a play development building. We had 6 indoor courts there to use if we needed to. So
Would have been interesting. It's a different surface in there. I mean, dramatically different surface in there. Really hard pushing on that indoor facility. Great indoor facility, but just different surface. Would have been a really big adjustment for the players. I mean, it would have been ideal. It would have been what we would have had to do if need be, but much preferred to stay out here where we've enjoyed their competition throughout the entirety of this tournament.
And I made my call to the airport too to ask if they could change the flight path of the planes.
Yeah, they
And
haven't
said-
been disruptive.
No, those are 2 planes taking off actually pretty close to each other.
There's a forehand winner by Yui. Maybe it's because of the headsets that you don't hear. I don't get a sense of the planes as much anymore.
No,
but
but they did. They did
disrupted.
the last couple days. They haven't been coming directly over us.
Probably the wind.
No,
because
it
of the
has.
wind.
Yeah, it has. So they do change it. So it just depends. But yeah.
So that was one of the benefits of the wind pattern.
Yeah. So they do take off. They've been taking off. There's some taking off now, coming over and going to the left and then to the right. That's a good shot from Dita. She stayed aggressive there. There's the slice. Haven't seen many of those.
Not many at all.
No. Ooh.
Uh-oh. And just like that, it's Yui Kamiji off to 2-point lead with a chance to take this thing to 5-all. I mean, it's just she's just one of those players that kind of puts you in this little dream state. You just kind of hang around. You're just kind of like, okay, we're playing tennis, and then next thing you know, you're down a set, and you're like, how the heck did that happen? And, that is a skill. She has mastered it. And with that unforced error, she's looking at 3 chances to hold here to go to 5-all, and it's Dita who hasn't held her serve the last 2 times out. who could be in trouble if she has to hold one to stay in this set. I mean, Yui would ultimately have to serve it out herself, but what a turn here from 3-5 to possibly 5-all. You know, this is where you just think, you know, why not Yui? Why not take 3 chances to close this game out? Look for a ball you can handle and get after it.
Yui in at the net. Oh my gosh, she took a swinging volley. She took a swinging volley,
It's the one
and it was
person
a
I thought-
swinging volley winner from below the height of the net.
It's always the person I thought that would do it in the
She
tournament.
hit that from below
Here
the
we
height
go.
of the net. And here's a replay. I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned.
Shocked, speechless.
She hit a swinging volley winner. Unbelievable. See this replay here, and no, not yet. She's coming, but just keep going on this here, because I think this could be another one. Long rally here.
No, they're always long with
they're
Yui.
long. Yeah, this
Here we go.
replay.
He's coming in. He's on the attack. She commits to it.
This is
we
where
love
she
it.
commits right here. This is it. Look at that. Below the, it was semi.
Wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty.
No, but it was effective.
But it was a swing volley.
And we're back live now. And it's Kamiji stringing some points together prior to that one. It's Dita who gets it back to 15-all here, pressed up against it, having given up the 5-3 lead in the second.
Now we're going to see what Dita is made of here.
A little bit.
Right.
See if that serve stays true. She's willing to step up and hit some.
That's a good
Yeah,
shot.
it's 2 in a row.
That's another backhand winner there from Dita. Beautiful backhand winner, really taking the right advantage. Yui just kind of laughing there. I think she realizes she's gotten back to, she's done really well to get back to 5-5, and then just Dita's come up with 3 backhand winners just within this game.
There's a great game by Dita. I could say, hey, Dita, why didn't you do that a couple games ago? You had a chance to. But you know what? It's just some players need to feel that level of need before they step it up. And fortunate for Dita, she's got the ability to do it. Some players don't have that extra gear when necessary.
Beautiful view there with the sunset going down. Back.
Almost out of sight.
Almost down. But just the skies. I always love the Florida sky, and there's been at this time of the year, so there it is. That's just a killer view. That's just stunning.
Yeah, with the clouds and then the sun, you get that color that just kind of radiates.
Yeah, and the palm trees too. Some of the sunsets here at night are just unbelievably amazing. Some people still left out here. We got some of the ball kids sitting out here.
Yep.
Waiting to either come on the court, or if by any chance they do split sets, switch out, and if not, help us with the last trophy presentation of the tournament.
Pretty good crowd scattered about the stadium. You kind of don't see them all bunched together. Everybody's kind of found their little nook or cranny.
Holds about 500 people, so if it's still got, unless it's full, it still looks, because it's a big stadium.
Yeah,
even though it doesn't look real big there, holds a lot of people.
It's an intimate stadium that if 500 were in, that would be something.
The Invesco Challenge will be here, I believe, on Thursday. I think it's the Invesco, and with Roddick and Fish, so they'll have some players out here as well.
Dutch coach is up above, I think, thinking, hey, Dita, you've had a couple cracks at this. Let's get it done, girl. But Yui's team equally determined to get this to a tiebreaker. and maybe to a third set. And see, this is where that lack of an additional weapon, like say the drop shot, for example, right? And we talked about that Joe was able to employ so beautifully against Shingo. You know, when Yui has no concern about that shot in the repertoire of Dida, she just content to be parked back there on the the wall.
She moved in on that one a little bit, though.
Mm-hmm.
Double fault from Yui there. Free point, not something you want to do at 6-5. We're at 15 all. Good return from Dida there.
Yep.
Yui not moving great off that ball.
Big breath by Dida there, and she said, you know, come on, girl. I'm sure that's what she's a normally pretty quiet girl, and both these girls are. So they internalize a lot, I think. But Dida, who is quietly confident and now quietly looking at 2 match points.
Not just match points, Paul.
No, not just match points.
Championship points.
Oh, championship points. That's true. Yes. I mean, not over the top with that. Yeah, that's exactly right. NEC Masters championship points.
And she goes with a slice.
And there it is.
There it is.
A worthy forehand winner for a match point and a repeat title by Dida de Groot, as she defends her title from 2017 and takes home the NEC Masters title here in the women's final. 6-3, 7-5 versus world number 2 Yui Kamiji.
Good match.
Yeah, it turned out to get pretty competitive there at the end. Pretty comfortable first set victory by Dida, but boy, it was anything but comfortable there in the second set as we get a nice relieved smile from Dida up to her team. And as you know, we'll be momentarily bringing you this final award ceremony on center court as we crown the champion in the women's division, Dida de Groot from the Netherlands.
I have to go on court and do some ceremonial stuff, but Paul Walker, I just want to say thank you for everything that you've done this week. You've been a star out here. I've got to give a shout out to the broadcast team. You guys have been rock stars too. Brian for producing it. And then obviously our whole staff out here, Jason's, everyone. It's been one team totally, as we are here with Team USA and at the home of American tennis here. So, Paul, thank you for everything. I hope to do more with you in the future. I've had fun.
Would look forward to it, Joe, at any opportunity. So thank you for all the efforts you put into putting on this world-class event. Can't get enough credit. So great job, Joe.
Thanks. And I'm going to leave you for the final presentation.
Yeah. It'll be Rob down there on court, and whatever there is to wrap up on our coverage here, I'll take it home. And it's going to be this big forehand winner by Dida eventually that produces the match point. She sets it up, aggressive on the wheels, got a ball she could handle, and there's the angle, not coming back. Great job by Dida de Groot. Thank you, production staff, for that replay and another look at match point there. Championship point. Job well done. And so as both competitors gather themselves and prepare to receive their much-earned trophies, we'll be going live to center court with Rob Gordon in just a moment. as he will be once again the master of ceremonies for this last presentation here at the 2018 NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. It's been a really great, fun tournament for me to share some thoughts on the game of tennis and the state of wheelchair tennis here in the world. And so I thank everybody that's been joining us on and off throughout the week. A lot goes into these productions, that's for sure. I mean, for months and months leading up to. And it's just moments away from kicking it live to Rob Gordon there as they prepare him. A couple of our production assistants. We're going to have the charge of the light kid, not the light brigade, a charge of the ball kids. Here's Rob Gordon.
Please welcome on court our officials and ball children. May I now introduce on court our special guests who will be presenting our finalists with their just rewards. Here with us today we have Mr. Chris Dent, Senior Executive Director, Professional Tennis at IDF. Mr. Masahiro Ikino, President and CEO of NEC America. And Mrs. Joanne Wallen, representing the USTA. And now for the players. Please put your hands together for our runner-up, Yui Kamichi. For the runner-up, Mr. Masahiro Ikino will now present Yui Kamichi with her medal and trophy. As will Mr. Chris Dent, who will present our runner-up with her medal. Mrs. Joanne Wallen will present our runner-up with her unique 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters personalized tennis ball. And finally, please welcome back on court our very own 2018 NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Women's Singles Champion, Dina DeGroot. For our champion, Mr. Chris Dent will present Dina DeGroot with her NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters Perpetual Trophy. Mr. Masahiro Ikino will now present our champion with her winner's trophy and medal. And finally, Mrs. Joanne Wallen will present our champion with her unique 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters personalized tennis ball. Dina, what a fantastic match. Do you have a few words that you'd like to say to the crowd?
Yes, for sure. Thank you all for staying here and staying out here to watch. I think we played a tough match against each other. There was a lot of wind, so it was really, really hard to get used to it and to sort of find your own game. It was really good to be here. I really enjoyed being here for the whole week. It was just very nice having all of the facilities over here and food, court, nice weather, and it was really nice. It was just amazing to be here, and I'm really looking forward to being back this year.
We look forward to having both of you. Ladies and gentlemen, one last round of applause for our 2018 finalists and our champion, Dina DeGroot. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you you all for joining us for finals day at the 25th NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. We've had a fantastic week here at the USTA National Campus, and on behalf of the tournament team, I would like to thank you for your support and wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you.
Great shot of the two women's finalists and champion Dita DeGroot, defending champion, defending her title here in Orlando. And so we heard some words from her, how much she enjoyed this tournament, and I'll tell you, I enjoyed it. It was a spectacular week of world-class tennis, as you would expect at a tournament of this caliber. And so it's we're going to finish up our coverage here, and I'm just going to sign off, and I'm going to say thank you to all the listeners and people that were following along. Thank you to the production team once again, Joe Wallen, the tournament director, the USTA for their commitment to this tournament here at this beautiful site, the ITF for promoting the sport so long and hard globally, and it's the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, and thanks for that partnership for so many years now, NEC. It's just a great thing. And the UNIQLO Wheelchair Tennis Tour continues down under in 2019. It's Paul Walker saying goodbye and thank you from Orlando.